A beautiful bouquet of blooming roses is presented in stunning detail. Nicole's eyes widen in absolute awe and quiet surprise. The handsome, blonde-haired Lord Caius stands elegantly, offering the wrapped bouquet of fresh flowers. Gazing up at her fiancé, Nicole asks with cautious hope if he prepared this beautiful gift especially for her. Her fragile joy shatters instantly when she remembers that he gave Princess Caroline the exact same flowers. She silently recalls how perfectly the radiant blooms suited the dazzling princess. Caius casually remarks that since they suited the princess, he thought they might suit Nicole as well. Since that heartbreaking day, Nicole endured his constant neglect without ever uttering a single word of complaint. She painfully forced herself to ignore how often Caius openly favored Princess Caroline over his own fiancée. Over time, the relentless rejection chipped away at her spirit until absolutely everything became meaningless to her. Accepting her bitter fate, the Count's daughter, Nicole Porterlet, chose to walk a quiet path of solitude. At the prestigious academy attended by the children of nobles, numerous social gatherings are held as essential training for aristocratic life. During these prominent events, it is naturally expected for engaged students to attend with their future partners. However, if a student has no fiancé, they typically rely on a close family member or friend to accompany them. For high-ranking nobles from Count families and above, customary engagements are strictly arranged long before they even enroll in the academy. Consequently, whenever Nicole participates in these events completely alone, she inevitably becomes the pitiful center of the academy's mocking attention. The whispering crowds always collectively agree that no one could possibly compete with the dazzling Princess Caroline. Admired and revered by all noble children, the beautiful and intelligent Caroline serves as the idealized president of the student council. Captivated by her proud character, Caius joined the student council solely to support Caroline and publicly vowed to become the knight who will protect her. Meanwhile, as his actual fiancée, Nicole finds herself completely ignored, a painful reality that has only worsened in recent days. In the early days of their arranged engagement, they used to pleasantly exchange letters and set aside time to enjoy tea together. Recently, however, Caius has completely stopped responding to her letters and coldly ignores the simple tea appointments they used to plan. Initially deeply saddened and prone to blaming him, Nicole eventually realized he would never change and entirely stopped expecting anything from him. Knowing his thoughts are consumed solely by Princess Caroline, Nicole wonders if it would be better to distance herself from the academy altogether. Back at the bustling academy, excited preparations finally begin for the highly anticipated arrival of the traveling merchant market. Groups of cheerful students gather outside the grand gates, eagerly chatting and wondering what the latest trends will be this year. Nicole quietly observes the lively, bustling atmosphere sweeping through the academy grounds and realizes it is entirely to be expected. During the upcoming holiday, noble ladies eagerly look forward to exploring the arriving merchant town alongside their beloved partners. Letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh, Nicole admits to herself that she has absolutely no desire to invite Lord Caius to the upcoming event. The mere thought of the impending market only brings back terrible, painful memories of her disastrous experience with him the previous year. In her bitter memories, she sees Caius standing before an accessories shop, immediately declaring that a piece of jewelry looks perfect for Princess Caroline. Later, standing directly in front of a bookstore, his attention drifted to Caroline once again as he recognized a book the princess liked to read. Nicole realized with crushing clarity that her fiancé's mind was constantly occupied by thoughts of what would suit Princess Caroline. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Nicole finally snapped, furiously shouting that there was no reason for her to be there if he only cared about the princess. Caius merely stared back at her emotional outburst with a cold, unforgiving expression etched deeply across his handsome face. Scoffing at her hurt feelings, he told her not to get upset over trivial matters and callously complained that he could have spent this precious time training with his sword. Barely managing to hold back her tears, Nicole abruptly parted ways with him that miserable day, and even now she remains surprised by her own outburst. Focusing closely on her sorrowful eye, the heavy weight of her silent reflection becomes evident. Deep down, the painful truth of the matter was that she had desperately wanted to share something meaningful with her distant fiancé. She had secretly longed for a shimmering, rainbow-colored stone bracelet, a shared symbol commonly acquired by ladies and their beloveds to bring happiness. A faint, wistful spark of hope flickers in her eyes as she visualizes the beautiful, legendary trinket. Gazing softly into the distance, she quietly wonders if the enchanted jewelry shop will actually return to the market this year. Her melancholic daydream is abruptly interrupted when her mother enters the room and gently calls her name. Approaching the desk, her mother asks if she has formally invited Lord Caius to the upcoming weekend market for the traveling merchants. Nicole reluctantly admits she hasn't yet, prompting her mother to firmly urge her to take the initiative and send an invitation as soon as possible. Staring blankly out the window, Nicole lets out another defeated sigh as the heavy, unavoidable burden of aristocratic duty settles over her. Terrified of repeating the same humiliating disaster as last year, she seriously contemplates whether it would be better if she simply didn't go at all. Despite her lingering fears, the rare annual market calls to her, and a strong, undeniable desire to visit it burns passionately in her heart. Making a quiet but firm decision, Nicole whispers to herself that perhaps she should just bravely attend the lively event entirely alone. With her mind finally made up, a glimmer of solitary resolve hardens in her sorrowful, unwavering gaze. Making a firm resolution in her heart, Nicole decides there is no need to go with someone else and that she can simply go by herself. She thoughtfully reasons that the city won't just be academy students, as there are also many families with their children and large groups of friends wandering around. Clenching her delicate fists with newfound independence, she proudly reminds herself that there is absolutely no strict rule stating she must go with her fiancé. A faint blush of anticipation crosses her cheeks as she realizes that going alone means she can freely wander through the shops without feeling any discomfort. Opening her ornate jewelry box, she bitterly concludes that her solitary trip will give Lord Caius the perfect excuse to spend even more time with Princess Caroline. Gripping her headband with fierce determination, she declares that since they are doing whatever they want, she is entirely free to do whatever she wants to. Finally, on the bright and festive market day, colorful pennants flutter beautifully in the wind as the traveling merchants open their bustling stalls. Walking nervously past the ancient stone walls, Nicole observes the lively atmosphere filled with cheerful families and chatting friends. Peeking cautiously from behind a corner, she realizes with a slight wave of awkwardness that the romantic city is completely filled with affectionate lovers. Shaking off her initial hesitation, she confidently steps forward, the elegant hem of her dress swishing gracefully across the sunlit cobblestone path. Her bright eyes are immediately drawn to a dazzling, intricately designed ribbon accessory adorned with a massive, glittering central gemstone. Leaning eagerly over the sparkling glass display case, she clasps her hands together and marvels at how incredibly cute the elegant accessories look. A friendly, dark-haired merchant warmly approaches his stall, greeting her with a wide smile and politely asking if she is exploring the busy market all alone. Her heart skipping a rapid beat from the sudden question, she smiles nervously and shyly confirms his observation. Laughing cheerfully, the kind vendor encourages the young noblewoman to simply wander around freely and thoroughly enjoy her time. Feeling instantly welcomed and at ease, she happily points to a lovely item on display and politely asks to purchase it. Lowering her gaze for a brief moment, a quiet, thoughtful expression subtly crosses her delicate features as she absorbs the peaceful atmosphere. Looking back up with soft, shimmering eyes, a profound sense of genuine happiness finally begins to wash over her solitary journey. Continuing her joyful stroll, she stops to admire a beautiful floral display and wonders aloud about a fascinating ceramic vase resting gently on the table. Approaching another friendly vendor at a well-stocked booth, she politely points out a desired item and happily requests to buy it. Taking a highly deserved break on a quiet park bench, she happily bites into a sweet treat and cheerfully exclaims that the crepe is absolutely delicious. Relaxing completely against the wooden bench, she triumphantly realizes that being alone has incredible advantages, allowing her to wander, eat, and stroll entirely at her own pace. Looking up at her wrist with a beaming smile, she proudly notes that she even managed to find the exact shop selling the magical bracelets she had wanted last year. The two magnificent bracelets rest elegantly on a soft velvet cushion, their floral metallic patterns gleaming with enchanting, magical brilliance. Nicole stares in absolute wonder, her wide eyes sparkling brightly as she lets out a soft, breathless gasp of pure awe. The enthusiastic merchant explains that the stunning piece is crafted from a rainbow-shimmering stone extracted from a neighboring kingdom, leaving Nicole mesmerized by its legendary beauty. Clasping her hands together nervously, she politely interrupts the charming merchant to ask if it is actually possible to purchase just a single bracelet. The blonde merchant looks at her with a gentle, reassuring expression, clearly understanding the young noblewoman's modest and hopeful request. He smiles warmly, more than ready to easily accommodate her simple desire without any judgmental questions. Without any hesitation, he cheerfully assures her that he would be absolutely happy to sell her just one of the magical bracelets. Overjoyed by his incredible kindness, Nicole's face lights up with a massive grin as she eagerly thanks him for the wonderful purchase. Stretching happily in the warm sunlight, she cheerfully declares that making the bold decision to come here alone was definitely the right choice. Admiring the beautiful new bracelet shining perfectly on her wrist, she confidently promises herself that she will definitely do the exact same thing next year. Meanwhile, exactly a few tense days before the highly anticipated traveling market is officially scheduled to begin, Lord Caius stares silently out of a large window, his expression completely unreadable as he stands solemnly in the quiet, sunlit room. Crossing his arms thoughtfully, he casually brings up the fact that the bustling traveling market is happening this upcoming weekend. He lets out a heavy, contemplative sigh, his sharp eyes narrowing as he becomes completely lost in his own complicated, arrogant thoughts. Assuming history will simply repeat itself, Caius remains absolutely certain that he will receive an invitation letter from his fiancée tomorrow, just exactly like he did the previous year. His confident musings are suddenly interrupted by a surprised greeting as a dark-haired friend unexpectedly opens the heavy wooden door. The friend casually asks if Caius is leaving early today, to which the stoic nobleman turns slightly and confirms that it seems he is. Keeping his sharp gaze entirely focused forward, Caius bids his friend a quick farewell and promises to see him the following day. However, completely contrary to his arrogant and steadfast expectations, absolutely no invitation letter ever arrives from the usually obedient Nicole. The very next day, an anxious Caius eagerly waits by the grand wooden staircase as a maid sorts through the newly delivered mail. He watches the maid intensely, practically expecting her to hand him the familiar, elegantly sealed envelope at any given second. When the day passes and then the one after that yields absolutely nothing, a sharp look of sheer confusion and subtle annoyance dramatically crosses his aristocratic face. Time passes relentlessly quickly, and soon the sun sets on the final, tense day before the grand traveling market finally arrives. In the bustling dining hall, cheerful students excitedly discuss how tomorrow is the big day, completely oblivious to Caius sitting in brooding, frustrated silence. Resting his sharp chin on his tightly clasped hands, a desperate Caius quietly wonders if Nicole is actually planning to come and invite him in person. Returning to his grand, empty estate later that evening, he is formally and quietly greeted by his loyal staff, welcoming him back home. Lying wide awake in his massive bed, Caius stares blankly at the dark ceiling, the heavy silence of his solitary room amplifying his completely unexpected rejection. Awaiting an invitation, a young man wonders if she plans to come in the morning to ask him. On the day of the traveling market, the town is bustling with anticipation. Lord Caius sits alone in his room, waiting patiently in his chair. He continues to sit in quiet expectation, leaning heavily against the armrest. Frustrated that she never showed up, he curses because he had been completely ready and waiting for her. Deciding he cannot wait any longer, he resolves to go by himself. Surprised by his sudden departure, a maid gasps and calls out to Lord Caius. The confused maid asks if Lady Nicole went with him, noting she had already left for the market. Caius stares in stunned silence, completely caught off guard by the news. Processing the information, he wonders if she went alone or accompanied by her friends. Anger bubbling up, he thinks about how she dared to leave without informing him. Bursting into a room, he furiously shouts for his fiancée, Nicole. Glaring sharply, Lord Caius confronts her. Standing imposingly, he demands to know who she went to the market with over the weekend. Unfazed by his intensity, Nicole calmly states that she went alone. Refusing to believe her, he accuses her of lying. She stands her ground, insisting she really went by herself and is not telling a lie. Narrowing his eyes, Caius studies her face closely for any hint of deception. Holding her book tightly, Nicole looks back at him with genuine confusion. Observing her innocent expression, he realizes she doesn't seem to be lying. His eyes widen as the startling realization hits him that she actually went alone. Panic overtaking him, he scolds her for wandering around alone, demanding to know why she risked something happening to her. Smiling innocently, she questions what he means, implying they hadn't agreed to go together. Flustered, Caius stammers as he tries to argue his point. He glares intensely, sweat beading on his face as he struggles to find the right words. He argues that it is only natural for a lady to attend the market with her fiancé, even if they hadn't explicitly agreed. Finally breaking down, he asks why she didn't just come to invite him. Sighing softly, Nicole turns her head and says honestly how she feels. She reminds him that when she invited him last year, he seemed unhappy and in a rush to leave. Explaining her reasoning, she says she didn't want to bother him with another invitation, leaving Caius speechless. Desperately trying to regain control of the conversation, he starts to speak again. Laughing brightly, Nicole tells him there is no need for him to worry about what she does. Reaching out urgently, Caius begs her to wait as she turns away. Utterly panicked, he demands to know what she means by dismissing his concern. It is a well-known fact that many noble children marry shortly after graduating from the academy. Because of this custom, students are expected to spend their holidays and academy time deeply connecting with their fiancés on dates. As Nicole walks the halls alone, students gossip about her sad weekend at the market and Lord Caius's apparent lack of interest. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Lady Nicole. Turning with a polite smile, she acknowledges the greeting. Other girls approach her, suggesting she visit a rumored lovers' park with Lord Caius to find happiness. As the girls gossip, Nicole stands silently with a blank expression. Putting on a bright, fake smile, she cheerfully acknowledges their suggestion. She cleverly deflects, telling them to invite him themselves since Lord Caius would prefer Lady Caroline's company anyway. Making a swift excuse, she excuses herself to attend her next lesson. Walking away briskly, she admits to herself that inviting him would only displease him and, truthfully, she has no desire to go either. She looks forward to a peaceful weekend, relieved to be free from the burden of planning dates and writing letters. Stepping into the sunlight, she realizes this newfound freedom extends not just to this weekend, but to the weeks ahead. Thrilled by the prospect of quiet reading, she decides to visit the library after a long time away. Later, students line up at the cafeteria counter to order their meals. The dining hall hums with the lively chatter of students enjoying their lunch. A cafeteria worker looks slightly confused as she asks Nicole if she wants her usual lunchbox. Smiling brightly, Nicole declines the usual and confidently orders meal A instead. The cafeteria worker stares in stunned silence at the sudden change in routine. Looking down at the steaming bowl of food, Nicole admits to herself that she was actually really surprised. She reflects that her shock is natural because she had always ordered the exact same lunchbox before. She thinks about how usually, during lunchtime, a fiancé comes to pick up his partner from class so they can eat together. At first, she simply accepted that Lord Caius was too busy with his student council work to ever pick her up. Glancing down with a solemn expression, she notes that her naive acceptance only lasted at the very beginning. She soon found out that every other student council member, except for Lord Caius, spent lunch with their fiancé at least once or twice a week. Feeling embarrassed by the pitying looks from other girls, she started eating her grab-and-go cafeteria lunchbox alone in the courtyard. But now, she thinks critically about her past choices and realizes something important. Carrying her heavy tray with determination, she decides that since she eats alone anyway, she might as well eat wherever she likes. She firmly sets her tray of hot soup and bread down onto the cafeteria table. Sitting down alone, she reassures herself that facing the cafeteria crowd is nothing new to her. Smiling warmly, she rejoices at finally having a hot, warm lunch after such a long time. She carefully brings a spoonful of the warm chowder to her lips to take a bite. Cupping her cheek in absolute bliss, she hums happily at how incredibly good the food tastes. Her face lights up with a radiant, genuine smile of pure happiness. Nearby students whisper in shock, noticing how rare it is to see Lady Nicole dining in the main hall. Two girls approach her, whispering to each other about how unfortunate it is that she is sitting alone as always. One of the girls cheerfully calls out Lady Nicole's name to get her attention. Smiling sweetly, the two girls ask if they may sit at her table. Beaming back at them, Nicole warmly invites them to go ahead and join her. The girls note that she seems very happy and ask if there is a special reason for her good mood. Nicole simply replies that the food is very delicious, keeping her deep craving for a warm meal a secret. Suddenly, another voice sharply calls out to Lady Nicole from across the room. Rebellia, the Marquis's daughter, approaches with a smirk, pointing out that Nicole's presence is unusual but Lord Caius's absence is entirely expected. Rebellia passive-aggressively notes that other council members make time for their partners, asking how often Caius actually joins her despite his busyness. She mockingly guesses if they manage to share a meal once a month or perhaps every 2 months. Maintaining her bright smile, Nicole bluntly admits that it has never happened even once. Rubelia's smug expression completely freezes into a look of absolute, wide-eyed shock. Rubelia stammers, asking if she meant just this month, but Nicole clarifies they haven't shared a single meal since she enrolled. The surrounding girls gasp in disbelief, muttering that such neglect is completely unbelievable. The murmurs grow louder as the students reel, declaring that this tragic situation is simply impossible. Nicole tilts her head, looking genuinely puzzled by their extreme and dramatic reactions. Tears well up in Rubelia's eyes as she trembles, completely unable to believe the horrific reality of Nicole's engagement. Sobbing dramatically, Rubelia cries out that she simply cannot bear to hear something so tragic. Staring blankly, Nicole wonders what just happened as Rubelia runs away crying. Shrugging off the strange encounter, Nicole decides she should just enjoy her chowder before it gets cold. She casually wonders if Rubelia pities her simply because she found out she's never had a meal with Lord Caius. Nicole completely dismisses the pity, reasoning that suddenly eating together now would be terribly awkward, so it's better it never happened. She comfortably settles back into her thoughts, perfectly content with her independent situation. Across the academy, a weeping Rubelia clings to Emilio, sobbing that she couldn't bear such a life, while Nicole muses on how comforting it is to be alone. Nicole realizes that once you get used to spending holidays alone, being solitary during school life becomes incredibly easy. She notes that when you finally become confident in being alone, those who used to mock the ignored fiancé suddenly go completely silent. Smiling peacefully, she reflects on how the old whispers have faded away, leaving everything wonderfully quiet. The girls at her table abruptly change the subject, excitedly mentioning that the upcoming flower festival is approaching. They explain it is a special day when men give flowers to their partners, and everyone is eager to see what they will receive. The girls chatter enthusiastically, suggesting they guess what beautiful flowers they will get this year. Smiling eagerly, one of the girls enthusiastically invites Nicole to join in their guessing game. Harboring deep resentment over past slights, Nicole resolutely declared her intentions for the upcoming season. She swore vehemently that she would absolutely refuse any leftover floral arrangements this year. Sitting gracefully beside her bewildered maid, Nicole calmly addressed the servant's visible confusion. She elaborated that the bouquet Lord Caius had presented her previously was merely discarded remnants originally intended for Lady Caroline. The servant stood completely frozen, processing the deeply insulting revelation about the young lord's gifting habits. The mere concept of her mistress receiving someone else's leftover romantic gestures left the maid utterly stunned. Rather than wallowing in misery, Nicole flashed a radiant and remarkably unbothered smile. She cheerfully reasoned that completely avoiding Caius would effortlessly prevent any terrible interactions between them. Staring contentedly ahead, she solidified her newfound resolve to reclaim her own peace of mind. She boldly decided that she would neither meet him this year nor expect any floral gifts whatsoever. A painful memory suddenly resurfaced, transporting her back to the humiliating moment of the previous exchange. She remembered Caius enthusiastically praising the immense beauty of a specific, delicate blossom. Recalling the agonizing past, Nicole remembered Caius handing her a bouquet while remaining completely oblivious to her true feelings. He had proudly noted how absolutely thrilled Caroline had been to receive the exact same type of flower moments earlier. Her blank, sorrowful expression in the memory betrayed the crushing realization that she was entirely secondary in his heart. She had recognized then that she was only receiving the meager, leftover remnants of his affection that day. However, forcefully shifting her perspective back to the present, she found great relief in her emotional detachment. She firmly concluded that as long as her undisturbed, peaceful life continued exactly as it was, she would remain perfectly happy. Meanwhile, miles away in a brightly lit room, a dark-haired woman leveled a stern, piercing glare at Caius. She sharply interrogated the young lord, demanding to know if he had even bothered to meet his fiancée recently. Standing idly amidst towering bookshelves in the grand library, Caius clutched a document in his hands. He maintained an expression of complete, unapologetic indifference while processing her sudden line of questioning. Turning his gaze slightly to meet her intense stare, he offered a dismissive and slightly defensive response. He immediately questioned the underlying motive behind her sudden, probing inquiry. Remaining seated formally at her polished desk, the woman brushed off his defensiveness before pressing her point. She pointedly reminded him that he used to constantly brag about his scheduled, regular appointments with his fiancée. Pressing her targeted interrogation further, she noted a drastic and highly suspicious change in his recent daily behavior. She highlighted how he now constantly hovered near her while entirely failing to ever mention his own betrothed. Flustered and clearly caught completely off guard by her precise observations, Caius's confident demeanor cracked. He weakly stammered a pathetic denial, desperately claiming that her accurate assessment was simply not true. Taking a deliberate, highly dramatic sip from her elegant teacup, she cast a dark, mocking shadow over her features. She confidently challenged him to actually recall the last time he had shared tea with Nicole. Reflecting silently on his own undeniable negligence, he internally admitted the severe deterioration of his relationship. He acknowledged that while Nicole used to send him messages regularly, he had received absolutely nothing from her lately. Suddenly, the tense conversation shifted as startling rumors about his neglected partner were brought directly to his attention. He was informed that his fiancée had recently been spotted wandering through the bustling local market. Albert, the imposing and observant son of the Marquis, eagerly reported his own unusual sighting of the young noblewoman. He detailed seeing her completely alone, aimlessly wandering as if desperately searching for something highly specific. Adding to the concerning reports, Zeke, the Count's son, mentioned observing her carefully browsing the bookstore. He explained that her intense focus on the literature had prompted him to initiate a friendly conversation with her. Zeke enthusiastically recounted how Nicole had visibly relaxed upon learning of his prestigious student council affiliation. She had then openly confessed her paralyzing indecision between purchasing two different, equally captivating books. Capitalizing on the social situation, Zeke had smugly advised her to borrow the text directly from Caius instead of purchasing it. He proudly revealed that he had recognized it as a volume he himself had previously borrowed from her highly neglectful fiancée. Hearing this incredibly embarrassing and public revelation, Caius abruptly slammed his hands violently onto the desk in front of his peers. His face instantly contorted into an expression of utter, humiliated shock at the extent of his own perceived romantic failure. The sudden, violent realization of his public negligence hit him with the force of a physical blow. His head visibly snapped back in an exaggerated, comedic display of sheer disbelief and deep internal panic. Closing her eyes with an expression of weary, profound disappointment, the dark-haired woman delivered her final verdict. She gently but firmly advised him to stop neglecting his fiancée to such an extreme extent, despite her stated reluctance to meddle. Sweating profusely under the crushing weight of his undeniable, publicly exposed guilt, Caius visibly deflated. He slowly averted his gaze from his peers and softly conceded that her harsh critique was entirely correct. Desperately attempting to justify his terrible, neglectful behavior, he confessed the true source of his massive distraction. He admitted that his intense preoccupation with Lady Caroline had entirely consumed the time he should have logically spent with Nicole. He vividly pictured Lady Caroline's radiant silhouette, explaining that her impending arranged marriage to a neighboring crown prince required his absolute attention. He rationalized the union by noting that such a 13-year age gap was entirely common in royal marriages. The looming, unavoidable reality of Caroline permanently relocating to a distant kingdom filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. He selfishly realized that her departure meant he might never have the opportunity to interact with her in the same capacity. Looking deeply melancholic and genuinely conflicted, Caius admitted the selfish motivation driving his recent actions. He confessed his desperate desire to assist Caroline as much as humanly possible before her permanent, life-altering departure. Despite his overwhelming obsession with Caroline, the troubling image of Nicole wandering alone finally broke through his thick skull. He realized that whether she was exploring open markets or other venues, her solitary wandering could be incredibly dangerous. Stroking his chin in deep, sudden contemplation, he resolved to actively interrogate Nicole about her highly unusual solitary excursions. He recognized the urgency of the situation, especially with the grand, highly anticipated flower festival rapidly approaching. Interrupting his intense internal monologue, the dark-haired woman flashed a bright smile and curiously asked about his romantic preparations. She questioned if he had selected a floral gift for the upcoming holiday, to which he cluelessly and pathetically replied in the negative. He lazily reminisced about the beautiful, pristine white flowers he had effortlessly purchased during the previous year's festival. He specifically recalled how he had bought an extra bloom just to affectionately leave it on Caroline's desk in the student council room. Demonstrating his staggering lack of romantic effort or creativity, Caius blankly concluded his gifting strategy. He decided he would simply default to buying the exact same universally liked white flowers again this year. Far away from his pathetic planning, Nicole confidently raised a determined finger in the air. She perfectly and accurately anticipated his utterly predictable, totally effortless gifting strategy. She accurately predicted that if their strain dynamic remained completely unchanged, history would simply repeat itself. Caius would inevitably offer her another obligatory, courtesy bouquet just exactly like the one he had presented the previous year. Refusing to be a burden or passively accept his pitiful courtesy offerings, she formulated a firm, decisive plan. She boldly decided to preemptively inform him that she required absolutely no flowers to be prepared for her this season. Finally, the highly anticipated and joyous Flower Festival day arrived in full, vibrant force. The Grand Academy grounds were instantly transformed into a breathtaking, romantic canvas of falling petals and blooming floral arrangements. Tradition dictated that after exchanging romantic floral tokens, couples would enjoy a complete suspension of formal academy classes. Students were granted the total freedom to romanticize, wander the grounds, and explore the bustling market together. Anticipating the overwhelming excitement of the day, Nicole vividly imagined the vibrant surroundings. She knew the marketplace would undoubtedly be engulfed in a massive, completely infectious festive atmosphere. Bursting with cheerful, uncontainable enthusiasm, Nicole happily announced her intention to personally go and explore the lively festivities. Her sudden declaration instantly triggered a panicked, desperate gasp from her frantic, highly protective maid. Grabbing her elegant coat to leave, she turned to face the servant's incredulous, wide-eyed interrogation. The maid could barely believe her ears, questioning if Nicole was truly planning to venture into the chaotic market. The terrified maid desperately warned that traversing the romantic festival alone and completely flowerless was a terrible idea. She argued it would inevitably invite malicious attention, a grim reality that Nicole calmly agreed with. Stepping incredibly close with wide, horrified eyes, the servant dramatically escalated her desperate warnings. She emphasized the sheer, undeniable physical danger of such a socially vulnerable and entirely unprotected excursion. Unfazed by the dire, apocalyptic warnings, Nicole politely and warmly thanked the anxious maid for her deep concern. She then confidently asserted her vast, unparalleled experience in navigating solitary wandering. She firmly assured her caretaker that she possessed the necessary street smarts to exclusively navigate densely crowded public spaces. She insisted she knew exactly which dangerous places to meticulously avoid, mitigating any real risk. With a bright, cheerful wave, Nicole confidently departed for the festival, leaving no room for further argument. She left the highly anxious maid sighing in defeat, reluctantly forced to accept her stubborn master's final decision. Suddenly, her peaceful, solitary stroll was abruptly interrupted as a dashing, dark-haired man leaned in incredibly close to her face. The completely unexpected proximity drew a startled, breathless gasp directly from her parted lips. Instantly recognizing the charming Zeke from their previous encounter, Nicole smiled warmly in relief. She cheerfully greeted the helpful boy from the bookstore, completely shifting the trajectory of her festival experience. Flashing a charming smile, the dark-haired young man excitedly asked if she remembered him and which book she ultimately chose. After Nicole cheerfully explained she bought a completely different book instead, he curiously questioned where she was heading without carrying any festive flowers. Nicole casually mentioned she just felt like wandering around the lively market, prompting him to ask if her fiancé Caius was accompanying her. Sporting a friendly demeanor, he eagerly suggested they head over to the student council room together to find him. Dismissing the idea with a bright and carefree laugh, Nicole happily declared that she had absolutely no important matters to discuss with her fiancé. The young man stood completely frozen in stunned silence, utterly baffled by her shockingly nonchalant attitude toward her own betrothed. Nicole blissfully explained she had explicitly told Caius not to trouble himself with flowers this year, though her companion worriedly pointed out that her fiancé surely must have prepared something anyway. A distinct bead of nervous sweat dripped down the young man's face as the sheer social magnitude of her flowerless state finally dawned on him. Entirely oblivious to his mounting internal panic, Nicole politely tilted her head and sweetly asked for permission to take her leave. Suddenly panicked, he frantically begged her to wait just a little longer and absolutely insisted that she stay right there. Leaving Nicole and her bewildered servants completely confused, he loudly promised to be back right away and instantly dashed down the hallway. Sprinting with desperate urgency, he threw open the doors and screamed Caius's name at the top of his lungs. Startling the completely oblivious fiancée, he immediately demanded to know if Caius had actually brought any flowers. Caius stared back with a perfectly clueless expression, blankly repeating the word as if it were a completely foreign concept. When Caius casually admitted he hadn't brought a single bloom, his frantic friend erupted into an utterly exasperated shriek of pure disbelief. Defending his monumental negligence, Caius lazily explained that Nicole had specifically sent him a letter insisting she didn't need any flowers. The dark-haired young man gritted his teeth in utter frustration as he painstakingly processed Caius's staggering level of romantic incompetence. He furiously accused Caius of entirely losing his mind, loudly questioning if the clueless noble was intentionally trying to break off the engagement. Glaring intensely at his foolish peer, he commanded Caius to listen very carefully as he prepared to deliver a harsh reality check. He passionately explained the dire severity of the situation, highlighting that Nicole was about to wander the festive city alone without carrying a single floral token. Driving the grim point home, he stressed that walking flowerless on this specific holiday practically announced to the entire world that she had absolutely no lover or fiancé. He desperately outlined the impending social disaster, warning that strangers would assume she was single while acquaintances would heavily judge her solitary, flowerless state. Leaning in with an intimidating glare, he sharply challenged Caius's pride by asking if he truly wanted to be known as the pathetic man who neglected his own fiancée on festival day. Barking out absolute orders, he commanded Caius to immediately find Nicole and buy her flowers while internally wondering why she had ever refused them in the first place. The crushing weight of his catastrophic social blunder finally crashed down upon Caius, leaving him sweating with sudden, intense realization. Piercing through the tension from across the room, the stern dark-haired woman issued a single, chillingly commanding order for him to leave instantly. Exploding into frantic motion, Caius threw the doors wide open and desperately shouted Nicole's name down the grand hallway. He arrived before her heavily panting and completely out of breath, prompting a confused Nicole to gently ask what was wrong. Without offering a single word of explanation, he forcefully grabbed her arm and firmly commanded her to come with him. Still catching his breath, he firmly declared that since she was heading to the city, they would absolutely be going together. They immediately transitioned from the quiet academy grounds to the bustling, sunlit exterior of the festive city architecture. Standing directly in front of a vibrant florist display, Caius awkwardly asked Nicole which specific blossoms she actually preferred. Nicole stared up at him in utter, sheer bewilderment, completely blindsided by his highly uncharacteristic request. Averting his intense gaze slightly, Caius stubbornly clarified that he wanted her to pick out her own floral arrangement. Assuming these blooms were actually intended for her rival, Nicole bitterly insisted that her opinion didn't matter and coldly told him to choose Lady Caroline's flowers himself. When Nicole casually referenced the flowers he had supposedly gifted Caroline the previous year, Caius vehemently and desperately denied ever doing such a thing. Catching his breath, Caius internally panicked over the horrific realization of how deeply his previous thoughtless actions had actually been misinterpreted. He hastily clarified the agonizing misunderstanding, explaining that he had only purchased a single, specific bloom to strictly decorate the student council room. The massive, deeply ingrained misunderstanding finally shattered in Nicole's mind as she softly acknowledged the completely unexpected truth. Immediate, sheer terror washed over Nicole's face as she realized she had loudly and confidently told everyone she was receiving discarded leftovers. Connecting the painful dots in his own mind, Caius realized she had outright rejected his gifts solely because she erroneously believed she was sharing Caroline's leftovers. Covering her mouth in utter, profound mortification, Nicole frantically resolved to correct the incredibly embarrassing rumor she had personally spread. Staring down at his deeply flustered fiancée, a sudden, profoundly romantic realization finally struck Caius as he wondered if she had actually been jealous. Shifting his tone to something much softer, he gently prompted her again to choose whichever specific flowers she truly desired. Yielding to his sudden warmth, Nicole shyly pointed toward the bright orange blooms, prompting him to curiously ask if that was her favorite color. Flashing a brilliantly genuine and radiant smile, she happily confirmed her choice because the vibrant hue filled her with a profound sense of joy. Captivated entirely by her sudden, breathtakingly bright expression, a deep and undeniably genuine blush violently spread. He internally lamented that, Despite their impending post-graduation marriage, he had shamefully never even bothered to learn his own fiancée's favorite color. Holding the beautifully wrapped bouquet of her chosen flowers, a deep melancholy washed over him as he realized how terrifyingly little he actually knew about her. His profound romantic introspection was instantly shattered when Nicole casually assumed their brief excursion was already completely over. The scene abruptly opens with a lingering, tense question hanging in the air. A light-haired young man stares in sheer disbelief, utterly shocked that such a question would be asked right after they finally arrived in the city. Grabbing her hand, he pulls her along excitedly, declaring they are going straight to a cafe to share some tea. The pair settles down at a table adorned with an elegant floral tea set as she gently agrees to the outing. Breaking the comfortable silence, she hesitantly questions whether he ought to be attending to Lady Caroline instead. He quickly dismisses the concern, explaining that he only tends to the lady during emergencies and certainly does not dedicate all his time to her. Gazing at him thoughtfully, she remarks that he always seems to be right by Caroline's side, prompting a sudden realization. Pausing with her teacup suspended, she notes that his constant presence around the other woman has been especially noticeable lately. Shifting the focus, the young man seriously reprimands her for wandering the dangerous city streets by herself, insisting she put an end to the risky habit. Stunned by the abrupt change in topic, her eyes widen as she processes his sudden burst of protective concern. Realizing Caius might actually care, she attempts to soothe his worries by assuring him she strictly sticks to safe, public areas and steers clear of back alleys. Unconvinced by her reassurances, Caius crosses his arms and stubbornly demands she at least bring a maid along to mitigate the risks. Staring at his turned back, she softly yields to his demand, her enthusiasm deflating. Internally, she bitterly concludes that his lecture isn't born of genuine affection and expects him to cut their date short. Forcing a cheerful smile, she casually pivots the conversation to mention a rumor about Lady Caroline's newfound love for imported teas. Caught completely off guard by the non sequitur, Caius blinks in sheer confusion. His confusion rapidly morphs into intense frustration as he demands to know why she constantly brings up Lady Caroline. She privately reasons that since he only values matters concerning Caroline, she is left with absolutely nothing else to discuss to keep him engaged. Staring down at her reflection in the teacup, a heavy wave of inadequacy washes over her as she accepts she cannot bring him happiness. Later that evening, she gently runs her fingers across the cover of a mysterious, dark-bound book. Hugging the tome to her chest, she gazes upward with a dreamy, enamored expression plastered across her face. Collapsing onto her plush bed, she sighs in absolute wonder at the mesmerizing story she just finished. Inspecting the cover closely, she notes that the brilliant author actually hails from a neighboring nation. She reminisces about discovering the captivating author by chance at a bookstore, which sparked an obsession that led her to devour every single translated work available. Rolling over to face a towering stack of novels, she laments that there are countless other untranslated masterpieces waiting for her. A deep, insatiable thirst for literature consumes her as she vows to find a way to read the rest. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of inspiration hits her like a lightning bolt. Springing upright in bed with renewed vigor, she enthusiastically decides to learn the foreign language just to read the original texts. Rationalizing her new goal, she notes that Lord Caius's inevitable neglect during their upcoming marriage will afford her the perfect, endless stretches of free time to study and read. Throwing her arm into the air with a triumphant cheer, she finalizes her plan to march straight to the library the second class's end. True to her word, she arrives at the Grand Library the next day, craning her neck to scan the towering shelves of foreign literature. Sunlight reflects off the stately, pillared exterior of the Academy's massive library building. Pulling a dusty volume from the stacks, she flips it open and hums thoughtfully at the unfamiliar script. Staring blankly at the page while a young man browses nearby, she bluntly admits to herself that the foreign words are complete gibberish. Refusing to be defeated so easily, she decides to tackle the challenge by translating the cover first. Flipping through a heavy dictionary, she groans at the immense difficulty as she pieces together dense words like science and essence. Her clumsy translations yield terrifying and confusing results, ranging from dry marriage laws to horrifying mentions of revenge, blood, and curses. Pressing on, she slowly translates another title piece by piece, revealing it to be an old tale concerning a town named Ivasilok. Piecing the fragments together, she realizes the book is likely a collection of local stories. Excitement bubbles up as she deduces it is a collection of fairy tales from Irigal's capital, hoping the simpler genre will be much easier to translate. Diving back into the text with renewed focus, she begins deciphering individual vocabulary words like fountain and live. Meanwhile, a bespectacled young man named Emilio, known as Lobelia's fiancé, pauses his own search as he spots a familiar figure. Observing her intense focus from afar, Emilio reminisces about a past encounter they had during the vibrant flower festival. He identifies the diligent student as Nicole, a quiet girl who shares a class with his own fiancé. Recalling Lobelia's tearful pity, Emilio remembers that Nicole is trapped in an unfortunate engagement with a man entirely obsessed with the princess. Noting her isolated state, the polite young nobleman decides to step forward and offer a standard greeting. However, his formal approach abruptly halts as a shocking sound reaches his ears. Up close, a single, tragic tear escapes Nicole's eye and slides down her flushed cheek as she stares at her book. Trembling with emotion, she openly weeps into her hand, sobbing about the sheer cruelty of the princess in her story. Misunderstanding the context entirely, a horrified Emilio leaps to the conclusion that she is crying over the real-life Princess Caroline's tyrannical bullying. Leaning in with deep concern, Emilio gently asks the weeping girl if something terrible happened to make her utter the word cruel. Sniffling softly in the quiet library, Nicole reads aloud that a character's first love was utterly crushed, leading the beautiful fountain to become permanently tainted. Emilio recoils in sheer horror, screaming at the top of his lungs to ask what those dark, tragic words could possibly mean. Completely oblivious to his rising panic, she continues quoting the depressing story, murmuring that her love was trampled on and the fountain was ruined. A terrifying realization suddenly dawns on Emilio as his eye twitches wildly behind his glasses. Jumping to a wildly inaccurate conclusion, he loudly declares that the fountain clearly represents Lady Nicole's own heart, which has been tainted by the heartless actions of Princess Caroline and Lord Caius. Flipping the page with a sigh, Nicole innocently adds the grim narrative detail that the poor girl in the story was even pelted with stones. Emilio covers his mouth in absolute shock, visibly trembling as he becomes completely horrified by the imaginary revelation that Lord Caius actually threw stones at Lady Nicole. Enraged by this fabricated abuse, he wonders how Caius dares to act like a proper fiancé while seemingly subjecting Nicole to such vicious domestic violence. Adjusting his glasses furiously, Emilio fumes that while raising a hand against a woman is already unforgivable, violently throwing stones at her is a completely outrageous crime. Although he desperately wants to confront Lord Caius immediately to exact justice, Emilio worries that blindly interfering might actually worsen Lady Nicole's fragile position if Princess Caroline secretly approved of the horrific abuse. Staring intensely ahead with narrowed, determined eyes, he firmly resolves that he must act very carefully in handling this extremely serious and delicate political matter. Pacing anxiously down the Grand Academy hallway, Emilio deeply laments his current powerlessness and decides that all he can realistically do for now is watch from the sidelines. His dark brooding is suddenly interrupted when a dark-haired girl approaches from behind, gently asking if something is currently troubling him. Startled out of his intense thoughts, Emilio spins around and softly calls out Rebelia's name in surprise. He pauses and swallows hard, feeling heavily burdened by the terrifying secret he genuinely believes he has just uncovered. Rebelia stares up at her fiancé with wide, innocent eyes, patiently waiting for him to explain the source of his sudden distress. Leaning in with an aura of utmost seriousness, Emilio urgently whispers, begging her to keep his impending revelation a strict secret. The tense scene suddenly shifts to the bright, sunlit exterior of the academy, where an unseen voice politely wishes Princess Caroline a very good morning. Flanked by her loyal companions, the elegant princess flashes a graceful smile and warmly returns the morning greeting to her peers. Nearby, Lord Caius's eyes widen in sheer surprise as a furious voice aggressively commands him to wait a moment. Striding furiously through the arched stone hallway, Rebelia boldly leads a group of angry female students directly toward the bewildered nobleman. Pointing an accusing finger right at Caius's chest, Rebelia viciously brands him a complete scoundrel who is utterly unworthy of even being called a man. With furious, stinging tears streaming down her face, she violently screams that he should fall straight into hell and be brutally torn apart and gouged. Completely blindsided by the explosive public attack, a panicked and sweating Caius screams back, desperately demanding to know who this insane woman even is. As the angry mob of girls quickly storms away in disgust, Caius reaches out helplessly, demanding they wait and explicitly remember this grave insult. Left completely alone to ponder the bizarre encounter, he mutters that he has absolutely no idea what that was about or if he somehow did something to deeply offend her. Sometime later in the quiet confines of the library, Caius approaches Lady Nicole and curiously asks her what she is currently reading with such intense focus. Smiling brightly at his rare interest, Nicole explains she is reading captivating fairy tales from a neighboring country about a fountain spirit who pretends to be human to befriend a young boy. She details the story's tragic climax where the boy, heavily manipulated by a wicked princess, throws a stone into the fountain, killing the spirit and causing the entire forest to wither away. Looking down at the dense text with a heavy heart, she softly admits that the story was so overwhelmingly sad that it actually made her cry a little bit yesterday. Later on, Nicole deeply contemplates the massive breaking news that Princess Caroline's engagement to the crown prince of the neighboring country, Iregal, has been officially announced for after graduation. Staring thoughtfully up at the ceiling with a writing quill in hand, she seriously wonders what Lord Caius will ultimately do and if he will actually follow the princess all the way to Iregal. She logically deduces that since becoming a royal guard in Iregal is nearly impossible, his only viable path to remaining near the royals would be to secure a high-ranking diplomatic position there. A heavy wave of profound uncertainty washes over her face as she questions whether Caius will definitively break off their engagement or if they are still somehow destined to get married. She rationalizes that as the direct heir to a market, he cannot easily move to another country, though he could potentially step aside and let one of his two younger brothers inherit the noble title. Given his extreme, unwavering devotion, she solemnly concludes that he might actually give up his prestigious title entirely just to start from scratch in Iregal for Princess Caroline's sake. Lowering her gaze with a sad, resigned smile, she accepts the harsh reality that either way, he probably will never have the time or the inclination to pay any real attention to her. Ignoring the surrounding drama, Nicole continues to sit diligently in the library, completely absorbed in her thick books while other students silently observe her from afar. A group of gossiping students whispers among themselves, noting that the devoted Lady Nicole is in the library yet again today, diligently poring over the complex language of Iregal. They wildly speculate that because Lord Caius is inevitably following Princess Caroline, poor Lady Nicole is being dragged along and must learn the language just to keep up with her absent fiancé. The rumors escalate horribly, with some students boldly guessing Caius plans to abandon her entirely, or that he ruthlessly threatened to cancel the marriage unless she desperately learned the language to chase after him. Acting on the rampant and uncontrollable gossip, a serious-looking male student formally confronts Caius in the brightly lit academy hallway. With his arms crossed in harsh judgment, the student bluntly demands to know what is really happening behind closed doors between Caius and Lady Nicole. Looking completely unbothered by the accusation, Caius simply turns his head and nonchalantly replies that there is absolutely nothing in particular going on. The interrogator narrows his eyes sharply, radiating intense skepticism at the nobleman's highly dismissive and frustratingly vague answer. Caught completely off guard by the sheer intensity of the glare, Caius stammers slightly, totally confused by the sudden hostility of the confrontation. Gesturing with absolute exasperation, the student asks if Caius is somehow completely deaf to the massive rumors currently swirling all around the entire school. He aggressively details the vicious gossip, explaining that everyone firmly believes Caius is abandoning his devoted fiancée to selfishly chase Princess Caroline to Iregal. Narrowing his eyes to deliver the final verbal blow, the student states the entire academy pities Nicole, thinking she is only studying the foreign language so she can desperately follow her cold-hearted fiancé. Shocked by the implication that he didn't know the rumors, Caius vehemently denies the nonsense about moving to Iregal, loudly reminding them that he is the heir to a marquis. The woman beside him points out his ignorance with a tired sigh as he fiercely defends his noble position. A dark-haired friend casually interjects, noting he often spots Lady Nicole at the library. Crossing his arms, he confirms it is entirely true that Lady Nicole has been deeply engrossed in studying the language of Iregal. Struck entirely off guard by this unexpected revelation about his fiancée, Caius lets out a bewildered gasp. His friend questions why Nicole would ever need to learn the language of Iregal when the continent's common tongue is the imperial language. He logically points out that the people of their own country only ever need to know their own language. He explains that going out of her way to master the language of another country sends a very specific message. Such intense dedication could easily be seen by high society as her preparing to move there permanently. Sweating under the weight of the accusation, Caius demands to know how such a ridiculous rumor about him moving to Iregal even started. his friend smoothly replies that it is probably because Caius is always loudly proclaiming he will become a knight and protect Princess Caroline. Panicking, Caius insists he only meant he would protect her as a childhood friend while she remained in this country, well before her engagement was ever settled. He frantically clarifies he never planned to follow the princess after her marriage. Unmoved by the excuses, his friend coldly states that regardless of Caius's true intentions, the public perception is already cemented. People simply think he is the kind of man who would completely abandon his own fiancée just to follow the princess. Pausing reflectively, the friend admits that as Caius's childhood friend who has relied on him entirely too much, he bears some heavy responsibility for this tragic misunderstanding. He gently calls out Caius's name, preparing to deliver a harsh truth. With a miserable groan, Caius braces himself for the inevitable scolding. His friend pierces right to the core of the issue, asking if Caius isn't severely lacking basic communication with his fiancée. Recalling the day of the vibrant flower festival, the friend notes that Nicole was going into town completely alone. He points out she even mentioned going by herself when the bustling traveling merchants were visiting. He sternly lectures Caius that instead of exchanging letters with the crown prince of a neighboring country, he needs to properly court his fiancée. The friend outlines a strict plan. Caius must visit her, write her letters, and spend his precious days off by her side. Looking utterly defeated and exhausted by his own romantic failures, Caius closes his eyes. He reluctantly agrees with a heavy sigh, accepting the grim reality of his negligence. Shifting topics, the friend casually mentions that Lady Nicole deeply cherishes a certain bracelet. He suggests Caius should wear a matching one so they can confidently show it off together when they go out, leaving Caius thoroughly bewildered. The friend confirms Nicole has been wearing this mystery accessory quite recently. He specifies it is the exact same bracelet that was being sold at the lively traveling merchants market. Elaborating on the item's lore, he explains that it is wildly popular for couples to wear matching ones. It is widely said that wearing the matching jewelry brings immense happiness to the lovers. He reminds Caius that they actually wore them last year, didn't they? Back then, Caius couldn't possibly refuse because it was a direct, earnest request from his fiancée. Teasingly, the friend asks why Nicole still has one if they both supposedly stopped wearing them this year, plunging Caius into immediate distress. Visibly sweating, Caius stammers in disbelief, loudly declaring he doesn't have such a bracelet. Chewing his thumb in sheer panic, Caius realizes he didn't give the matching bracelet to her, sparking a terrifying train of thought. He spirals into jealousy, frantically wondering if she bought it herself or if another man boldly gifted it to her. Gripping his chin with trembling fingers, he desperately tries to rationalize the terrifying situation. He forcefully mutters to himself that such a betrayal simply can't be true. Meanwhile, Princess Caroline announces her formal intentions. She respectfully requests to meet and personally speak with Lady Nicole. The elegant princess feels a deep sense of guilt regarding the messy situation. She firmly believes she must apologize to Nicole for selfishly taking up so much of Caius's valuable time. The scene transitions to a breathtaking, sunlit garden gazebo surrounded by meticulously groomed roses. This opulent setting serves as the quiet battleground for their impending, high-stakes conversation. Arriving at the lush garden, Nicole trembles with deep anxiety. She nervously concludes there can only be one grim reason why Princess Caroline herself would issue a private invitation for tea. Nicole braces her heart for the worst possible outcome. She is absolutely certain the princess is going to ask her to step aside because she plans on taking Caius away to Iregal. Standing gracefully before the marble gazebo, Princess Caroline offers a warm, polite greeting. The royal's gentle demeanor completely contrasts with the dark, swirling fears consuming Nicole's mind. With a sharp but elegant gaze, the dark-haired princess takes control of the meeting. She gestures smoothly, politely inviting the anxious Nicole to have a seat. Caroline wastes no time getting to the heart of the matter. Lowering her gaze slightly, she states that first and foremost, she would like to sincerely apologize. The majestic princess stands tall in her exquisite, flowing gown beside the garden table. She projects an aura of absolute nobility and grace as she prepares to bare her soul to the trembling fiancé. Caroline openly confesses she has selfishly relied entirely too much on Caius as her childhood friend. She solemnly admits that her thoughtless actions must have caused Nicole immense discomfort. Startled by the royal's sudden humility, Nicole immediately waves her hands in a frantic panic. She desperately denies taking any offense, loudly insisting that it was no trouble at all. Lowering her voice with surprising maturity, Nicole honestly admits she might have felt that way before. However, she assures the princess that now, she genuinely doesn't mind at all. Displaying incredible resolve, Nicole vows she won't get in the way of their bond. She firmly declares that if being by Princess Caroline's side is what truly makes Lord Caius happy, she will accept it. With a bright, painful smile, Nicole delivers her ultimate sacrifice. She cheerfully tells the princess to please feel completely free to take Lord Caius to Iregal. This dramatic and completely unexpected offer catches the composed royal entirely off guard. A tight close-up reveals Caroline's eye widening in sheer, bewildered shock at the girl's extreme self-sacrifice. Recovering her poise, Caroline delicately takes a sip from her elegant teacup. She casually changes the subject, mentioning she heard Nicole has recently been learning the Iregal language. Nicole's face immediately brightens as she enthusiastically confirms the rumor. She humbly adds that, though she is studying it, she has only just started the difficult process. Prompted by the princess to explain why she decided to study it, Nicole shares her simple motivation. She warmly explains she merely wanted to read foreign books written in the language of Iregal. Caroline leans in close, her piercing eyes locking onto Nicole's innocent face. The princess astutely points out that, if she only wants to read books, then she is not actually studying to move to Iregal. The crushing weight of her own foolishness violently slams into Nicole's mind. Her pupils shrink in sudden, frozen horror as the puzzle pieces quickly snap into place. Connecting the dots in real time, Nicole loudly gasps in sudden realization. She finally understands that her innocent studies are the exact source of the strange rumors circulating recently. Mentally berating herself, Nicole figures out the disastrous chain of events. She realizes Princess Caroline must have heard those rumors and incorrectly thought Nicole might desperately try to interfere with the two of them. Calmly enjoying her tea, Princess Caroline tells the panicking girl to rest assured. The royal firmly clarifies she has absolutely no intention of holding Caius back or following him to Iregal. Relieved but acting purely on chaotic impulse, Nicole beams a dazzlingly bright smile. She cheerfully informs the bewildered princess that they can simply annul the engagement at any time. The sheer absurdity of a fiancé happily offering to break her own engagement leaves Caroline utterly speechless. The dark-haired princess stares blankly, weakly muttering for her to excuse her. An intense close-up perfectly captures the princess's deep, internal confusion. She mutters to herself about how incredibly unusual this entire bizarre conversation has become. Struggling to comprehend the girl's perfect, unbothered demeanor, Caroline questions her true intentions. The royal asks in sheer disbelief if Nicole truly intends to annul the engagement. Dropping all pretenses, Nicole frankly admits her darkest, most pragmatic desire. She cheerfully confesses that if she had her way, she would highly prefer a convenient marriage in name only. The dark-haired princess scowls deeply, her face twisting in a mix of pure shock and intense concern. She stammers out a weak objection, completely unable to process the young noblewoman's twisted logic. Calmly sipping her tea, Nicole explains that an annulment would likely only attract highly problematic matches since most noble ladies are already engaged. Therefore, to be completely honest, she coldly reasons it would be incredibly convenient for her if the sham marriage remained perfectly intact. Princess Caroline seriously considers the idea of living in this country while Lord Caius lives in Iregal. She quickly dismisses the idea, acknowledging that such a setup is far too convenient for her. Staring intensely with a dark scowl, Caroline admits she was mistaken and realizes the situation is far more serious than she initially thought. She sharply calls out his name, ready to address the severity of the issue. Caroline fiercely warns that if things continue like this, they will inevitably end up in a marriage in name only. Shocked by the harsh reality check, Caius lets out a bewildered gasp as her words finally sink in. Pacing nervously outside the Grand Academy building, he wonders in sheer panic how their relationship ever came to this. He fiercely declares there is no way they are calling off the engagement, let alone settling for a loveless marriage. The dark-haired friend sighs, pointing out there is a complete misunderstanding about her relationship with Caius, though he admits it is their own fault for letting it happen. Grasping at straws, Caius hopefully suggests that if she is simply angry out of jealousy, a proper explanation could fix things. Leaning casually against the wall, his friend bluntly retorts that she doesn't look jealous at all. Despondent and frustrated, Caius mutters that this is exactly what he means. His friend elaborates further, stating it doesn't feel like jealousy but rather that she thinks Caius simply doesn't matter. Recalling the flower festival, the friend notes Nicole didn't look like she was pretending when she clearly said she had no particular business with Caius. Meanwhile, Nicole walks cheerfully down the hall, beaming with a bright smile while tightly clutching her bag. Watching her unbothered demeanor, Caius gulps heavily as intense anxiety washes over him. His friend calmly advises that, at any rate, Caius should discuss this massive misunderstanding with her first. Stepping closer to clarify, the friend asks if Caius considers Lady Nicole as nothing, prompting a swift and angry denial. Caius vehemently declares that Nicole is his precious fiancée and beloved. Satisfied with his resolve, his friend encourages him to ask her out on a date after class tomorrow. The next day, Nicole happily hums a cheerful tune as she walks down the Grand Academy corridor. Buzzing with pure excitement, Nicole celebrates that today is finally the day her Irigal language book is arriving. Spotting him nearby, she offers a polite good morning as Lord Caius stands waiting with his arms tightly crossed. Brushing straight past him, she casually asks him to let Princess Caroline know she appreciated what she did yesterday. Panicking as she walks away, Caius forcefully grabs her shoulder and desperately begs her to hold on. Turning back with a confused blink, Nicole politely asks if he needs something. Peeking through a cracked door, his friends carefully watch the interaction in suspense, silently cheering for him to do it. Gathering his scattered courage, Caius clears his throat with a nervous cough. Staring intently, he nervously declares that he is going to town later today after class. Innocently missing the point, Nicole blinks and asks if he is going with Princess Caroline. Flustered and yelling, Caius fiercely insists he is absolutely going with her instead. Utterly perplexed by his sudden intensity, Nicole tilts her head and questions why he wants to go with her. Stumbling over his words, Caius frantically tries to articulate his feelings. In a brief flashback, his friend's advice echoes, telling him to confidently say it's because she's his girlfriend and they're dating. Sweating under the immense pressure, Caius stammers out a weak excuse, completely failing to deliver the smooth line. Abandoning the script, a violently blushing Caius yells that it's because she is his fiancée, demanding they go to town and have tea. Surprised by the sudden outburst, Nicole softly apologizes and admits she can't today. Disappointed, Caius leans in and asks if she already has something planned. Closing his eyes, Caius stubbornly insists he will come pick her up after class anyway, brushing off her mild protests. He swiftly turns and marches away down the hall, leaving Nicole staring blankly at his retreating back. Slumping with a tired sigh, Nicole laments that she was hoping to head home early to read her book, wondering if she needs to come up with something to talk about regarding Princess Caroline. Looking up at the quaint town buildings later that day, she mentally admits she can't think of anything at all to say. They arrive together at a stylish cafe featuring large windows and comfortable outdoor seating. Approaching the elegant entrance, Caius confidently notes that this must be the place. Remembering his friend's crucial advice, Caius recalls being told to start by visiting a newly opened, highly popular store among young women. Standing sharply at the door, Caius remembers his core mission is to find out what tea Lady Nicole likes. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out Nicole's name, expressing great joy at finally seeing her. Nicole brightly greets Mr. Ronald, while Caius shoots a sharp, questioning glare at the handsome newcomer. Ronald notices Caius and politely asks Nicole if she is with a friend today. Nicole cheerfully confirms, explaining she wanted to visit the shop since it was the talk of the town, while Caius leans in to ask if she has been here before. Looking incredibly nervous, Caius stammers and asks Nicole if she really came to the store all alone. Blinking in innocent confusion, Nicole confirms she was indeed alone and asks what could possibly be wrong with that. Caius quickly points out that a lady as incredibly pretty as her will obviously attract unwanted attention in a store like this. He frantically worries that even the clerk is way too forward, fearing some man with ulterior motives might approach her. A delicate teapot sits on the table as Caius forcefully demands her to listen. Leaning forward with a stern glare, he strictly forbids her from going to the city alone from now on, insisting she tell him first if she wants to go somewhere. Taken aback by his sudden authoritarian tone, Nicole simply stares at him and asks what he means. Caius defensively barks that he can surely spare time for his fiancée, but Nicole quietly points out that he is always busy. Looking away with a soft sigh, Nicole calmly takes a sip from her teacup. Caius falls into a sullen, thoughtful silence as he stares back at her. Lowering her cup, Nicole draws attention to the elegant bracelet resting on her wrist. Smiling brightly, she brushes off his concern and explains she bought it herself at a street market. Stunned by her independence, Caius quietly repeats that she actually bought it herself. Unfazed by his reaction, Nicole plainly states that she naturally did. Sitting across from her, he recalls that he couldn't get it last year and asks if it wasn't a popular item back then. She gazes at it fondly, explaining that it is a really pretty design and has quickly become her favorite. Caius stares at her intently, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Acknowledging her taste, he admits that it is a beautiful design but hesitates to finish his thought. He defensively points out that it is something couples wear, but Nicole counters that the shopkeeper said getting just one was perfectly fine. Unable to hide his hurt feelings, he desperately asks why she didn't take him with her. Sighing heavily as he wonders why they always end up arguing like this, he is caught off guard when Nicole asks if he was planning to get one for Caroline. Furious at the accusation, Caius loudly declares he has no intention of accompanying Caroline into her wedding in Irigal, as he will be the one succeeding the Marquis family. Nicole points out he won't be able to meet her outside diplomatic occasions, asking with a worried expression if there is really no way around it. Clenching his fist with sheer determination, he insists he is sure he can do something if he rises to a position where he can meet the Queen in Iligal. Passionately yelling that he doesn't want to stay with Caroline to that extent, he clenches his hand while Nicole reminds him of the diplomatic restrictions. He frantically explains that the only reason he was ever around Caroline is because they are just childhood friends. Desperate to clear the air, he loudly insists he doesn't have any special feelings for her beyond that friendship. Looking at her with pleading eyes, he tries to interject with a weak excuse. Looking down with sorrowful eyes, Nicole cuts him off to say he is always thinking about Caroline. She bitterly recalls how everything that caught his eye at the street market last year made him think of how perfectly it would fit Caroline. Continuing her relentless teardown, she reminds him that he even used their sword training as an excuse to be with Caroline and got upset about it. Caius desperately denies it, but Nicole casually brushes off his panic and says it is fine. She coldly states that it is much more fulfilling to put effort into someone important rather than a fiancé he doesn't really know. Ignoring his weak protests, she firmly adds that it was simply easier for her to do things by herself. Taking another sip of tea, she notes that looking back, it was completely unavoidable for people to think he liked Caroline since prioritizing someone important makes the most sense. Internally reeling, Caius reflects that he always treated Caroline like a man since childhood, but the Academy foolishly expected her to act like a princess. He remembers feeling sorry for Caroline because she genuinely wanted to wield a sword and wear armor, often thinking those knightly things would suit her. He mentally berates himself for not being honest about his feelings for Nicole, opting to buy Caroline an interesting book instead of the hair ornament he knew would look beautiful on Nicole's hair. He admits his own cowardice, realizing he took the easy path of treating Caroline like a man because he didn't know how to approach an ordinary, gentle girl like Nicole. Tears welling in his desperate eyes, he pathetically calls out Nicole's name. Unmoved by his display, Nicole coldly tells Lord Caius that she won't stop him and he can do whatever he wants. She practically twists the knife, pointing out that breaking off their engagement now means she likely won't find another good marriage proposal. Forcing a painfully tragic smile, she insists she doesn't mind a loveless marriage and would prefer to just keep their current relationship. Horrified by her resignation, Caius stares in pure shock as he internally screams about how he can possibly make up for this catastrophic failure. Unable to hold back any longer, Caius suddenly lunges forward and pulls her into a desperate, clinging embrace. Onlookers recoil in absolute disgust, sweating as they mutter to each other that this public display looks incredibly bad. Completely broken, Caius wonders if he is no longer allowed to even have tea with Nicole and if they are truly doomed to a loveless marriage. Spiraling into total despair, he violently wonders if he should go to church to confess his sins or just become a nun and dedicate his life to the clergy. His exasperated friends tell him to calm down, advising that if he truly learned his lesson, he needs to dedicate himself entirely to Lady Nicole from now on. They order him to write her letters, send her gifts, and ask her out on a date to prove his worth, especially since she claimed to be more comfortable on her own. Caius cries out in sheer despair, realizing that Nicole wouldn't even be happy if he asked her on a date. He clutches his chest, lamenting that this is exactly what it means to completely lose someone's affection. His friend aggressively snaps back, pointing out the absolute obvious to the bewildered boy. He sternly asks Caius if he actually wants to end up trapped in a loveless marriage. Pointing a firm finger, the friend insists that in that case, Caius just needs to put in the effort. He declares that Caius must fight to win Nicole's heart back. Utterly defeated and lost, Caius looks down with tears in his eyes. He weakly wonders aloud how he is supposed to even accomplish that. His friend throws his hands out, urgently explaining that they need to let Nicole see him as her actual fiancé. He stresses that in any case, if she doesn't see him that way, this situation won't go anywhere. Desperate for guidance, Caius turns to his friends Albert and Zeke, conceding that they are completely right. A woman nearby yells at them, prompting Caius to eagerly ask the boys how they approach their own fiancés. Zeke nonchalantly brushes off the question, stating that they aren't really doing much besides normal stuff. Furious at this unhelpful response, the woman screams at them to give Caius some actual advice for Christ's sake. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Zeke realizes she has a point. He suggests basic romantic gestures like eating together or attending events together. Struck by a sudden realization, Zeke bluntly asks Caius if he has ever even had lunch with Nicole. He points out the glaring issue that Caius is practically always hanging around him instead. A heavy, agonizing silence falls over the room as the gravity of the question sinks in. Sweating nervously, Caius visibly gulps in sheer panic. Zeke narrows his eyes, staring at his friend with a mix of intense judgment and disbelief. He hesitantly calls out Caius's name, sensing the impending disaster. Trembling and sweating profusely, Caius weakly stammers out his pathetic confession. He admits that no, he has never actually had lunch with his own fiancée. His friends instantly erupt in furious rage, screaming that he is an absolute moron and an idiot. Caius clutches his head in agony, violently berating himself for being so unbelievably stupid and unobservant. Pointing an accusing finger, Zeke furiously declares that he finally understands why Lady Nicole completely gave up on him. Caius recoils in absolute horror, crying out in desperate denial that it simply cannot be true. Throwing his hands up in total defeat, Zeke shouts that Caius is completely hopeless and barely hanging on, leaving no chance to save this disaster. Caius covers his face and wails in utter devastation, screaming his refusal over and over again. Looking exhausted, the woman groans that while Caius may be a moron, she is honestly no better than him. She shamefully admits that she didn't even think about Nicole's feelings either. Regaining her composure, she states that although she can't think of any grand plan to fix his massive mess, he should start small. She firmly advises him to start by simply inviting Lady Nicole to lunch today. Locking eyes with the distraught boy, she delivers her final piece of stern advice. She commands him to start with that one simple task. Standing near the Grand Academy staircase, Caius spots Nicole and freezes. He stares at her back, completely captivated by her elegant presence. Sensing someone behind her, Nicole turns around slightly. She offers a soft, polite smile that completely disarms him. Caius stares back at her, absolutely mesmerized by her gentle beauty. A bright blush completely takes over his flushed cheeks. Unaware of his internal turmoil, Nicole turns her gaze downward. Her expression immediately shifts to one of quiet, heartbreaking melancholy. The grand, imposing architecture of the Academy building stands tall against the bright daytime sky. Lush leaves rustle gently in the peaceful courtyard breeze. Walking alone through the halls, Nicole wonders what Lord Caius was thinking about yesterday. She sadly recalls how distracted and quiet he was right after they had tea. She thoughtfully ponders if he simply wasn't feeling well during their meeting. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out to announce her arrival. A friend approaches and asks if she is hungry, casually suggesting they head to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Nicole internally assumes that Caius is just deeply struggling to accept Princess Caroline's impending marriage. Turning to her friend with a warm smile, Nicole wonders aloud what is on the lunch menu today. Suddenly, she lets out a surprised gasp as she hears a commotion. A figure violently dashes up behind her, panting heavily as he desperately catches his breath. Startled by the sudden noise, her friend nervously remarks that it scared her. Completely bewildered, Nicole turns around to face the exhausted runner. She looks at him with wide eyes and hesitantly calls out Lord Caius's name. Throwing his hand out to halt her, Caius desperately screams for her to stop right there. Blushing madly, he loudly begs Nicole to have lunch together with him. Before Nicole can even process the request, a girl violently shoves herself between the two of them. She throws her arms out defensively and screams a fierce battle cry. Blowing a whistle with wild panic, the girl screams for everyone to mobilize. She frantically commands her peers to immediately get Lady Nicole to safety. Completely bewildered by the sudden chaos, Nicole blurts out a confused sound. Her friends rapidly usher her away, hastily agreeing to evacuate her. Reaching out in total panic, Caius desperately begs them to wait and hold on. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where they are taking her. Suddenly, an imposing, dark figure stands directly in Caius's path. The man ominously calls out Lord Caius's name to instantly halt his pursuit. The stern-looking man pushes his glasses up, fixing Caius with an intimidating glare. He firmly demands to know just what Caius thinks he is doing here. Startled and thoroughly confused, Caius asks what the man means. The man clarifies that he is asking why Caius is specifically standing here in this classroom. Caius innocently stammers that he is here simply because it is lunchtime. He explains that he just wanted to eat with Nicole. The bespectacled man skeptically notes that they have never actually seen him have lunch with Lady Nicole until now. Caius nervously deflates, quietly asking if that is really so. Adjusting his glasses with a menacing gleam, the man continues his aggressive interrogation. He sharply questions why Caius is suddenly trying to do this all of a sudden. Furious at the constant interruptions, Caius demands the man get out of his way. He aggressively shouts that his lunch plans are absolutely none of his business. The man surprisingly backs down for a moment, calmly agreeing with Caius's statement. He plainly admits that it is indeed none of his business. Suddenly, the man's eyes sharpen dangerously from behind his thick lenses. He loudly interjects with a booming, righteous objection. Striking a dramatic pose, he declares that as a man, he simply cannot stand by. He refuses to let domestic violence happen to weak, fragile women under his watch. Shocked by the absurd accusation, Caius screams for him to wait a minute and asks what he means by domestic violence. Smugly adjusting his glasses, the man claims there are cases where some men are not even aware they are doing it. Unseen hands violently grab Caius while he furiously yells that he would never commit domestic violence. His captors ruthlessly order him to surrender calmly, stating they don't want to hear his excuses. Struggling wildly against his restraints, Caius demands to know who these guys are and screams to be let go. Unfazed, the captors casually ask their leader, Emilio, what the plan is. Emilio looks down at the captured noble with cold, merciless eyes. He authoritatively states that they will start the questioning right away. Raising his voice, Emilio issues a terrifying command to his loyal subordinates. He aggressively orders them to bring out the specific thing they had talked about. A bizarre, medieval-looking metal helmet adorned with ominous tubes is strapped tightly onto a terrified Caius's head. He stares in wide-eyed, absolute horror as the bizarre interrogation device is locked into place. Bound tightly with thick ropes to a heavy chair, a bewildered Caius flinches in sheer disbelief at his sudden captivity. A bespectacled man cheerfully introduces a bizarre helmet as a Western-invented lie detector, ignoring Caius's panicked demands about his impending fate. Flashing a sinister smile, the interrogator dictates that the captive must henceforth restrict all his answers exclusively to either yes or no. Searing terror flashes across Caius's widened eyes as the merciless machine formally asks if he has ever thrown stones at his own fiancée. Utterly outraged by the absurd accusation, Caius screams into the void, desperately demanding to know what the hell this ridiculous contraption is. Meanwhile, an assembly of curious classmates buzzes with vibrant gossip regarding a highly unusual event. They marvel aloud in the classroom, collectively wondering what unprecedented business could have possibly brought the noble Lord Caius into their domain during a lunch break. Caught in the swirling rumors, a hesitant Nicole gazes thoughtfully into the distance, silently hoping that he might have been there specifically for her. Her heart flutters momentarily as she entertains the sweet, fleeting fantasy that her fiancé had actually arrived to invite her to lunch. Quickly crushing her own fragile hopes with a wistful smile, she reminds herself that such a romantic gesture is probably never going to happen. Shaking off her melancholic thoughts, a cheerful Nicole balances her tray and celebrates the remarkably nice day. She gracefully strides toward the sunlit terrace, deeply appreciating the profound peace that comes with eating completely on her own. Just as she steps into the gentle breeze, an unexpected voice formally calls out her name from the doorway. A fiercely loyal cadre of girls abruptly swarms her, fiercely swearing that they will be the ones to protect Lady Nicole from now on while urging her to relax and enjoy her lunch. Completely blindsided by this dramatic, unsolicited vow of eternal protection, Nicole freezes with a hilariously perplexed expression. As the lively girls munch on their food around her, she warmly realizes that not being exactly alone anymore might actually be surprisingly fun. She beams a brilliantly radiant smile, discovering genuine joy and fierce independence even without being by Lord Caius's side. Far away from that peaceful scene, a panicked Caius sprints furiously for his life as his enraged captors aggressively order a relentless chase because he escaped. Propelled by sheer adrenaline, he bitterly reflects on his loveless marriage, acknowledging it is nothing more than a cold contract based purely on mutual agreement. Sweating profusely under the immense pressure, his mind violently races back to Nicole, agonizing over the tragic reality of their fake marriage. Despite the artificial foundation of their bond, Caius furiously grits his teeth and silently swears that he absolutely won't give up on her. A luminous, heart-wrenching vision of Nicole's breathtakingly joyful smile entirely consumes his desperate thoughts. Safely indoors but utterly exhausted, a frustrated Caius glares at the wall while his baffled pursuers wildly search everywhere, completely failing to comprehend how he could have gone far. Safely regrouped with his peers, an intense, dark-haired man crosses his arms and sharply demands to know what Caius's outrageous claims are supposed to mean. An absolutely livid Caius vehemently explains that his innocent attempt to invite Nicole to lunch horrifyingly resulted in him being forcibly subjected to a lie detector test. Trembling with righteous indignation, he throws his hands up and desperately asks where the wildly fabricated domestic violence accusation against him even came from. Stroking his chin in profound contemplation, the dark-haired man narrows his piercing eyes, deeply wondering where this catastrophic rumor mill all started. The room quickly descends into absolute panic as they realize they don't know the truth, unanimously declaring the mysterious ordeal a waking nightmare. Caius erupts in blinding fury, cursing whatever is wrong with those unhinged guys for treating him like some kind of despicable criminal. A calm, blonde comrade astutely points out that regardless of where the accusation came from, Caius is currently being intensely monitored, making it a severe problem if he cannot get near Lady Nicole. Consumed by terrible anxiety, Caius openly fears for Nicole getting surrounded by her crazy classmates, terrifyingly questioning if she is even remotely safe without him there. Interrupting the spiraling panic with a heavy sigh, the dark-haired man solemnly calls out Caius's name with grim resolution. Stepping forward with honorable conviction, he confesses that this is partly his fault too and adamantly declares he needs to clear up the massive misunderstanding with Nicole immediately. Blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, a diligent Nicole wanders the silent, towering aisles of the Grand Library, scanning for a particular tome. Spotting the distinct, gray spine wedged tightly on the highest tier, she triumphantly announces to the empty room that she finally found it. Stretching elegantly onto her tiptoes, the determined girl reaches her slender arm as high as possible toward the intimidating bookshelf. Straining her trembling fingers against the heavy binding, she desperately whispers to herself that she is just a bit more away and almost there. Out of nowhere, a sleek, black-gloved hand effortlessly bypasses her struggling grip and swiftly dislodges the stubborn book from its resting place. A startled gasp escapes Nicole's lips as she catches a sudden, imposing glimpse of a broad shoulder intimately hovering right beside her face. A low, incredibly smooth voice purrs near her ear, charmingly warning her to be careful as a handsome smirk graces the stranger's lips. The dark-haired man from Caius's circle gracefully presents the massive book, trapping a wide-eyed, heavily blushing Nicole between his towering frame and the wooden shelves. Terribly flustered by his overwhelmingly intense proximity, Nicole practically stammers as she politely thanks him very much for the unexpected rescue. Curiously scanning his sharp, foreign uniform, she nervously wonders if he could secretly be someone from entirely outside the academy. Plucking up her fragile courage, she offers a strained, incredibly awkward smile and politely asks if he could please let go of the suffocating trap he has formed around her. Instantly respectful, the mysterious man smoothly steps back to grant her precious breathing room, offering his deeply sincere apologies for his forwardness. Handing over the literary prize, he seamlessly compliments Lady Nicole for being so hardworking to study until after school. Her heart instantly drops into her stomach, and she defensively clutches the book while demanding to know exactly how this absolute stranger knows her name. Stripping away his previously playful demeanor, the enigmatic man locks his deeply serious, shadowy gaze onto her fragile form. Leaning in with an aura of immense, crushing gravity, he softly declares that he desperately needs to tell her something of incredible importance. With his striking eye gleaming with untold secrets, he issues a powerful, unyielding plea, firmly begging her not to question his incoming words. Overwhelmed by her fragile emotions, Nicole tearfully admits that her heart will probably shatter into a million pieces. Recognizing the striking features of the stranger, Nicole gasps in shock and wonders if this imposing figure could actually be Princess Caroline. A furious shout suddenly shatters the tense silence as an unseen figure aggressively demands to know what they think they are doing. Bursting through the heavy library doors with desperate energy, a breathless Caius wildly throws his arms out to interrupt the scene. Still holding a bewildered Nicole protectively, the disguised Princess Caroline scowls and sharply asks if Lord Caius is completely blind. Glaring fiercely at the frantic intruder, Caroline loudly declares she is simply trying to resolve the massive misunderstanding while Caius screams in absolute confusion. Completely ignoring the cross-dressing royal's explanation, a panicked Caius desperately reaches out and calls Lady Nicole's name. Explaining her unusual disguise, Caroline gently confesses that she always felt more like a boy and genuinely believed she would grow up to be a man. Slamming her hand proudly against the bookshelf, Caroline confidently proclaims that she was almost like a man, leaving Nicole utterly baffled. The disguised princess plainly reveals that she adopted this masculine persona specifically to clear up Nicole's mistaken belief that Caius harbors romantic feelings for her. With a serious gaze, Caroline insists she had to definitively show that she and Caius only view each other as regular guy friends. Adding to her heartfelt confession, she admits with a warm smile that she would have eagerly attended the academy in men's clothing if it were strictly allowed. Looking deeply into Nicole's eyes, Caroline smoothly assures the charming lady that she has absolutely nothing to be worried or troubled about. Barking like an angry dog, an insanely jealous Caius lunges forward to pry the princess away from his fiancée because they are far too close. Caroline fiercely snaps back at Caius to stay out of her way since she is finally at the good part, making the flustered boy scream in bewildered outrage. Caius furiously argues that cross-dressing was entirely unnecessary to clear up a misunderstanding, but Caroline stubbornly counters that her masculine look holds far more convincing power. Dropping abruptly to his knees in the middle of the grand library, Caius casts aside all his noble pride to face his stunned fiancée. Desperately gripping her delicate hand, the kneeling Caius stares up with pleading eyes and begs Nicole to truly believe him. Interrupting the romantic tension, Caroline smoothly tells Nicole to feel completely free to just think of her as a man if it helps the situation. The cross-dressing royal then confidently declares that Caius completely thinks of her as a man anyway, further complicating the bizarre confrontation. Providing further hilarious proof of his obliviousness, Caroline starts recalling a time when she eagerly tried on the school uniform before enrolling. Pointing an accusatory finger at her flustered friend, she dramatically challenges Nicole to guess exactly what insensitive comment Caius made that day. Mimicking his smug face perfectly, Caroline reveals that Caius had shockingly asked if she just wanted to cross-dress now. Infuriated by the memory, she wildly demands validation from Nicole, yelling that his assumption was absolutely terrible and insanely disrespectful. A wildly flustered Caius points back at her and screams that she was the one who practically tried to strip him during that chaotic incident. Completely rejecting his defense, Caroline aggressively accuses him of being the truly terrible one while demanding he never put his arm around her again. Sweating profusely under the intense scrutiny, Caius shamefully admits at the top of his lungs that he has always been a massively insensitive fool. Turning back to Nicole with immense regret, he passionately confesses that he was a useless coward who kept running away because he had no clue how to properly treat someone so fragile. Begging for a shred of understanding, Caius urges Lady Nicole to please listen because he is completely serious about proving his devotion. Before he can finish his dramatic, tearful plea, a thick, heavy book suddenly slams directly onto the back of Caius's skull. Rubbing his sore head, Caius and the two stunned girls slowly look upward, collectively murmuring in absolute confusion. A stern, unseen authority figure coldly reprimands the chaotic trio, politely but firmly ordering them to maintain silence in the library. Instantly cowed by the scolding, Caius and Caroline sheepishly agree to quiet down as they realize the terrifying library club officers are watching. Seizing the perfect opportunity to escape the madness, a nervous Nicole clutches her book and quietly asks if it is all right for her to leave so she can study. Shortly after the library incident, malicious whispers begin circulating like wildfire among the eager students in the sunlit hallways. The vicious gossip wildly claims that a cross-dressing Princess Caroline was actively trying to use her charm to steal Lady Nicole directly from Lord Caius. Pinching the bridge of his nose in sheer exasperation, a thoroughly defeated Caius listens to the absurd rumors and mutters that it is all completely unbelievable. The student body enthusiastically brands the chaotic situation as a scandalous, highly forbidden triangle of love. Meanwhile, Sharp heels click furiously against the polished academy tiles as Nicole attempts to briskly walk away from the overwhelming drama. Wandering the grand, empty corridors alone, she thoughtfully grips her bag and wonders what Princess Caroline and Lord Caius were actually trying to accomplish back there. She vividly recalls the bizarre, chaotic scene where a surprisingly handsome Caroline tried to flee while Caius yelled in pain and a crowd of girls swooned over the disguised royal. Lowering her eyes with a sad, resigned sigh, Nicole silently wishes they would just stop worrying about her and simply keep things exactly the way they currently are. Shifting her troubled thoughts to upcoming obligations, she grimly remembers that the Academy's mandatory social gathering is scheduled for next week. She dreads the quarterly networking event because, despite the rules not being perfectly strict, every student is generally expected to remain faithfully by their fiancé's side the entire time. Having always preferred hiding in unnoticed corners, she feels her presence would be a massive waste of time, completely convinced that Caius will inevitably abandon her to be with Princess Caroline again. Hoping for a desperate loophole to avoid the painful humiliation, she quietly wonders if a sympathetic professor might just allow her to stay behind and study instead. Elsewhere, the usually energetic Caius and Caroline sit in deeply depressed, awkward silence, thoroughly regretting how spectacularly their grand plan backfired. A calm comrade harshly chastises the duo for making things unnecessarily complicated, advising them that the simplest solution to clear up Nicole's misunderstanding is to just swear absolute honesty from now on. Pouting defensively, Caroline whines that she never wanted this disastrous outcome to happen, while the irritated comrade aggressively points a scolding finger right at the princess too. The exasperated friend practically screams at them to stop doing reckless things before the wedding, especially since the insane rumors now claim the princess is actively trying to steal another man's fiancé. A voice apologizes before harshly declaring that someone will no longer be able to become the crown princess of the neighboring country due to the ongoing issue. Realizing their cross-dressing was more attractive than Caius himself, they note that making Lady Nicole blush is what started the spreading rumors. One person insists that Nicole wasn't completely uninterested and was merely standing there confused, prompting a baffled response from the other. Someone fiercely defends Nicole, shouting that she isn't that kind of girl and that the others are completely wrong. The group fires back, pointing out that because her fiancé is so useless, Nicole's heart has naturally already left him and tossed him in the trash. As the desperate men beg them to stop assuming things and claim it isn't too late to fix the situation, a girl sighs and compares their bickering to dogs barking. The girls realize that letting these two handle the situation will only make things more troublesome and worse. Deciding this is no time to worry about appearances, they agree that they have no other choice. The group of girls stands together in uniform resolve, declaring this their absolute last resort. One of the girls confidently leads the way out the door, gesturing for the others to come along. The girls confront Caius and his friends, firmly stating that this is simply how the situation stands. Staring down the boys, one of the girls bluntly asks if they are completely stupid. As the girls whisper among themselves about poor Lady Nicole, they conclude that the entire ordeal is utterly ridiculous. The girls surround the kneeling boys, pointing out that even if there is a misunderstanding about the domestic violence allegations, there are still other issues. Looking down on them, one girl sharply reminds them that the concept of mental abuse also exists. The accusation hits hard, leaving the boys groaning in defeated silence. The girls wonder aloud if there is genuinely no better match worthy of someone like Lady Nicole. One of the girls firmly announces her intention to speak to her father about the matter. Another adds that her mother is well connected in the neighboring kingdoms, promising to use her influence as well. The boys panic, waving their hands frantically as they try to interrupt the girls and beg them to wait while acknowledging where they are coming from. Pleading desperately, the boys ask the girls to help Caius out just this once. Caius looks down with a strained expression, begging them to tell him if Nicole plans to head into the city. Despite Caius pleading and begging to be informed, the girls reject him instantly without a single moment of hesitation. A dark-haired girl scoffs, asking exactly why they should ever act like spies for him. She glares at him with utter disdain, demanding to know just who he thinks he is. Clicking her tongue, she explains that once a lady loses interest in a man, she will never want to see his face again. As Caius winces in pain, the girl continues, marveling at the fact that Lady Nicole is generous enough to even agree to a loveless marriage. The boys grimace as the girl expresses her sheer annoyance at the twisted logic that makes men believe their exes are still in love with them. The girls agree among themselves, mocking the delusion of men who are convinced that every woman they like automatically likes them back. The dark-haired girl vents her irritation, mimicking the arrogant way men act as if women should be grateful for their attention. The boys sweat as she brutally states that if given the choice, she would much rather deal with a dog than talk to them. The conversation shifts as another girl steps in, boldly pointing out that Princess Caroline is not entirely innocent in this mess. She questions how Caroline didn't find it highly unusual for an engaged man to spend all his time with her, even if they were childhood friends. A dark-haired woman looks down in shame, admitting she has no excuse and that such insensitivity is hardly fitting for royalty. Reaching her hand out, she confesses that while she may be a flawed princess unworthy of their trust, she also has a request. She humbly asks the girls if they could find it in their hearts to help her just this once. The girls exchange uncertain glances, clearly taken aback by the earnest plea from royalty. Letting out a heavy sigh, one of the lead girls finally relents and admits she has no choice. She crosses her arms and warns Caius that getting someone to like him again after they have given up is much tougher than making an enemy like him. The girls shrug in agreement, noting that Lady Nicole truly couldn't care less about Lord Caius anymore. The boys groan under the verbal assault as the girls ruthlessly agree that the true opposite of love is apathy, showing no mercy. Pointing a finger upward, the lead girl suddenly brings up the upcoming social gathering event scheduled for next week. She points out that while Lord Caius has always been glued to Princess Caroline, Lady Nicole has always been left standing alone like a wallflower. Staring directly at Caius, she demands to know if he has even sent Nicole an invitation yet. Caius averts his gaze in silence, his downcast expression making his failure completely obvious to everyone in the room. The girls scoff, predicting that Nicole will most likely go alone just like every other time. Realizing the weight of his continuous neglect, Caius stares downward with a deeply pained and guilty expression. The dark-haired girl points a sharp finger at him, ordering him to write a letter and invite Lady Nicole to attend the gathering with him. When she yells at him to do it right this second, Caius snaps to attention and immediately shouts his compliance. Bursting with sudden motivation, Caius rushes off while crying out Lady Nicole's name. A cheerful maid approaches with exciting news, happily announcing to her mistress that a newly delivered letter has just arrived for her. Sitting comfortably with a thick book resting in her lap, Nicole looks up and lets out a soft gasp of mild surprise at the interruption. Standing gracefully before the maid, she gazes down at the pristine envelope and wonders aloud whose letter this could possibly be. The maid promptly informs her that the message is actually from Lord Caius, leaving Nicole momentarily baffled by the unexpected sender. Staring down at the heavy wax seal, she silently reflects that receiving a personal letter from Lord Caius is quite an unexpected development. She remarks that this is certainly a first for him, admitting to herself just how surprising and out of character this gesture truly is. Overcoming her initial shock, she carefully breaks the intricate seal and opens the envelope to read his handwritten message. Addressing her affectionately as his dear Nicole, Caius formally requests the honor of escorting her to next week's grand social gathering. He confidently promises to come pick her up directly at her classroom on the morning of the upcoming event. Lowering the paper slightly, she ponders the sudden invitation and wonders if something specific happened to prompt this uncharacteristic display of attention. A sudden moment of clarity washes over her as she quietly murmurs in profound realization. She intelligently deduces that this sudden burst of attention is directly tied to Princess Caroline's wedding arrangements finally being finalized. Analyzing the strict politics of the situation, she concludes that it wouldn't be appropriate for Lord Caius to stay by Caroline's side like he used to. Humming thoughtfully to herself, she gently taps her chin and contemplates exactly how she should word her response to his highly transparent offer. Grabbing a pen, she quickly drafts a perfectly polite, "Thank you in advance," and decides that this simple, emotionless reply will easily suffice. Dropping her writing instrument with a cheerful smile, she happily announces that it is time to relax and read another book for the day. She beams with quiet pride, noting that thanks to her consistent studying efforts, she is little by little beginning to fluently understand the words of this foreign language. Examining the newly opened pages, she observes that the intricate narrative seems to be a tragic tale of misunderstandings between star-crossed lovers. The dramatic story follows a strong-willed woman in an unnamed town who leaves a man due to his indecision, prompting the regretful man to desperately chase after her. Touching her lip thoughtfully, Nicole pauses her reading to deeply digest the emotional premise of the foreign novel. She questions the recurring romantic trope, wondering why these foolish men can never realize their true love for a woman until she is already gone. She notes with a hint of melancholy that by the time they figure it out, It is far too late because the woman is already living an entirely new life without them. Nicole expresses deep admiration for the author's remarkably strong female protagonists, who fiercely refuse to get back together with the men who suddenly decide to chase them. Within the story, the fictional woman firmly turns her back on her weeping suitor, declaring she has completely had enough of putting her fragile hopes in him. The desperate man drops heavily to his knees, begging her to come back while frantically admitting that he was wrong and everything was his fault. Fascinated by the pathetic man's refusal to simply give up, Nicole watches the drama unfold through the text and eagerly wonders how the turbulent tale will ultimately end. Sitting diligently at her lamplit desk, she leans in and focuses intently on translating the next specific, complicated word on the page. Tracing the lines carefully with her finger, she pieces together a heartbreaking sentence where the woman bluntly accuses the man of not truly loving her. Pausing her dedicated translation efforts, Nicole taps her pen and admits that this particular emotional passage is a bit tricky to accurately interpret. Reaching for a fresh sheet of parchment, she decides to systematically try writing the complex sentence out to better grasp its profound meaning. The translated text hits hard as the woman calls out his bluff, stating she was just an accessory and he merely cannot stand the thought of losing her despite his empty claims of love. Holding her quill tightly, Nicole lets out a soft breath of ultimate realization as the deeper, highly relatable meaning finally clicks into place. A bright, triumphant smile graces her delicate features as she cheerfully concludes that the harsh translation makes perfect sense in context. Suddenly glancing up at the ornate wall clock, she is entirely startled by the late hour and realizes just how long she has been absorbed in studying. Stretching slightly at her heavy wooden desk, she decides it is finally time to close the book and call it a day. Just as she prepares to rest her tired eyes, she gasps softly upon suddenly remembering a crucial, unfinished task. She immediately reminds herself that she still needs to officially write her formal reply back to Lord Caius before going to sleep. Holding up the newly penned letter with a highly satisfied smile, she proudly declares that her evening work is completely done. Staring down at the freshly sealed envelope upon her desk, she casually wonders what fascinating book she should immerse herself in tomorrow. The morning sun rises brightly the next day, casting a warm glow over the grand, imposing architecture of the Academy building. Approaching a sturdy wooden doorway, two smartly dressed boys attempt to cheerfully greet the person waiting inside. Inside the room, absolute panic ensues as a frantic boy demands to know what happened while Caius lies slumped over a desk like a dead man. Lifting his heavy head in utter, soul-crushing disbelief, a desolate Caius weakly mutters that Nicole actually wrote back to him. His concerned friends lean in closely with highly confused expressions, asking what could possibly be wrong if she actually replied to his invitation. The boys instantly freeze, staring in absolute, wide-eyed terror as they process the incredibly unexpected and chilling contents of Nicole's letter. Meanwhile, a cheerful, highly energetic voice suddenly rings out, catching Lady Nicole completely off guard as she goes about her peaceful morning. A friendly girl bursts enthusiastically through the double doors, happily wishing Nicole a good morning while the noblewoman stands there entirely stunned by the sudden entrance. The devastatingly formal letter reveals Nicole's flawlessly polite acceptance of Lord Caius's kind invitation to blindly escort her to the event. Standing serenely in her room, Nicole smiles warmly as the story's flawlessly translated dialogue echoes in her mind, confidently stating that he doesn't really love her at all. Her peaceful expression perfectly mirrors the book's harsh, undeniable truth, highlighting her brilliant realization that she was nothing more than an accessory and he only regrets losing his convenient prize. Staring intently at the document in their hands, the two men react with intense shock. The blond man clutches his head in despair as the dark-haired man frantically points at the paper to ask what they should do with it. The dark-haired man shudders, noting he would honestly cry if his fiancée sent him something so full of pure horror. Both men stand in stunned silence, staring blankly at the paper. The dark-haired man admits she isn't wrong, reasoning that suddenly changing after ignoring her for so long would naturally cause suspicion. The blond man clicks his tongue in frustration as he realizes Nicole must think he only needs a fiancée instead of truly loving her. He defensively shouts that there is no way that is true. The dark-haired man immediately orders him to apologize to Lady Nicole right away if that is truly how he feels. He further demands if the blond man has any idea how painful it is to be entirely ignored by a fiancé. A panel shows a distant girl in a dress as the dark-haired man asks if he can even imagine how much she is hurting. A close-up reveals the girl's somber, unreadable expression as she looks away. The blonde man stammers a desperate denial, sweating nervously. He tries to justify himself, claiming he never meant to hurt Rebellia. A dark-haired woman chimes in, harshly calling him a bug. She orders him to take this opportunity to properly think things through. The bespectacled man places a hand on the blonde man's shoulder, gently suggesting they should head out. He advises the blonde man to spend his journey home reflecting on how much he has hurt her up until now. The blonde man looks down with a pained, devastated expression. He remembers the girl's harsh words, claiming she was nothing more than an accessory and that he doesn't really love her. He stares at his trembling hands, haunted by her accusation that he only regrets losing her. Falling to his knees in despair, he desperately wonders what love is if this agonizing feeling isn't it. The dark-haired man suggests they shouldn't focus on love right now, advising him to face the situation with true sincerity instead. Closing his eyes, he notes that facing it directly is better than just wanting to be loved. He asks if Lady Nicole wouldn't prefer to see some genuine honesty from him instead. The dark-haired man tries to calm him down first while the blonde man stares blankly, confused by the concepts of honesty and sincerity. A dark-haired woman bites her glove thoughtfully, deeply considering Lady Nicole's feelings. She concludes it might be better if she stops interfering, as she doesn't think there is anything Princess Caroline can do anymore. However, she smiles slightly and admits she has learned something valuable through this entire experience. She swears to always remember her mistakes and promises not to disturb their harmony from here on out. A hand reaches out as the word honesty lingers heavily in the air. The bespectacled man watches with a slightly surprised expression as the concept of sincerity is brought up again. The blonde man slumps forward, muttering quietly about harmony and feeling loved. He quietly repeats the word honesty to himself, absorbing the weight of the advice. Standing alone, he realizes that the core issue isn't about love or trust. He understands that the real pain comes from her no longer expecting anything from him, which hurts more than issues of love or trust. He bitterly accepts that in Nicole's eyes, he is just someone entirely unworthy of her expectations. Taking a step forward, he acknowledges that trust can only grow when expectations are actually fulfilled. He stands resolutely in the hallway, calling out Rebellia's name and noting that love grows from trust. A flashback shows her admiring a beautiful hairpin, and he asks her to wear it at the upcoming social gathering. A close-up reveals a stunning white rose hairpin with a dark jewel in the center as she happily thanks Emilio. A bystander observes the couple, playfully dubbing them the lovey-dovey lie detector couple. Someone compliments Rebellia, noting that red jewels beautifully make her black hair shine. She turns to Emilio, warmly asking if he was the one who chose this specific piece for her. She expresses how incredibly happy he makes her, to which he smoothly replies that it is only natural. Emilio looks at her softly, completely captivated by the lovey-dovey atmosphere surrounding them. The narrative shifts back to Nicole, pondering what would happen if he did this for her instead. In a brightly lit hall, he presents a small box to the girl, who joyfully exclaims that the hairpin for the upcoming social gathering is pretty. She claps her hands together with a bright smile, innocently asking if he plans to give it to Princess Caroline. The man realizes with grim determination that he absolutely cannot let things stay this way. He reaches out his hand, grasping onto the ideals of honesty and sincerity as his new guiding principles. A young woman with a flower hairpin gasps in delight, asking Emilio if he chose the accessory specifically for her. Emilio gazes back with a remarkably soft and affectionate expression. The scene shifts as an unspoken reflection lingers on the way things have been up until now. A solitary mind rationalizes past choices, recalling the lazy habit of buying safe white flowers just to avoid complaints. Steeling his resolve, a man realizes that this apathetic approach is no longer acceptable. Caius narrows his eyes in determination, understanding that everything will fall apart if he refuses to change. Meanwhile, a grand mansion stands quietly under the sprawling sky. Inside, a soft hum breaks the comfortable silence. A woman excitedly offers an item to Claire, insisting she take it. Another voice kindly points out that the item rightfully belongs to her. Nicole taps her lip thoughtfully, deeply immersed in a sudden conundrum. Hunched over her desk, she flips through a book and mutters in frustration about a confusing word. Analyzing the context, she deduces the mystery item must be a boxed piece of jewelry like a necklace or a hairpin. Piecing the plot together, she realizes the heroine accepts the gift to accompany the male lead to the ball. Staring out the window, Nicole wonders if the heroine wouldn't actually be happier with the ever-loyal servant instead. Visualizing the characters, she admits she heavily prefers an awkward but honest servant over a smart, cynical lead. Her expression softens as she wishes the loyal servant had been far more forward about his true feelings. Suddenly freezing in place, she covers her mouth as a shocking thought crosses her mind. Blushing furiously, she questions if she actually has a secret weakness for earnest, devoted men. Looking away thoughtfully, she realizes her early engagement to Lord Caius kept her from ever exploring her own romantic preferences. Closing her eyes softly, she actively pushes the distracting thoughts aside. She firmly resolves that romance no longer holds any place in her current world. Throwing her arms out enthusiastically, she declares that the thrilling butterflies from a good book are more than enough. Sprawled comfortably across her bed, she sighs that harsh reality has completely taught her to find peace in solitude. Her quiet sanctuary is abruptly shattered by a sharp knock and a voice calling her name. A maid pokes her head through the doorway, announcing that Lord Caius has unexpectedly arrived. Startled by the sudden visit, Nicole quickly scrambles to her knees. She mutters in pure confusion, totally unable to recall making any plans with him for today. Hurrying to compose herself, she politely approaches the waiting maid. Stepping nervously into the parlor, she finds Caius waiting quietly in the center of the room. Caius turns to face her, nervously gripping a small box as he breathes her name. Keeping her distance, Nicole formally asks the Lord if he needs something specific from her. Sweating anxiously, Caius stammers through a clumsy apology for arriving completely unannounced. He averts his gaze momentarily, gathering the immense courage needed to proceed. Thrusting his hand forward, he nervously presents the small box to a thoroughly bewildered Nicole. Handing the velvet case over, he gently admits he desperately wanted to deliver it in person. Nicole warily asks for permission to open it, and Caius immediately encourages her to look. Gripping the gift tightly, she squints at the container with profound skepticism. Suddenly, her eyes snap wide open in utter shock. Resting perfectly inside the velvet case are two exquisitely crafted flower hairpins. Gazing up at him in absolute bewilderment, she quietly asks what the beautiful gift means. Blushing heavily and looking away, Caius awkwardly reveals he remembered her mentioning a fondness for the color orange. Nicole continues to stare blankly, completely stunned that he actually remembered such a tiny detail. Stepping forward in a sudden burst of frantic energy, Caius practically begs her to wear it to the upcoming social gathering. Left entirely speechless, Nicole clutches the beautiful box closely to her chest. A microscopic tremble in her gaze betrays the massive emotional impact of his sudden gesture. Her mind spins wildly as she tries to process the sheer impossibility of receiving a genuine gift from Lord Caius. She spirals into deeper confusion, utterly baffled by how he managed to remember her favorite color. A sudden flash of realization completely shatters her racing thoughts. Plunging into a distant memory, she finally recalls a fleeting afternoon when she happily confessed her love for bright orange flowers. Admiring the exquisite floral ornament in her hand, Nicole marvels at its beauty, genuinely touched that Lord Caius actually remembered her preferences. She holds the delicate piece up to the sunlight, quietly contemplating the highly unexpected and thoughtful gesture. Deep in thought, she wonders why Lord Caius has been talking to her so much recently, musing that he should have simply kept the gift for himself. Despite the lingering warmth of his offering, she firmly resolves that she can undoubtedly manage alone. Tilting her head upward with a look of quiet resolve, she aggressively reinforces her independence by silently repeating that being alone is perfectly fine. The solemn expression on her face reveals a complex, shifting mixture of solitary strength and underlying melancholy. A close-up highlights the gentle, unyielding curve of her profile as she solidifies her emotional armor. Her steady breathing underscores a lifelong, harsh conditioning to rely entirely on her own unwavering resilience. Standing completely alone amidst the grand, echoing architecture of her environment, she realistically acknowledges that this temporary freedom to be alone will only last while she remains a student. The opulent chandeliers towering above serve as a stark, unavoidable reminder of the gilded cage waiting for her in adulthood. Staring down with a heavy heart, she confronts the suffocating reality that in her country, there are barely any viable jobs available for women of noble birth. This deeply entrenched systemic limitation casts a dark, oppressive shadow over her desperate desire for true autonomy. Gazing intently at a grand portrait of a distinguished aristocratic couple, she mentally recites the harsh societal rule that unmarried women simply do not have any inheritance rights. The painted figures loom judgmentally over her, perfectly embodying the inescapable patriarchal traditions she is strictly bound to follow. She quietly retreats into the lavish yet deeply isolating confines of her immaculately decorated bedroom. The pristine furniture and delicate floral arrangements offer absolutely no comfort to a mind burdened by an incredibly uncertain, constrained future. Reaching out to touch a thick, leather-bound book resting on an elegant side table, she accepts the grim, terrifying ultimatum that if she does not marry, she absolutely cannot survive. Her delicate fingers trace the embossed cover, desperately seeking some form of intellectual escape from her predetermined fate. Clutching the heavy tome tightly to her chest, she openly confesses that she is intensely jealous of the independent women from Irigal. Her eyes glisten with a desperate, burning yearning for a life where her intrinsic worth isn't solely tied to a strategic marital alliance. Holding the dark, mystical cover of the book titled Nos Sotursta, she passionately recalls reading that in the land of Irigal, even noblewomen are permitted to have the exact same jobs as men. The worn pages of the text represent a brilliant, shining beacon of unimaginable egalitarian freedom. She reflects on how deeply she was shocked by how different Irigal was from her own restrictive home, particularly noting how one book utterly surprised her by depicting a girl actively working. This revolutionary, foreign concept continuously challenges everything she was aggressively taught to blindly believe. Grounding her soaring fantasies in pragmatic realism, she deduces that even in progressive Irigal, it would probably be much more difficult for women to successfully work than men. She intelligently recognizes that deeply ingrained prejudices likely exist everywhere, albeit in varying degrees of societal severity. Leaning heavily against her plush pillows, she wistfully visualizes a completely different destiny, wondering if being born in Irigal would have allowed her to get a job and confidently declare that she is fine on her own. The phantom taste of total, uncompromised self-reliance proves to be an incredibly intoxicating, dangerous daydream. Her introspective thoughts inevitably drift back to her wealthy suitor, intensely questioning what Lord Caius would have thought if she had actually vocalized that fierce independence to his face. The mere idea of asserting her complete autonomy to him fills her with a confusing, turbulent blend of dread and intense curiosity. She rests quietly against the soft upholstery, the physical weight of the thick book grounding her while her mind continues to wildly race with rebellious, impossible scenarios. The quiet solitude of her sprawling room offers a temporary, fragile sanctuary from the suffocating expectations of the outside aristocratic world. A vivid mental image of Lord Caius materializes directly in her thoughts, depicting him with an uncharacteristically troubled and profoundly earnest expression. The subtle tension visibly clenching his jawline in her memory suggests a profound depth of feeling she still struggles to fully comprehend. Staring sadly down at the open presentation box elegantly branded with the word integrity, she solemnly resigns herself to the lonely conclusion that she will likely never know his true feelings. The dual flower hairpins rest flawlessly inside their velvet bed, serving as a beautiful but highly cryptic symbol of his hidden romantic intentions. Carefully examining the immaculate, intricately carved floral hairpins nestled inside the integrity box, she softly questions what this elaborate, stunning gift truly means. The pristine craftsmanship of the twin blossoms seems to hold a deeply secret message she is completely desperate to successfully decode. Her mind flawlessly reconstructs the specific memory of Lord Caius formally presenting the gift, recalling how he earnestly stated he remembered her telling him she liked the color orange. His towering, impeccably dressed figure stands vividly in the grand, sunlit doorway of her vivid recollection. A highly detailed close-up of Caius in her memory highlights his intensely focused, slightly perspiring face as he firmly suggests that she can proudly wear this exquisite piece at the upcoming social gathering. His breathless, eager anticipation betrays a surprising level of raw vulnerability beneath his heavily practiced aristocratic poise. Plunging deeper into the highly distressing memory, the narrative suddenly shifts to show her abruptly and forcefully pulling her arm away from his gentle, reassuring grasp. The kinetic energy of her sudden, defensive withdrawal immediately shatters the fragile intimacy of the meticulously planned romantic moment. Pressing her hand defensively against her chest right above the floral hairpin, she aggressively rejects his romantic overture with a singular, absolutely uncompromising no. Her protective, rigid physical stance perfectly mirrors the impenetrable emotional walls she has deliberately constructed around her guarded heart. The perspective violently snaps to an extreme, suffocating close-up of Caius's incredibly wide, visibly trembling eyes as she sternly and formally addresses him as Lord Caius. The sheer, unadulterated shock radiating from his intensely dilated pupils completely dominates the heavy emotional weight of the entire scene. Utterly paralyzed by her sudden icy demeanor, he leans back in sheer disbelief and breathes out her name, Nicole, in a heartbreakingly confused, desperate whisper. His impeccable composure entirely disintegrates under the crushing, unexpected weight of her categorical refusal. Nicole's expression remains completely uncompromising and razor-sharp as she continues to seemingly berate him, her lips forming a harsh, deeply judgmental critique. The unwavering, furious intensity of her gaze leaves absolutely no room for any argument or desperate emotional negotiation. The heavy, sharp syllables of her forceful rejection hang palpably in the incredibly tense air, striking him with the devastating, undeniable impact of a physical blow. The fragmented dialogue visually underscores the complete and utter catastrophic breakdown of their communication. Caius simply stares back at her, his flawless face locked in a devastating portrait of pure, unadulterated shock and profound, wordless sorrow. His slightly parted lips struggle to form desperate words that consistently fail to materialize in the face of her overwhelming hostility. Snapping abruptly back to the present reality, a highly detailed close-up reveals a small, noticeably mischievous chuckle escaping Nicole's lips as she fondly remembers the dramatic encounter. This brief, surprising moment of levity sharply contrasts with the incredibly intense, painful memory she just relived. Her delightfully cruel recollection visualizes Caius dramatically collapsing to his knees on the grand floor, completely overwhelmed by the crushing theatricality of his spectacular romantic defeat. The exaggerated shock lines aggressively radiating around his fallen figure emphasize the intensely melodramatic nature of his suffering. An extreme, cinematic close-up isolates his devastated, violently trembling eye, perfectly capturing the absolute, uncompromising ruin of his aristocratic pride. The harsh, heavy shading highlights the profound, exaggerated agony of a wealthy nobleman experiencing his very first true, undeniable rejection. Reduced to an utterly pathetic state, the memory features him kneeling and huffing repeatedly, completely emotionally destroyed by her relentless, unyielding words. His heavy, erratic breathing serves as the chaotic, pathetic soundtrack to his total romantic obliteration. The narrative aggressively violently cuts from the dark memory to a remarkably bright, sunlit window framed by elegant curtains, abruptly revealing that the entire devastating rejection was merely a dream. The tranquil, warm morning light instantly washes away the heavy, suffocating anxiety of the previous nocturnal terror. Tangled in his luxurious bedsheets, Caius forcefully sits up while clutching his profusely sweating face, letting out a massive, ragged huff as he desperately tries to recover from the incredibly vivid nightmare. The lingering terror of Nicole's imagined rejection leaves him physically trembling in the quiet, isolated safety of his bedroom. The highly anticipated day of the social gathering finally arrives, heralded by a majestic, sweeping establishing shot of the Academy's grand, imposing classical architecture. The pristine, sunlit building stands perfectly ready to host the complex, high-stakes social maneuverings of the nation's elite youth. A beautifully ornate, horse-drawn carriage passes seamlessly through the Academy's towering wrought iron gates, marking the official, majestic commencement of the highly exclusive, upper-class event. The powerful white horses move with a disciplined grace that perfectly reflects the rigid, unyielding expectations of their aristocratic society. Students elegantly arrive at the Academy fully dressed in their finest outfits, making their way directly to the main hall immediately after finishing their mandatory morning assembly in the classrooms. The sprawling, echoing corridors quickly become a vibrant sea of rustling silk and nervous, highly excited whispers. Following tradition, the boys go to fetch their fiancés, where one beautifully styled girl happily flatters Lord Emilio, claiming she is stunning today specifically because of the exquisite hairpin he gifted her. Emilio graciously accepts the praise, proudly noting that she is indeed even more breathtakingly beautiful than usual. Meanwhile, the rest of the girls dutifully stay behind in their designated classrooms, patiently waiting to be formally picked up by their respective partners for the grand event. The thick atmosphere in the holding room is heavily laced with a complex mixture of quiet apprehension and performative elegance. Bursting through the classroom doorway with chaotic, frantic energy, an out-of-breath Caius desperately calls out Nicole's name. His dramatic entrance in his impeccably tailored formal uniform instantly shatters the quiet, highly restrained atmosphere of the waiting room. Marching quickly toward her with his ornate cape dramatically billowing behind him, he immediately offers a sincere, breathless apology for unfortunately keeping her waiting. Despite his highly rushed demeanor, he desperately attempts to maintain the dignified, commanding posture expected of a high-ranking noble. Looking absolutely radiant in her voluminous gown, Nicole politely dismisses his concerns, graciously thanking him so much for coming to officially pick her up. Her flawlessly composed, socially perfect response gives absolutely nothing away about her earlier, intense internal turmoils. Caius suddenly freezes mid-step, his mouth falling completely open as a look of profound, staggering realization washes completely over his intensely flushed face. All of his practiced aristocratic composure instantly evaporates the exact moment his eyes lock onto a specific, shocking detail of her appearance. Confused by his sudden, inexplicable paralysis, Nicole tilts her head slightly and innocently asks if something is wrong, her hair prominently adorned with a beautiful floral hairpin. The delicate ornament perfectly catches the light, serving as the undeniable, stunning catalyst for his sudden emotional short-circuit. Stuttering completely incoherently while desperately gesturing toward her head, Caius manages to point out in utter, staggering disbelief that she actually wore the hairpin he gave her. His voice aggressively cracks under the overwhelming weight of his incredibly high expectations suddenly colliding with a beautiful reality. Maintaining her pristine, unbothered composure, she calmly looks back at him and plainly confirms that she did, indeed, choose to wear the gift. Her simple, incredibly straightforward admission sharply contrasts with his explosive, visibly overwhelming emotional reaction. Completely flustered and blushing furiously from ear to ear, Caius stammers broken syllables, utterly incapable of forming a coherent sentence in the face of his massive romantic victory. His severe loss of verbal function transforms the previously composed nobleman into a comically overwhelmed, hopelessly love-struck teenager. Nicole simply stares at him with a remarkably blank, unimpressed expression, completely bewildered by his sudden, highly exaggerated emotional breakdown. The massive disconnect between her calm practicality and his dramatic romanticism is perfectly encapsulated in her deadpan, silent gaze. Desperately trying to regain a tiny fraction of his lost dignity, he averts his gaze downward and bashfully murmurs that she looks incredibly pretty wearing the ornament. The deeply genuine, incredibly vulnerable compliment slips past his defenses, revealing the profound depth of his actual, undeniable affection. Caught entirely off guard by the sudden, intense sincerity of his words, Nicole blinks in genuine surprise, letting out a soft, questioning sound as her carefully constructed emotional walls sustain a critical hit. The quiet power of his honest admiration leaves her temporarily speechless in the grand, echoing hall. Blushing behind the carriage door, Caius expresses his deep, breathless gratitude to Nicole. Gathering his frayed composure, he formally extends his gloved hand and gently asks if they shall proceed into the event. Offering a bright, perfectly polite smile, Nicole gracefully accepts his invitation without hesitation. Her delicate fingers gently clasp his gloved hand as they silently solidify their partnership for the high-stakes evening. Walking side by side with impeccable aristocratic posture, the engaged couple makes their striking grand entrance into the venue. Meanwhile, observing noblewomen quietly gossip among themselves, expressing lingering worries about whether Lord Caius has truly started to change his notoriously difficult behavior. Catching a faint whisper of his name, Nicole subtly casts a concerned, highly analytical glance toward her towering fiancé. Completely ignoring the surrounding whispers, Caius maintains a sharp, heavily guarded expression as they navigate the crowded corridor. Descending the majestic staircase beneath a glittering chandelier, the pair officially joins the opulent, bustling social gathering. Greeting them with a radiant smile, Princess Caroline elegantly notes that it seems everyone has already arrived for the festivities. Standing prominently on the stairs, she warmly encourages all the gathered nobles to relax and enjoy the gathering just like any ordinary day. Standing tall beside her, Prince William radiates an aura of quiet authority that instantly commands the room's attention. He flashes a gentle, deeply charismatic smile that perfectly complements his status as a royal luminary. Observing his dignified demeanor, Nicole mentally acknowledges him as Princess Caroline's esteemed partner and a vital leader who will carry the kingdom forward. Her focus quickly shifts back to her own partner, nervously glancing up to wonder if Lord Caius will actually be alright in this highly judgmental environment. To her immense surprise, she immediately realizes that Caius is already intensely staring right back down at her. Caught completely off guard by their sudden eye contact, his stoic facade shatters as he lets out a highly flustered stammer. Blinking in genuine confusion, Nicole innocently tilts her head and asks him what is wrong. Visibly sweating and aggressively averting his gaze, he quickly dismisses her concern by fiercely insisting it is absolutely nothing. Pressing a delicate hand to her cheek, she quietly hums and logically wonders if there was perhaps something embarrassing on her face. Suddenly struck by a highly rational yet completely incorrect epiphany, she firmly believes she has figured out his odd behavior. She assumes he is deliberately looking at her simply because he cannot bear to watch Princess Caroline and Prince William standing happily together. Nodding in solemn agreement with her own theory, she feels a profound sadness for him, knowing he would normally be the one standing proudly beside Caroline. Still completely oblivious to his true feelings, she fails to notice his affectionate, lingering gaze sliding right back to her. Internally, Caius is completely hyperfixated on the beautiful fact that Nicole is actually wearing the delicate floral hairpin he personally gave her. The simple, undeniable realization that she chose to wear his gift fills his entire being with an overwhelming, intoxicating surge of absolute happiness. Walking beside her, he marvels at how a piece he chose with such profound love could manage to make him feel this deeply, undeniably ecstatic. Despite his soaring joy, a sudden wave of anxious uncertainty crashes over him as he realizes he has absolutely no idea what she is truly thinking. His expression turns sharply serious as he intensely scrutinizes her flawless, unreadable face. A heavy knot of deep insecurity twists in his stomach as he desperately wonders if she is actually happy with the floral ornament. As he glares down at her with terrifying intensity, Nicole sweats profusely and becomes absolutely convinced that she has something embarrassing on her face. Taking their formal positions for the grand dance, she continues to note that Lord Caius seems vastly different and far more intense than his usual self. The magnificent ballroom swirls with vibrant movement and lively aristocratic chatter as the evening's main festivities officially commence. Their private, tense bubble is suddenly popped when a familiar voice formally calls out to Lord Caius and Lady Nicole. Turning around in perfectly synchronized unison, they immediately spot the elegant Princess Caroline warmly approaching their position. Smiling brightly, Caroline cheerfully introduces her dear friend, Lord Caius Brands, to an esteemed royal guest. She seamlessly gestures to Nicole, formally presenting her as his fiancée and the proud daughter of Count Portlet. The royal guest responds with a breathtakingly warm, impossibly charming smile that instantly lights up his aristocratic features. Catching the full brunt of his dazzling royal charisma, Nicole stares upward with wide, visibly shocked eyes. Her pulse immediately spikes, a sudden wave of intense, uncharacteristic nervousness washing completely over her composed facade. Seeking an instinctive anchor in the overwhelming social moment, she subconsciously gives Caius's heavy sleeve a small, desperate tug. Glancing down at her delicate hand clutching his formal wear, Caius's hardened expression instantly softens into profound, protective awareness. Blushing so violently he has to squeeze his eyes shut, he internally screams about how unbearably cute her nervous gesture is. Completely overwhelmed by his racing heart, he desperately tries to process the sheer, terrifying magnitude of this alien feeling. As Nicole elegantly curtsies and introduces herself, Caius radically realizes he has never once felt this way about Caroline in all their years together. The royal smoothly thanks them for attending the prestigious gathering, forcing Nicole to aggressively mentally command herself to hold it together. Displaying perfect courtly manners, the royal expresses that he is deeply honored to finally be introduced to Princess Caroline's esteemed inner circle. With a highly magnetic charm, he warmly invites Lord Caius and Lady Nicole to visit his home kingdom if they ever get the chance. Completely captivated, Nicole is utterly mesmerized by his graceful, flowing gestures and the sophisticated, deep tone of his smooth voice. While Caroline proudly praises Nicole as a graceful and incredibly hardworking lady, Nicole quietly concludes that this royal is a person with a truly irresistible attraction. In between her rigorous studies, she has dedicated herself to learning the Irigal language. The foreign royals graciously express their pleasure that she has taken such a deep interest in their kingdom's language. Curious, the prince gently questions why she chose to study their specific dialect out of all others. Admitting it might seem strange, Nicole reveals she is learning it just to read books by an author named Rain Wilderness. The Irigel princess lights up with excitement, thrilled to discover that she is also a massive fan of his work. She explains that while he is well known in their kingdom, his recent focus on translations is boosting his popularity in other nations. Nicole confesses she has already exhausted all his translated works, but she still struggles to get through the difficult original texts. Laughing warmly, the prince praises her as truly diligent and hardworking for going so far as to read the originals. The princess smiles softly, expressing her joy that Nicole appreciates an author from their homeland. Blushing with modesty, Nicole humbly brushes off the high praise. Watching from the sidelines, Caius suddenly perks up with a surprised hum. He gazes at Nicole's bright, glowing expression and realizes just how genuinely happy she looks. A sudden wave of insecurity hits him as he realizes that someone else made her smile like that, and it certainly was not him. Sweat beads on his neck as he swallows hard, an uncomfortable tightness gripping his throat. Panicking, he tries to cut the conversation short by suggesting they leave so they do not waste their highnesses' time. The prince immediately dismisses the concern, insisting he would love to hear more about the academy from the two of them. Trapped by royal politeness, Caius forces a stiff agreement to chat a little longer. Turning his attention back, the prince casually asks Nicole about her methods for studying languages. He proudly mentions that their royal library is incredibly well stocked with books relating to the Irigel culture. Nicole happily shares how her reading has revealed that the culture of Irigel is vastly different from their own kingdom. The royals burst into cheerful laughter, leaving Caius standing in awkward silence. Frozen in place, Caius admits to himself that he is completely stunned by this unfamiliar side of his fiancée. Looking back, he suddenly realizes that Nicole always seemed utterly bored whenever she spent time with him. He notes that their conversations solely revolved around Princess Caroline, and he has never seen her look so animated while speaking. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Nicole passionately states her desire to learn even more about the Irigel language. Seizing the moment, the prince suggests she considers studying abroad in their kingdom. Caught off guard by the generous offer, Nicole repeats the word abroad in absolute shock. The prince elaborates that Irigel actively welcomes immigrants and encourages women to advance in society, even offering her the chance to work during her stay. Nicole gasps in disbelief while Caius stares in sheer, unadulterated horror. Whispering the kingdom's name, Nicole's mind begins to race with the possibilities. She reflects on her bleak future, believing she had no choice but to marry a troublesome man if she failed to wed Lord Caius. A spark of hope ignites as she realizes she now has another choice, which is working in the neighboring kingdom of Irigel. She stands taller as this newfound path to freedom opens up before her, while her fiancé watches her slip away. Trembling slightly, Caius curses under his breath, knowing exactly how bad this situation has become. He pieces the truth together, realizing Nicole only wants to marry him because she feels entirely out of options, not out of love. Dread consumes him as he acknowledges what will happen if she truly grasps that another option exists. He grates his teeth, struck by the terrifying certainty that he will end up losing Nicole forever. Oblivious to the tension, the prince kindly offers to explain the details of the study abroad opportunity in more depth. Driven by pure desperation, Caius's eye widens as his mind screams in panicked refusal. Startled by a sudden movement, Nicole glances up with wide eyes. Asserting his presence, Caius swiftly grabs her hand and pulls her onto the dance floor, leaving her confused as she calls his name. His grip on her wrist is firm and possessive, anchoring her to him before she can slip away. A memory surfaces, noting that a particular incident happened not long after Nicole and Caius officially became engaged. A younger Caius stares at a beautifully sealed envelope in his hands, sweating nervously as he realizes it is a letter from Nicole. Covered in sweat from sword practice, he hesitates, wondering if he should really open such a delicately fragrant envelope that smells so good. Making a sharp decision, he abruptly spins around with his practiced sword still tucked under his arm. He lets out a heavy, resolute sigh as he regains his composure. Muttering to himself, he decides he absolutely must wash the sweat off his body first. A few hours later, the beautifully sealed envelope sits pristine and waiting on a desk. Freshly cleaned but still incredibly tense, Caius glares intensely at the letter, completely paralyzed by his own nerves. Young Caius avoids touching the letter right after washing up, fearing he might ruin it, but soon realizes it is already way past his bedtime. He decides against opening it, knowing he will just overthink his reply and lose out on precious sleep. Closing his eyes, he resolves to leave the daunting matter for the next day. Nodding to himself, he officially puts off reading the delicate envelope until tomorrow. The next morning proves far too chaotic for reading, prompting him to delay opening the letter until he gets back home. That afternoon, his mother scolds him furiously after he and Caroline dig a trap and successfully catch the Prime Minister in it. Time slips by, and the sun rises over the grand mansion on the following day. Releasing a heavy sigh, Caius finally finds a quiet moment to himself. Thrusting the envelope forward with dramatic determination, he declares that it is finally time to read her words. He carefully holds the delicate paper in his hands, bracing himself for its contents. Scanning the neat handwriting, he reads her polite greeting expressing how much of an honor it was to meet him the other day. An image of young Nicole writing at her desk accompanies her sweet confession that she wrote the letter simply because she wanted to talk to him more. She shares a glimpse into her personal life, explaining that she spends her free days immersed in her favorite books. Relieved by her simple question about his own hobbies, Caius realizes he only needs to reply with his usual routine. He slaps a fresh piece of paper down, ready to craft his response. Sitting at his ornate desk in the royal palace, he begins to brainstorm his daily activities. His thoughts immediately drift to his chaotic playtime with Caroline, where she excitedly showed off a massive beetle. He vividly recalls marveling at the bug's huge horn while they eagerly plotted to catch another one for a beetle fight. The memory shifts to his mother screaming in absolute horror at their unrefined antics. The majestic, horned beetle sits innocently in his mind's eye. Panicking, he immediately scraps the idea, terrified that Nicole will think he is a complete idiot if he tells her about cheering for bug fights. He solemnly concludes that bugs are a terrible topic for a girl and resolves to write about something much more cultured. Exhausted by the mental effort, he once again pushes the task aside and vows to think about it tomorrow. A somber realization hits him as yet another full day slips away without him sending a reply. As the days drag on and his guilt mounts, a second letter suddenly arrives from Nicole, sending him into a panic. Terrified that she is angry and feeling completely lame for not knowing what to write, he cowardly delays opening the second envelope. When he finally gathers the courage to open it 3 days later, he finds only sweet concern for his health instead of the harsh scolding he expected. Flooded with relief, foolish young Caius convinces himself that the situation is perfectly fine. His complacency shatters when a third letter abruptly arrives, forcing him to realize he still has not sent a single response. Defeated by his own procrastination, he finally hands a short, lackluster reply to a maid for his fiancée. This terrible pattern takes root, with his response rate dropping drastically from 1 in 3 letters to 1 in 7. A dramatic, forceful objection violently interrupts his regretful trip down memory lane. The flashback abruptly ends, bringing the narrative crashing back to the present crisis in the ballroom. Older Caius snaps back to reality, his eyes wide as the gravity of his past negligence hits him. The Irigal princess watches the tense exchange with sharp, observant eyes. Tightening his grip on Nicole's delicate wrist, Caius boldly interrupts the conversation and asks for their pardon. With fierce protectiveness, he demands that the foreign royals stop confusing his fiancée with their wild propositions. He sweats nervously, silently panicking over the fact that Nicole is brave enough to travel entirely on her own and leave him in the dust. Fueled by desperation, he vows to himself that there is absolutely no way he will let her slip away to Irigal. His imagination runs wild, terrified that someone as ridiculously cute as Nicole will easily attract unwanted attention if she travels alone. He frantically recalls how even a random shopkeeper had been openly eyeing her beauty just days prior. Frustration boils over as he groans internally, completely overwhelmed by his own sheer stupidity. A crushing wave of self-awareness hits him as he questions how he could have ever been okay with neglecting her for so long. Nicole stares up at him in stunned silence while he mentally berates himself for his past foolishness. A sudden, sharp tug on her arm breaks the tension as he pulls her closer. Refusing to lose the woman he loves, Caius sweeps Nicole into a fierce and possessive embrace in front of everyone. Nicole's eyes widen in absolute shock at the sudden, deeply intimate gesture. Burying his face against her, he desperately swears that he will never leave her alone ever again. Time seems to freeze as he holds her tightly against his chest, completely ignoring the stunned whispers of the surrounding nobility. The surrounding guests, including Caroline's brother, watch the dramatic display of affection with wide, flabbergasted expressions. A blond man stares forward with a subtle look of surprise, while two onlookers observe quietly from behind. A young woman with long, wavy hair wraps her arms tightly around the blond man in a gentle embrace. Looking up with an earnest expression, she softly calls out to Lord Caius. Acknowledging her presence, he quietly breathes her name, Nicole. She asks if he had been worrying about someone as naive as her studying abroad. Struck by her unexpected question, Caius lets out a confused gasp. The surrounding crowd of nobles freezes, their faces painted with utter bewilderment. Reaching her hand forward, she confidently assures him not to worry. Smiling brightly, she declares that she has grown completely accustomed to being on her own. The sheer shock of her statement leaves Caius paralyzed in stunned silence. Snapping out of his daze, he internally screams that she has misunderstood the situation completely. Nicole reflects that merely following a pre-prepared path will never lead someone to their true destination. Staring straight ahead with unwavering resolve, she prepares to speak her mind firmly. She asserts that reaching one's true goals requires carving out an entirely original path. Having previously believed in only a single route, she now understands that true resolve allows her to forge countless new paths. With her declaration complete, she turns and confidently sets off on her very own journey. The dramatic story finally draws to a definitive conclusion. Blinking in surprise as she finishes the book, Nicole realizes the tale is already over. She reflects on the bold heroine's journey of abandoning her suitors to step fearlessly into a brand new world alone. Utterly captivated, she marvels at the amazing concept of carving out one's own destiny. Suddenly, a cheerful Caius comes jogging toward her, calling her name enthusiastically. Startled by his arrival, she quickly asks Lord Caius if he needs something. Settling beside her on the bench, he casually invites her to visit a highly popular accessory shop in town. Smiling politely, she immediately declines by stating she does not need any new jewelry. Unfazed, he eagerly insists that she might stumble upon something she truly wants. Looking slightly shy, he hints at a popular trend of wearing accessories with gemstones that perfectly match a partner's eye color. Nicole smoothly brushes off the hint, reminding him she is already satisfied with the bracelet and hairpin he previously gifted her. Caius stares in mild disbelief, his eyes lingering on the very hairpin she mentioned. Deflated but trying to maintain his composure, he mumbles that he is glad she likes his gifts. Before he can pivot the conversation, she abruptly announces that she has a massive amount of studying to begin immediately. Leaving him completely stunned, she reveals her parents have officially permitted her to study abroad in Irigol if she secures a government sponsorship. As Caius internally panics over his father's secrecy, Nicole casually adds that she has already contacted marquee brands to discuss delaying their engagement. She brightly quotes the marquis, who openly welcomed the idea of a smart daughter-in-law and agreed to delay the wedding for years. Chuckling lightly, she notes that the Marchioness was equally supportive of making a man wait for a while. While Nicole cheerfully celebrates her generous approval, Caius furiously clutches his head and curses his parents for not consulting him. Brimming with motivation, she encourages him to enjoy the city alone so she can rush home and hit the books. Bidding him a quick farewell, she leaves him standing alone in utter disbelief. Rooted to the spot, Caius stares blankly into the distance as her words finally sink in. A wave of absolute panic completely washes over him, leaving him gasping for air. Trembling with sudden desperation, he stammers out a weak protest to the empty air. Clenching his fists in fierce determination, he screams that he absolutely will not let her go abroad alone. Unaware of his internal crisis, Nicole walks onward with a blissful smile, holding her book tightly against her chest. Soon after, the imposing double doors of the West Wing's second interview room loom ahead. Inside, an official holding a clipboard formally begins the orientation for the government-sponsored study abroad selection process. He instructs the candidates to submit their application forms by the weekend and prepares them for their upcoming self-introductions. Without wasting a moment, the official calls the very next applicant forward to the desk. Standing up tall and confident, Nicole eagerly answers the call and steps up to the interviewer. Introducing herself with unwavering resolve, Nicole declares her intent to study gender equality in the neighboring kingdom to improve the future of Village. A silver-haired man elegantly dips a light brown-haired girl wearing a frilly pink dress in a romantic dance. Joyful tears streaming down her face, Nicole celebrates because she can finally apply for the exchange student selection. She stares up at the Grand Academy building, taking in the freshly posted ranking numbers on the exterior wall. Standing before the crowded bulletin board, She happily notes that her new rank allows her to apply for the coveted exchange program. Smiling brightly at her success, she celebrates finally making it to the starting line of her ultimate goal. Relieved tears prick her eyes as she recalls the immense pressure of raising her rank by nearly 20 places. She grounds herself by remembering there are only 3 available spots for government-sponsored exchange students. The fierce competition requires applicants to rank in the top 30 of their third-year class on the first academic test to even be considered. Nearby, a sharp-featured male student clicks his tongue in obvious annoyance at the posted results. Pumping her fists with renewed determination, she vows to try even harder because the real challenge starts right now. A new chapter of the story unfolds, bringing forth dramatic themes of prejudice and hope. A group of male students gossips anxiously about the shocking reality that Nicole is actually applying for the selection. One boy points out how suspicious it is that Lady Nicole has been ignoring her suitor by burying herself in studies for months. 3 overly dramatic friends corner the suitor, declaring it is interrogation time because he keeps getting chased down whenever he tries to meet her. The suitor laments that a self-proclaimed lunchtime peacekeeping squad of girls constantly blocks him from eating with Nicole. He complains bitterly that she rejects all his date invitations with the frustrating excuse that she needs to study. Frustrated by his awful classmates, he dramatically questions why the administration didn't shuffle the classes for their 3rd year. Feeling deeply insulted, the suitor angrily declares he is not the kind of man who would ever interfere with Nicole's dreams. His friends explain that a protective squad led by Lady Rabelia and Emilio is monitoring him to safeguard Nicole's ambitions. Realizing he is running out of time, he panics about being late if he lingers any longer. A dark-haired friend calls him pathetic while he mutters that Nicole shouldn't have to push herself to study abroad. He selfishly whines that they were supposed to marry after graduation anyway, questioning why she needs to study so incredibly hard. Meanwhile, Nicole nervously looks around a quiet, sunlit hallway as she searches for her destination. She finally spots the sign for the second interview room and pauses before it. 3 days after the exam results were announced, the atmosphere inside the academy remains incredibly tense. Nicole takes a deep, steadying breath to calm her racing heart before facing the selection committee. Gathering her courage, she firmly knocks on the heavy wooden door. She pushes the door open, her mouth falling open in sheer surprise at the sight inside. Stepping into the elegant room, she realizes she is entirely surrounded by seated male applicants. The grand chandelier gleams overhead as the heavy door clicks shut behind her, echoing with faint noises. She notices a prominent number 1 displayed nearby. 2 sharply dressed boys stare at her in complete, judgmental silence. Realizing she is the only girl present, she reflects that her past self would have been terrified by this exact situation. She pulls out a chair to sit, knowing the old her would have simply gotten scared and run away. Despite her lingering nerves, she grips her collar and bravely stands her ground under their heavy stares. The dark-haired boy from earlier suddenly approaches her with an intimidating, looming posture. Fixing her with a sharp, piercing glare, he bluntly calls out to her to get her attention. Nicole shuts her eyes tightly and clutches her bag, bracing herself as she takes her seat. He aggressively questions her presence, stating that this orientation is strictly for exchange program applicants. Taken aback by his sudden hostility, she stammers nervously as she tries to defend herself. Before she can even form a proper word, he interrupts her with a highly condescending sneer. Finding her voice at last, Nicole fiercely declares that she wants to study abroad just like everyone else. She shakes her head and awkwardly clarifies her situation, mentioning she already has a fiancé. He openly mocks her ambitions, asking if a girl is just studying abroad to find a foreign husband. Outraged by his sexist remark, she is about to snap back just as an older professor enters the room. The boy coldly continues his tirade, stating that girls studying abroad for fun before marriage are just a nuisance to serious students. Nicole settles into her chair with a defiant pout, glaring fiercely at her detractor. Unfazed by her quiet anger, the boy turns away with a dismissive scoff. The professor steps to the front and begins explaining the rigorous government-funded study abroad selection exam. Instructing the candidates to take the application forms home, the professor warns them to submit everything to the office by the weekend. A blonde-haired applicant sits nervously across from an examiner, listening closely as they are instructed to introduce themselves and detail their motives for applying. A sharply dressed young man with dark, wavy hair and a prominent cravat fixes his intense gaze forward as he absorbs the briefing. 2 other male candidates sit in tense silence, learning they will be rigorously tested on their ability to read, write, and seamlessly speak the Irigal language. The instructor outlines the grueling schedule, announcing a language proficiency test and initial interview at the start of the 8th month, followed by a second semester exam. A young woman with her hair tied back listens intently as the timeline continues, noting the selection test and second interview slated for the end of the 10th month. Continuing the briefing, the older examiner warns that daily behavior, attitude, and regular semester-end exams will all be heavily evaluated before results are posted in the 11th month. Glancing around the room filled with elite male candidates, a narrator calculates the grim odds, realizing 4 of the 8 students will be mercilessly eliminated by the second semester. Noting that it is currently the 4th month, the internal monologue zeroes in on the impending language proficiency test scheduled right after the 7th month break. Smiling with quiet resolve, the young woman pumps herself up, silently vowing to study fiercely and do her absolute best to reach her goal. The examiner's voice cuts through the tension, ordering each candidate to stand, state their name, and openly declare their purpose for wanting to study abroad. The first applicant immediately speaks up, proudly proclaiming his intent to use his education for the sake of his homeland, the Shuju Kingdom. Acknowledging the answer, the examiner efficiently shifts his attention, commanding the next person in line to step up and introduce themselves. The young woman glances sideways, silently identifying the next candidate to rise as a young man named Basil. Basil stands tall and commands the room, his elaborate aristocratic attire and confident posture radiating undeniable authority. As the examiner calls for the next person, the young woman remains seated in her elegant, high-collared dress, waiting her turn. Studying Basil, she recognizes him as Lord Claude, the eldest son of the high-ranking Count Basil family, sparking her immediate suspicion. She mentally notes how incredibly unusual it is for someone of his prestigious standing to be sitting in this examination room. She reflects on aristocratic traditions, knowing that noble families typically loathe sending their heirs abroad, usually reserving academic exile for second sons who will not inherit the estate. Shattering expectations, Lord Claude confidently declares his intense desire to conduct research in Irigal specifically for the prosperity of his own domain. Taken aback by his blunt honesty, the young woman thinks about how most nobles use the polite formality of saying they are doing it for the country rather than selfishly claiming it is just for their own land. A sudden realization hits the young woman, making her flinch violently as she registers that all eyes are now on her. Jolted from her thoughts, she blurts out a loud, panicked affirmation to the waiting examiner. The examiner smoothly absorbs the awkward interruption, unbothered as he calls for the next applicant to step forward. Standing nervously beside the seated Lord Claude, the young woman steels herself, preparing to deliver her highly unconventional motivation to the room. She reveals that her fascination with Irigal began after learning that women there are actually permitted to hold the exact same jobs as men. Fumbling slightly over her words, she introduces herself to the stern panel as Nicole Porterlet. Regaining her confidence, Nicole smiles brightly and declares her wish to study abroad to actively shape the future of women in the Reveriju Kingdom. She pushes her point further, mentioning she has heard rumors of noble women who boldly choose to remain unmarried and forge independent lives. Nicole passionately explains her goal to observe and speak with actual working women to properly understand the real advantages and challenges they face in society. She credits stories from Prince Wilhelm and inspiring descriptions in novels for gradually shifting her deep curiosity toward the country of Irigal itself. Smiling warmly, she confesses that her initial attempt to learn the Irigal language was driven simply by a humble desire to read their foreign books. Nicole contrasts the progressive nature of Irigal, noting how the country actually encourages women's societal participation and supports those who wish to work and remain single. Her tone darkens as she reflects on her homeland of Reveriju, where it is considered deeply shameful and scandalous for unmarried upper-class ladies to seek employment. Her eyes narrow with defiant focus as she recalls reading a novel featuring a fierce noblewoman protagonist who broke tradition and worked without ever marrying. Envisioning the unseen women of her country, she suggests there are likely many young ladies silently yearning for the freedom to work. Driven by a burning desire to forge a new path for these women, she vows to travel to Irigal and witness their liberated lifestyle with her own eyes. A harsh, mocking male voice instantly cuts her down, sharply stating that women should simply get married and focus on taking care of the household. Lord Claude glances over with a cold, dismissive glare, declaring that no true noble lady would ever want to work and reduce herself to the pathetic status of a commoner. Nicole's eyes widen in sheer shock, deeply stung by the immediate and brutal invalidation of her progressive dreams. Clenching her hands tightly to hide her trembling, she realizes bitterly that gaining acceptance for her ideals will be far more agonizing than she anticipated. Lord Claude continues to stare her down, offering nothing but a heavy, judgmental silence. Escaping the suffocating pressure of the examination room, Nicole slips through the heavy doors and exhales a deeply exhausted sigh. Her moment of peace is shattered when a sharply dressed young man, Lord Caius, ambushes her in the hall, demanding to know what she is doing there. Recognizing her instantly, Caius excitedly shouts her name, completely ignoring her drained demeanor. Staring at him in disbelief, Nicole asks if he seriously dragged himself all the way to the West Wing just to track her down. Flashing a blindingly cheerful grin, Caius confirms he came to rescue her, eagerly insisting they head home together with a smile. Nearby, a stern attendant scolds another young man for trying to eavesdrop on the exam, warning him that his already terrible reputation with Nicole will completely crater if she catches him. Nicole stares at Caius's beaming face, internally groaning as she realizes she cannot afford to treat him with the coldness he probably deserves right now. Masking her profound exhaustion, she slaps on a painfully forced, polite smile. Puffing his chest out with arrogant pride, Caius loudly declares that of course he came to fetch her, reminding everyone present that he is her fiancé. Stepping forward abruptly, Lord Caius grabs Nicole's arm and offers a curt excuse as he pulls her away from the watchful gaze of the dark-haired Lord Claude. With a heavy click of the door closing, Nicole forces a nervous, awkward laugh as she walks beside her persistent fiancé. Beaming with oblivious enthusiasm, Caius looks down at her and cheerfully suggests they take their leave. Left behind in the hallway, the dark-haired Lord Claude silently watches them depart with an unreadable, piercing stare. Noticing her weary expression, Caius leans in close and genuinely asks if she is all right. Her mind instantly flashes back to Lord Claude's harsh dismissal, remembering his sneering remark that she should abandon studying abroad and simply marry her adoring fiancé. Boiling with internal frustration, Nicole mentally screams that Claude's assumptions are entirely wrong and that her relationship with Caius is far from loving. Unable to contain her mounting stress, she suddenly spins around and shouts at a bewildered Caius that this entire situation is a massive misunderstanding. Flushed with embarrassment and lingering irritation, she presses her lips into a tight pout and lets out a frustrated grumble. She remembers turning her back on the judgmental nobleman, his dismissive scoff echoing behind her as she gripped her bag tightly. Her thoughts race with anxiety as she solidifies her resolve, vowing to step aside completely so Lord Caius can eventually find a proper replacement fiancé. A heavy wave of guilt washes over her as she realizes her stubborn pursuit of studying abroad is actively causing trouble for him. Meanwhile, an utterly devastated Caius collapses dramatically onto the floor, whining her name in sheer defeat while Nicole glares at him in exasperation. Wallowing in despair, Caius dramatically clutches his chest, mourning the agonizing reality that Nicole still refuses to believe his genuine feelings for her. Standing over him, his friends offer no sympathy, bluntly stating that his current misery is simply the accumulated karma of his past foolishness and severe neglect. Visibly deflating under their harsh truth, Caius rests his head on his arms and reluctantly admits they are completely right. His friend points out that the major hurdle, the disastrous rumor regarding Princess Caroline, was supposedly cleared up when Caius clung to Nicole in tears. A vivid flashback replays his desperate, tearful apology, where he begged on his hands and knees to clear his name of the scandalous misunderstanding. Despite his dramatic groveling, the flashback reveals Nicole reacting with a painfully detached, almost entirely unimpressed expression. The boys grimly realize that while the old scandal died, an entirely new and far more complex barrier has risen between the estranged couple. Shifting the intense focus, one of the friends raises an eyebrow and suddenly steers the conversation toward a much more pressing matter. Caius agonizingly recalls Nicole's chilling offer, wherein she casually volunteered to sever their engagement at any time so her academic pursuits wouldn't hinder him. The crushing reality sets in that being isolated during their third year is socially disastrous, as this is the crucial time when couples publicly deepen their bonds. Burying his face in his hands, Caius laments that despite finally shedding his demanding student council duties, he still hasn't managed to secure a single proper date with her. Snapping out of his depression, Caius furiously slams his fist on the desk, loudly declaring to the room that he is not single and has a legitimate fiancée. Panic grips his features as he frantically imagines her surrounded entirely by male applicants, openly admitting that his fear of losing her is driving him crazy. Cutting straight through the frantic rambling, the dark-haired student sharply demands to know if Caius actually intends to support Nicole's dream of studying abroad. Caught completely off guard by the piercingly direct question, Caius stammers and averts his eyes in shameful hesitation. A friend delivers a brutal reality check, warning him that weaponizing his worry to trap her or stalk her will absolutely destroy any remaining affection she has for him. A tense silence falls over the boys as the sheer weight of Caius's miserable predicament truly settles into the atmosphere. Dropping his shoulders in defeat, Caius finally confesses his agonizing paradox. He desperately wants her to stay, but he refuses to become an obstacle she despises. He further admits that putting on a fake smile to encourage her while secretly praying for her academic downfall makes him feel like a repulsive villain. With zero practical advice left to give, his companion coldly suggests that his only remaining option is to leave his tragic love life to divine intervention. The friend bluntly dictates that Caius must selfishly pray to the heavens for Nicole to fail her exams, prompting an anguished groan from the conflicted fiancé. Shifting the perspective to the broader political impact, the other students casually note that her success would actually be a monumental leap for women's rights across the kingdom. Openly betraying their friend's romantic plight, the boys enthusiastically declare their full political support for Nicole becoming the nation's pioneering female scholar. Feeling utterly abandoned by his peers, Caius furiously grits his teeth and accuses them of pouring salt in the wound while he suffers alone. Screaming his frustrations at the desk, Caius is left in the dust as his so-called friends cheerfully excuse themselves to go meet their own happy fiancés. Miles away from the boys' chaotic squabbling, Nicole gazes thoughtfully up at the sky, her mind locked tightly on her upcoming trials. Standing tall in her elegant, high-waisted dress, she clutches her precious study materials, radiating an aura of quiet, unstoppable determination. The narrative cuts back to a miserable Lord Caius, who exhales a long, pathetic sigh as the sheer weight of his romantic incompetence crushes him. Time blurs forward with the rapid, aggressive flipping of textbook pages as intensive academic preparations consume the schedule. Ensconced in the quiet comfort of an ornate parlor, Nicole sits rigidly on a luxurious sofa, her eyes glued to the foreign text in her hands. Breaking her intense focus for just a fraction of a second, she exhales a heavy breath of exhaustion before diving right back into her studies. A spark of genuine pride lights up her thoughts as she realizes her relentless solitary studying has actually granted her the ability to read irigal texts smoothly. However, a shadow of doubt creeps in, as she acknowledges that while mastering vocabulary is possible alone, practically training for conversational fluency is brutally difficult. Her confidence wavers as she bitterly calculates the high financial cost of hiring a private language tutor, knowing her wealthy male competitors are already exploiting that exact advantage. Trapped by aristocratic expectations, she strictly forbids herself from asking her family for money, feeling incredibly guilty for already demanding they postpone her strategic marriage. Staring down at her cluttered desk of ink and teacups, she strikes a wall of frustration, possessing no possible way to verify if her spoken pronunciation is actually accurate. Gripping her pen tightly, she comes to a desperate conclusion. To truly conquer this impossible exam, she absolutely must hunt down a native speaker to practice with. A frustrated individual vehemently insists on speaking with someone directly without any further delays. Searching for answers, a young woman gracefully reaches out toward the upper shelves of a massive wooden bookcase. Calmly sipping his warm beverage, a bespectacled man opens his eyes and gently asks what the matter is. Looking thoroughly exhausted and visibly tense, a handsome blonde young man mutters a heavy, frustrated greeting. Sitting at a sunlit table, the blonde man indignantly demands to know why he requires his classmates' permission to eat lunch with his own fiancée, Nicole. He notes that Nicole is supposedly observing a maiden's heart before marriage, questioning why Lady Caroline is suspiciously present as well. His simmering frustration finally boils over into a loud shout as he angrily declares that he has already learned that lesson the hard way. A companion coldly reminds him that he was the one who initially abandoned Lady Nicole, echoing Rebelia's sentiment that he needs to feel the sharp sting of being completely ignored. Nearby onlookers whisper in reverent awe, marveling at Lord Caius's fiery passion and praising Lord Emilio's amazing presence. Another student whines about wanting to sit at Bellia's table, prompting a cheerful suggestion that everyone should simply eat together. Standing off to the side, Lady Nicole tightly furrows her brow and clicks her tongue in deep, undeniable annoyance. She quietly stews in bitter resentment because Lord Caius completely ignored her, even after she desperately gathered countless interesting topics to win his fleeting attention. Someone politely interrupts her melancholic thoughts, asking if she has already submitted her official application for studying abroad. Brought abruptly back to the present reality, she lets out a long, heavy sigh as she reflects on the inquiry. Lady Caroline, a poised dark-haired noblewoman, observantly notes that this prestigious endeavor requires heavy studying right on top of their regular daily classes. Her face brightening with a gentle smile, Nicole happily confirms that she turned in the application form right after school yesterday. Caroline stares back in absolute silence, locking her piercing, calculating gaze directly onto the unsuspecting Nicole. Watching the tense interaction unfold from a distance, Lord Caius warily observes the scene as a sense of unease washes over him. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Caroline smoothly extends a highly exclusive invitation for Nicole to study the complex Irigal language with her. Pressing the sudden offer with a charming smile, she gently asks Nicole what she thinks of this unique academic arrangement. Caroline elaborates that, in preparation for her own grand marriage, she has personally invited a specialized Irigal language teacher directly to the royal palace. Completely taken aback by the overwhelming proposition, Nicole stammers and seeks clarification on whether she would truly be studying directly alongside Lady Caroline. Highly motivated as well. Completely taken aback by the overwhelming proposition, Nicole stammers and seeks clarification on whether she would truly be studying directly alongside Lady Caroline. Caroline warmly encourages the hesitant girl, insisting that having a dedicated partner to study with would help keep her highly motivated as well. Internally, Nicole wrestles with her deep hesitation, silently admitting to herself that the prestigious invitation is an incredibly tempting offer. She stalls for a brief, agonizing moment, letting out an uncertain murmur while Caroline watches her with an undeniably confident smirk. Nicole logically weighs the immense political benefits, realizing this royal honor would deeply joy her parents and exponentially elevate the Porterlet family's respect among the nobility. She astutely reasons that Caroline, as the future crown princess of Irigal, is undoubtedly being instructed by the absolute best teacher in the entire country. Standing in contemplative silence amidst the grand hall, Nicole allows the staggering weight of the monumental opportunity to wash over her. A sharp wave of self-doubt suddenly creeps in, making her worry that someone of her lower station shouldn't selfishly monopolize Lady Caroline's valuable study time. However, she quickly rationalizes that accepting this grueling task could be a rare, meaningful way to make amends for causing trouble by delaying her marriage. Caroline masterfully sweetens the diplomatic deal, expressing a humble desire for Nicole to occasionally chat with her even after they eventually go their separate ways abroad. Overwhelmed by the future princess's sheer kindness, Nicole enthusiastically assures Caroline that she absolutely does not need to worry about them losing touch. Caroline smoothly shifts the conversation's gears, sympathetically acknowledging that coming to the imposing royal palace all alone must be a highly daunting prospect. Meanwhile, a suspicious onlooker narrows their eyes, wondering silently why Lady Caroline would go to such extraordinary lengths to support Nicole's study abroad dreams. An energetic voice suddenly cuts sharply through the thick, calculating tension of the room. Nicole immediately blinks in pure, unadulterated astonishment as she processes the rapidly unfolding situation. Lord Caius visibly jolts in sudden shock, his eyes widening dramatically as the true nature of the scheme hits him. With a dangerously cheerful smile and a pointed finger, Caroline triumphantly declares that Lord Caius should be the one to safely escort Nicole. A heavy bead of nervous sweat rolls down Caius's tense face while Caroline flashes a remarkably devious, knowing grin. Maintaining her flawless aristocratic composure, Caroline gives a sharp, silent nod of absolute certainty. Caught entirely off guard by the masterful trap, Caius reluctantly mumbles his agreement to serve as Nicole's official escort. Internally, Caius erupts into wildly jubilant celebration, thrilled that the private carriage ride guarantees uninterrupted alone time with his beautiful fiancée. The surrounding atmosphere instantly thickens, buzzing with rapid, dramatic tension as the social battlefield shifts. A classmate abruptly shouts an impassioned, breathless apology to Lady Caroline, admitting they previously thought she was maliciously meddling. Emilio excitedly hypes his friend up, declaring that supporting Nicole's dream is a brilliant strategy to hit two birds with one stone and grow much closer to her. A dark-haired classmate leans in and urgently whispers a dire warning to Nicole, insisting she absolutely mustn't get into a carriage with a man who is definitely plotting something. The protective girl glares fiercely across the sunlit room, her eyes narrowed in deep, unwavering suspicion of his hidden motives. Hearing the vicious insult, Caius angrily barks back that it is perfectly natural and expected for a loving fiancé to act as a proper escort. The girl laughs behind her hand and mocks him ruthlessly, accusing the lecherous man of only getting fired up because he realized they would be trapped alone in the carriage. Turning her furious, self-righteous judgment upon Caroline, the girl fiercely condemns her as a complete disgrace to womanhood for willingly throwing an innocent maiden into danger. Glaring with intense, unwavering severity, the bespectacled young man firmly warns that it is incredibly dangerous for a proper lady to ever get close to a man like that. He loudly insists that Rubelia is entirely right, urgently begging Lady Nicole not to let herself be easily deceived by foolish tricks. Nicole internally panics in a flurry of extreme anxiety, wondering frantically if she has made yet another massive mistake while simply trying to support her dear childhood friend's blossoming love. An exaggerated, highly dramatic voice bluntly declares that she has spectacularly failed the maiden's heart certification, leaving her in a state of absolute, utter disbelief. Gathering her aristocratic composure, Nicole solemnly states that while it is an incredibly kind offer, she must respectfully and firmly decline the generous proposal. Struck with sudden, heavy confusion, a deeply bewildered Caius turns toward her and desperately demands to know why she is suddenly refusing such a grand opportunity. Maintaining a polite but undeniably strained smile, Nicole candidly admits that if she were being completely honest, she would eagerly and joyfully say yes to the proposal. Caius stares back utterly blankly, uttering a soft, breathless sound of pure, unadulterated shock as her entirely unexpected rejection fully registers in his racing mind. She respectfully bows her head slightly, expressing deep, genuine sorrow for turning down such a wonderfully thoughtful offer while firmly reiterating her polite refusal. Watching the tense, dramatic rejection unfold, the dark-haired girl flashes a remarkably smug, triumphant smile while the bespectacled boy observes the scene in quiet, calculating approval. Gazing at her with remarkably wide, pleading eyes, Caius softly breathes Nicole's name in a final, highly desperate attempt to understand her uncompromisingly firm stance. Nicole continues her detailed explanation, astutely noting that she would uniquely be the only one receiving such highly exclusive special treatment from Lady Caroline and a dedicated royal tutor. Flashing a bright, deeply appreciative smile, she loudly proclaims how truly grateful she is for the overwhelming kindness, even as she stubbornly stands her highly principled ground. Lowering her sharp gaze in quiet, somewhat embarrassed realization, Lady Caroline apologizes softly, admitting she simply wasn't thinking the complex political situation through clearly enough. Staring off into the gentle, sunlit distance, Nicole remarks on how strange it genuinely feels, recalling that just last year she was ruthlessly mocked as a miserable lady entirely ignored by her own fiancé. Gazing out the tall, beautifully framed window, she sighs softly and wishes she could somehow magically travel back to tell her highly anxious past self how drastically things would eventually change. She profoundly reflects on the deep irony that once she finally stopped worrying so much about being completely alone, a vibrant, supportive group of people naturally started gathering around her. Shifting her highly focused thoughts directly back to the immediate academic problem at hand, she ponders deeply if there is perhaps another alternative, highly effective way to achieve her goals. Her bright eyes suddenly widen with a sharp, thrilling spark of brilliant inspiration as a brand new, highly promising educational idea vigorously strikes her. She logically and somewhat sadly acknowledges the harsh reality, noting that it is incredibly hard to effectively improve her complex language skills any further relying strictly on isolated self-study alone. Gazing up at a sprawling, deeply impressive historical building framed by delicate, sunlit leaves, a specific, crucial, and highly useful memory finally surfaces in her active mind. With newfound, entirely unwavering determination, her elegant shoes click rhythmically and purposefully against the intricate, hexagonal stone pavement as she swiftly approaches her target destination. She cautiously and quietly ventures into a seemingly peaceful, sun-drenched alleyway, observing a solitary, unassuming man resting peacefully on a simple woven chair nearby. Glancing highly nervously around the completely unfamiliar, narrow, and slightly intimidating rustic streets, she lets out an uncertain murmur as she desperately tries to locate the right place. Her searching, highly anxious gaze slowly travels upward, taking in the rustic, perfectly everyday sight of fresh white laundry hanging casually from the nearby weathered wooden windows. A sudden, totally unfamiliar, and deep voice sharply calls out to her from the quiet, lingering shadows, completely and utterly interrupting her focused, solitary search. Before being fully, abruptly interrupted, she mumbles quietly to herself, trying desperately to reassure her rapidly racing heart that the specific hidden location she seeks was definitely somewhere around here. Her heart suddenly and aggressively pounds in her tight chest, and she spins around with a loud, highly visible gasp of sheer, unadulterated panic. A rugged, highly attractive, and dangerously confident young man flashes her a charming, easygoing smile and casually asks if she is wandering these rough streets entirely alone. Completely and utterly frozen by the sudden, highly suspicious encounter, she stammers incredibly nervously, entirely unsure of how to properly and safely handle the escalating, dangerous situation. Noting her highly anxious, erratic behavior, the stranger smoothly points out that she keeps looking around and questions exactly what a delicate girl like her is doing completely lost in a rough place like this. He leans in just a bit closer, his striking, intensely focused eyes locking onto hers as a supremely confident, overly friendly smirk aggressively plays across his handsome face. Chuckling deeply and somewhat darkly under his breath, the bold stranger audaciously compliments her, stating with blatant, undeniable, and heavy flirtation that she is exceptionally cute. Without any hesitation or common decency, he casually and firmly grabs her tense shoulder, eagerly inviting her to come hang out at a nearby hidden shop where he supposedly works. As he forcefully and aggressively tries to pull her along, Nicole internally panics with massive dread, realizing with absolute, chilling certainty that this rapidly escalating situation might be incredibly dangerous. Trembling violently and uncontrollably under his firm, completely unyielding grip, she stammers in sheer, overwhelming terror, her wide eyes darting around frantically for any possible escape route. Suddenly, the highly aggressive stranger surprisingly raises his hands in mock, entirely casual surrender, lazily declaring that he will back off because messy relationships are just way too much of a pain. With a lazy, highly dismissive shrug of his broad shoulders, he casually explains his supposedly strict personal rule against ever messing with the delicate friends of his own friends. A heavy, profoundly resounding clunk suddenly and violently shatters the tense silence as a familiar, dark-haired man sternly and heroically steps into the narrow, shadowed alleyway. Glaring with absolute, entirely chilling authority, the commanding new arrival coldly orders Nicole to immediately get out, fiercely declaring that this rough area is absolutely no place for a proper count's daughter. Nicole stares back in pure, completely unadulterated astonishment, her jaw dropping slightly in total disbelief as she instantly recognizes the harsh, highly commanding voice miraculously saving her. The dark-haired young man, dressed down in a completely simple, highly modest work shirt, maintains a fiercely protective, incredibly unwavering glare aimed directly at the retreating troublemaker. Snapping sharply and aggressively at her entirely bewildered expression, he fiercely orders her never to use his noble family name, insisting that in this specific rundown place, he is strictly just Claude. Completely ignoring his fierce, highly urgent warning out of sheer, overwhelming shock, Nicole blurts out his true aristocratic title, desperately asking why Lord Basil would ever be in such a lowly place. Before Basil can fully, angrily answer her highly pressing question, a cheerful female voice suddenly calls down from above, brightly telling Claude that he is finally free to come up. As he turns his sharply handsome face away in obvious, highly heavy frustration, Nicole intensely and furiously wonders why a high-ranking, wealthy noble would ever go to such extreme, unbelievable lengths. She intensely stares at his rough, entirely common working clothes, suddenly realizing the shocking, highly scandalous truth that he must be actively hiding his noble status to work entirely in secret. Her mind aggressively and incredibly quickly races as she fully processes this monumental, highly secretive discovery, standing completely frozen in the middle of the narrow, sunlit street. A highly surprised, entirely light-hearted exclamation rings out clearly from the nearby open doorway as the female shop worker finally notices the incredibly tense, awkward situation unfolding outside. The cheerful woman brightly and enthusiastically asks if Claude has brought a new friend along, prompting Nicole to nervously stammer while the deeply embarrassed, highly frustrated noble simply grunts and averts his furious gaze. Radiating sheer warmth and enthusiasm, a young girl in a dark headscarf beams brightly beside a softly smiling young man, enthusiastically apologizing for keeping the brooding Claude waiting. An urgent, commanding voice from off-screen suddenly shatters the peaceful atmosphere, forcefully demanding that they get moving because their grandmother is already waiting for them. Overcome by a sudden rush of flustered emotion, the young girl blushes profusely and gasps in astonishment, raising a delicate hand to cover her surprised, wide-eyed expression. An unseen observer chuckles with distinct amusement at the unfolding interaction, playfully remarking that the targeted individual possesses quite an undeniable and captivating charm. A beautifully adorned young woman with flowing, wavy hair and an impeccably dressed, dark-haired man wearing a stylish apron stand frozen in stunned, absolute silence by a rustic wooden doorway. Staring fixedly ahead with widened, highly expressive eyes, the young woman's delicate features twist into a look of subtle concern and profound bewilderment. Beside her, the dark-haired man named Claude shifts his gaze sideways, his striking features betraying a deep, unmistakable sense of hesitant uneasiness. Unable to bear the suffocating tension, Claude turns his head away and exhales a sharp, exasperated sigh with closed eyes, leaving the bewildered young woman to watch his tense profile. Shifting his immediate focus and abandoning the awkward standoff, Claude purposefully begins ascending a dimly lit wooden staircase, closely followed by the young woman's curious gaze. As Claude strides decisively out of the frame, the beautifully dressed young woman trails behind him onto a sun-drenched wooden porch where a large, majestic cat lazily meanders past their feet. The narrative seamlessly transitions into a pristine, meticulously organized rustic kitchen, beautifully showcasing gleaming hanging pans, fresh apples nestled in a bowl, and finely crafted wooden cabinetry. Breaking the serene domestic silence, a sharply detailed close-up reveals a firm, confident hand knocking rhythmically against a sturdy wooden door frame. The young woman's expressive eyes widen to an almost comical degree in sheer, unadulterated bewilderment, involuntarily letting out a deeply confused sound as she struggles to process her surroundings. Gripping his collar with a look of serious, unwavering resolve, Claude stands firmly near a wooden staircase railing and confirms a lingering inquiry with a single, decisive affirmative. A warm, incredibly inviting voice immediately calls out from the unseen interior, graciously welcoming the duo into the cozy establishment. Maintaining an intensely stoic and deeply contemplative profile, Claude listens silently as someone nearby questions the bizarre, unfamiliar nature of the language that was just spoken. The young woman's face is entirely consumed by a tidal wave of shock, her wide eyes trembling with sheer disbelief as she realizes she just heard the elusive Irigal language. An off-screen presence cheerfully acknowledges their sudden arrival, pleasantly surprised to see that Claude has brought an unexpected friend along with him today. The source of the welcoming voice is revealed to be a gentle elderly woman, her face adorned with deep, character-filled wrinkles and dark hair clips as she smiles with closed, joyous eyes. Radiating an aura of profound, grandmotherly warmth, the elderly woman politely expresses her absolute pleasure at finally meeting the newly arrived young woman. Hesitantly introducing herself as Nicole, the young woman awkwardly fumbles over her words before eagerly asking if the strange dialect spoken moments ago was indeed the Irigal language. The elderly woman greets her with unwavering kindness, officially introducing herself as Jiroa while maintaining her delightfully cheerful and welcoming demeanor. Desperate to control the narrative, Claude quickly and sharply interjects, firmly clarifying that he and Nicole are merely casual acquaintances who stumbled upon each other by sheer chance. A suffocating, tremendously awkward silence crashes down upon Claude and Nicole, leaving both of them standing stiffly side by side in a state of paralyzing discomfort. Desperately shattering the unbearable tension, Nicole curiously pivots the conversation, directly asking the sweet Jiroa if she shares a close, personal relationship with Claude. Jiroa beams with immense, unfiltered happiness, fondly recalling a time a while ago when she suffered a terrible fall and Claude graciously helped her back up. She elaborates with deep gratitude that she had injured her back and couldn't help at the shop, but the ever-reliable Claude selflessly offered his assistance when she was in dire trouble. Nicole quietly internalizes this heartwarming revelation, silently repeating Claude's earlier, dismissive claim about them being mere acquaintances as her expression remains entirely unreadable. Suddenly snapping under the pressure, Claude aggressively demands to know why a defenseless Nicole was wandering around such a notoriously dangerous place completely alone. Trembling with visible frustration, Claude fiercely deflects her probing questions, loudly declaring that her current line of inquiry is entirely beside the pressing issue at hand. Unfazed by his outburst, Nicole earnestly reveals her passionate desire to learn the Irigal language, explaining that while she can read and write, she desperately needs practical conversational experience. Claude's aggressive momentum immediately derails, leaving him momentarily taken aback and uttering a highly confused sound as he attempts to process her thoroughly unexpected motivation. Diving into her backstory, Nicole enthusiastically recounts a time she was returning from the library and overheard two mysterious men discussing a highly specific shop located in the food district. Claude's striking face scrunches in sheer, unadulterated bewilderment, completely lost as to where this incredibly bizarre and seemingly disconnected narrative is rapidly heading. Oblivious to his confusion, Nicole passionately proclaims that she firmly believed she needed to proactively meet someone originating directly from the elusive Irigal zone. Continuing her highly animated and incredibly naive explanation, she states that she thought this specific shop would provide the absolute perfect environment to practice her conversational skills. Nicole innocently and cheerfully shares that she heard the staff were all young girls from the Irigal zone who would chat extensively and intimately if a customer simply ordered a drink. A profound, incredibly heavy and deeply stunned silence immediately envelopes the room as both Claude and Geroa stare at the oblivious girl in absolute, paralyzing disbelief. Breaking the terrifying quiet, Claude slowly begins to speak, his voice heavily laced with hesitant, creeping dread as he attempts to address the true, sinister nature of that establishment. Leaning in with an exhausted, incredibly heavy sigh, Claude stares intently at the completely clueless Nicole, struggling to find the appropriate words to shatter her dangerous innocence. Abandoning all tact, he bluntly informs a horrified Nicole that the so-called conversation spot is essentially a brothel where customers pay for female companionship and aggressively negotiate for private rooms. Nicole immediately covers her mouth in sheer, violently trembling terror, stammering in absolute disbelief as the incredibly grim and deeply unsafe reality of her intended destination finally sets in. Visibly shaking from the terrifying revelation, she quietly admits that merely hearing the explicit, sordid details about the establishment sends violently terrifying chills cascading down her spine. Analyzing the grim situation, Claude astutely deduces that the sketchy place Nicole heard about highly likely uses its roster of exotic Irigal girls as a major, highly advertised selling point for its predatory clientele. Viciously berating her own catastrophic foolishness, Nicole cries out that she thought she was perfectly accustomed to walking alone, furiously calling herself an absolute idiot for ever letting her guard down. Claude mutters with a dark, serious undertone that it is incredibly fortunate a man named Ray hit on her first, inadvertently saving her before she unknowingly wandered into irreversible danger. However, the gears in Nicole's mind slowly begin to turn, and she astutely realizes that when she first encountered Claude, he was wandering around the exact same dangerous area for a very similar reason. Acting on her sudden, shocking epiphany, Nicole abruptly turns to Geroa with wide, highly questioning eyes, completely and utterly startling the panicked Claude in the chaotic process. Unfazed by the escalating drama, Geroa chuckles with immense, heartwarming warmth, her eyes crinkling with sweet grandmotherly amusement as she gently and playfully attempts to soothe the sudden, explosive tension. Reacting with sheer, unadulterated and flabbergasted panic, Claude sputters out a wildly bewildered question as absolute control of the narrative completely and hilariously slips from his frantic grasp. A gentle chuckle escapes Geroa as her eyes crinkle with warm, grandmotherly amusement. She happily explains that Claude asked her to teach him the language in exchange for helping at the shop after discovering she was from the Irigal zone. Caught completely off guard, Nicole wonders why a nobleman like Lord Claude would seek out a shopkeeper for lessons instead of simply hiring a professional tutor. The pieces suddenly fall into place for the astonished girl as she realizes Ms. Geroa's origins explain why she was speaking the foreign dialect earlier. A sharp gasp escapes Nicole as her eye widens in pure, unadulterated shock at the unfolding revelation. Someone cheerfully confirms her realization, validating her sudden burst of understanding. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the kindly Geroa eagerly suggests that Nicole should join Claude and practice chatting with them at the shop. Visibly annoyed by the prospect, Claude groans and awkwardly mutters that she might get tricked by shady people promising language lessons. Deflecting his true intentions, he stubbornly claims he was just worried about her safety while Nicole stammers in utter confusion at Geroa's generous offer. Eagerly grasping the lifeline, Nicole excitedly agrees that practicing her speaking skills with Ms. Geroa would be an absolute lifesaver. A tense silence falls over the room as Nicole stares expectantly at a sweating, deeply uncomfortable Claude who can feel her piercing gaze. Unable to handle the suffocating pressure, the brooding young man clicks his tongue in sharp exasperation. Yielding to the inevitable, Claude firmly states that he has exactly one strict condition for her participation. Nicole completely understands his boundary, acknowledging that Claude met Jiroa first and holds the final say over whether she can join their arrangement. Clasping her hands together in sheer determination, the flushed girl eagerly agrees to whatever terms he sets. Leaning in with an intense glare, Claude strictly forbids her from telling anyone about this arrangement, including her parents, friends, and especially her fiancé. A cheerful voice readily agrees to the terms while a bewildered Nicole softly repeats Claude's name in lingering awe. Surrounded by glowing imaginary text bubbles, Nicole nervously reflects that she was too focused on understanding the language to actually speak much. Stepping out into the evening air, the young woman closes her eyes and lets out a long, heavy sigh of immense relief. Claude quickly breaks the lingering tension by excusing himself, prompting a startled and flustered yelp from the glaring Nicole. Narrowing his eyes with sharp impatience, he bluntly orders the dawdling girl to hurry up and go home already. A sudden, off-screen voice calls out to her, causing Nicole to freeze and widen her eyes in mild surprise. Glancing nervously down the quiet cobblestone path, she clutches her bag and urgently notes that she needs to rush home before the sun fully sets. Striding forward with absolute resolve, Nicole mentally vows to keep her new 2-hour, bi-weekly shop shifts and study sessions a complete secret. She fiercely commits to protecting her precious learning opportunity with Jiroa, entirely unsure of what complicated situation Lord Claude is currently navigating. Planning her next academic steps, the dedicated student decides to look up the pronunciations she missed as the narrative abruptly shifts elsewhere. A tense mouth forms the urgent words that they desperately need to formulate a brand new plan. A frustrated voice complains about being dragged into yet another ridiculously complicated scheme. Looking absolutely dead serious, a young man named Caius stares intensely ahead with a slight bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. An elegant woman with dark hair obscuring her eyes steeples her gloved hands over her face in deep, silent contemplation. A dark-haired ally glares fiercely, bitterly reminding his friends that he explicitly warned them not to mess with things. The frantic group argues that leaving everything to Caius will only cause Nicole's heart to drift further and further away. Thrashing dramatically in his seat, the dark-haired friend yells that calling an emergency meeting all the way at the palace was completely unnecessary. Another voice forcefully demands the impossible, suggesting that Caius must master the Irigal language right now and teach Nicole himself. Tensions flare as someone snaps to ask if the others are even listening, desperately insisting that they have to do something immediately. A harsh reprimand strikes the air, pointing out the sheer absurdity of hijacking one of only 3 study abroad slots for purely personal reasons. The conspirators realize that if Caius simply passes the selection exam, they would have the ultimate excuse to study abroad together. Caius listens to the chaotic plotting with a stoic, unwavering expression while his dark-haired companion looks on in exhausted disbelief. A clever voice notes a crucial loophole, pointing out that the specific university in the Irigal zone conveniently offers a prestigious night course. Radiating absolute confidence, Caius sharply confirms that he is well aware of this convenient academic loophole. His friends are momentarily stunned by his competence, impressed that he is actually thinking his romantic strategy all the way through. Clenching his fist with fiery determination, Caius vows to pass the night course entrance exam and fund his own study abroad trip if Nicole goes. He flawlessly justifies his plan by explaining that graduating from this specific course grants entrance exam exemptions and crucial evaluation bonus points for the night order. Staring ahead with unwavering resolve, he declares that his parents will never oppose the plan because it genuinely advances his career. Thrilled by this foolproof strategy, his friends excitedly urge him to invite Nicole right away so they can start studying together. Caius strokes his chin deep in thought, realizing this could be the absolute perfect excuse to spend quality time with her. A sudden wave of panic hits him as he fears Nicole will assume he is only chasing after her because of an impending marriage in the Irigal zone. Sweating nervously, Caius confesses to his bewildered friends that there is one massive, glaring problem with his brilliant master plan. The group groans in collective frustration, realizing that keeping his preparations a secret will inevitably spark yet another disastrous misunderstanding. Gripped by romantic terror, Caius heavily admits that suddenly announcing his desire to study abroad will definitely make Nicole misunderstand his true intentions all over again. A well-dressed young man visibly winces as a gloved hand gestures dismissively, pointing out that his proposed line sounds undeniably creepy and might completely distract her from studying. Emphasizing the unsettling nature of saying he will definitely accompany her, a companion suggests that simply being honest with her would be a far superior strategy. Considering the immense weight of their future, he realizes they need to cultivate a vastly improved public image as they steadily navigate the path toward marriage. Acknowledging this profound reality, they mutually agree that adopting a patient, long-term approach is the only sensible course of action. Standing confidently in a finely tailored vest with a teacup in hand, the dark-haired gentleman advises against haphazardly rushing into any half-baked, poorly conceived plans. Listening intently to this prudent counsel, the blond man solemnly nods in agreement, acknowledging the undeniable wisdom of his associate's words. Pondering the delicate intricacies of their evolving relationship, he deeply contemplates his next move with an air of profound thoughtfulness. He ultimately concludes that, for the time being, offering quiet, steadfast support might be the most effective and considerate strategy to employ. Diligently engrossed in her heavy textbook, the young woman with a beautifully tied ribbon in her hair continues to rigorously review her extensive academic materials. Wrestling with his inner thoughts, the young man hesitantly decides he should probably remain completely silent until she successfully completes her highly anticipated language test. Reflecting on his startlingly profound ignorance, he confesses that the long July break completely flew by without him having any real understanding of her daily activities. The painful realization fully sets in during the August Flower Festival, where he observes with a heavy heart that his fiancée has unfortunately grown entirely accustomed to navigating the world completely alone. A lingering sense of melancholic regret washes over him as he recalls a particularly stinging memory from the recent past. He explicitly notes that during last June, she deliberately chose not to invite him to the bustling and vibrant merchant fair. Gathered in a grand, sunlit room featuring towering, elegant windows, three individuals stand together in a moment of serious, hushed deliberation. The dark-haired man gestures emphatically while reminding his attentive companions that the crucial language test is scheduled to take place at the very start of August. Examining a beautifully crafted teacup resting on a delicate saucer, the narrative predicts that she will either emerge fiercely fired up for her next exam or become completely depressed, depending entirely on the impending results. The conversation deeply underscores the high stakes of her academic journey, emphasizing that she must remain totally focused on her rigorous studying to succeed. A heavy, palpable aura of determination fills the atmosphere as the characters reflect on past missteps and future anxieties. With resolute finality, the speaker firmly declares that they absolutely do not want to repeat the disastrous mistakes made during the previous year. A highly detailed, intense close-up of a shimmering eye framed by delicate lashes powerfully conveys a profound sense of looming, inescapable anxiety. The inner monologue agonizingly reveals a deep-seated fear that she might be so utterly overwhelmed that she will not even have the time to spare a single thought about him. The grand, sturdy exterior of a charmingly rustic building stands prominently against a bright, expansive sky, subtly hinting at the beginning of a bustling new day. A cheerful, welcoming voice rings out warmly through the lively atmosphere, enthusiastically praising someone for their consistently good work. Wearing a simple, elegant dress and a practical headscarf, Nicole brightly beams as she steps forward to warmly greet her diligent coworker. She enthusiastically calls out to the tall, suspender-wearing man with a braided ponytail, cheerfully addressing him as Mr. Ray. Standing tall with an air of casual confidence, the stylishly dressed Mr. Ray adjusts his posture while wearing distinctive, geometrically patterned suspenders. He effortlessly returns the warm greeting, politely acknowledging both Nicole and Claude as they prepare for the demanding workday ahead. As the busy establishment hums with vibrant activity, an enthusiastic voice quickly shouts that they are coming to assist the waiting patrons. Simultaneously, a towering customer looms over the counter, respectfully addressing the little lady and politely asking if he can proceed to place his order. Displaying a surprisingly bold and capable demeanor, the worker confidently asserts that they can certainly handle the task if they genuinely want to. Meanwhile, someone dryly remarks on the highly unusual nature of the situation, specifically pointing out that it is incredibly rare for the addressed individual to actually not be late. Gazing with evident admiration at her remarkably capable coworker, Nicole stands thoughtfully in the bustling diner with serving mugs securely in hand. She expresses her genuine awe at his impressive work ethic, brightly noting that Mr. Ray is truly amazing as well. Sitting comfortably with her delicate needlework, A kindly older woman with a warm smile gently shares a touching, deeply personal detail about their hard-working colleague. She softly reveals that Ray has a sickly younger sister, and because his parents are working outside, he selflessly stays home to take diligent care of her. Reflecting on their initial interactions, a coworker admits that things were undeniably kind of awkward at first before this profound revelation completely shifted their perspective. Having heard this incredibly moving backstory, the speaker now harbors a deep, genuine respect for him, just as they are officially told that they can clock out now. Elaborating further on his exhausting, relentless schedule, it is revealed that after his hard-working parents finally return home, he immediately heads back out to labor once again. Taking on an immense burden, he tirelessly works at the diner known as Eluance until the late hours of the night, prompting a quietly stunned reaction. A low-angle, architectural perspective beautifully captures the classic, timber-framed exterior of the bustling diner as a few wispy clouds drift lazily across the serene sky. The striking visual emphasizes the quaint, historical charm of the building where the characters spend their long, demanding work shifts. Taking charge of the less glamorous end-of-day duties, someone considerately volunteers to throw out the trash first, urging the others to go ahead without them. A companion readily agrees to this practical arrangement, warmly prompting Nicole that it is finally time for them to leave the premises. Struggling slightly under the bulky weight of the fully loaded refuse, Nicole hoists the heavy, tied-off garbage bags with a distinct, rustling sound. She lets out a tired but highly relieved sigh, expressing her physical exhaustion after completing yet another demanding task at the diner. Openly confessing her initial struggles and steep learning curve, she freely admits that at first, she had absolutely no idea what to do and was constantly getting scolded by the strict Lord Claude. Despite those difficult early days, she optimistically notes that she is gradually getting used to the rigorous demands of her new environment. A distinct sense of lingering fatigue washes over her as she reflects on the surprisingly taxing nature of her seemingly modest employment schedule. She honestly admits that even working just twice a week for relatively short shifts proves to be undeniably tiring for her. A highly detailed, expressive close-up captures Nicole's beautiful, wide eyes as she suddenly turns her head in response to an unexpected stimulus. Her lips part slightly in genuine curiosity as she softly hums a questioning note, wondering what has just caught her attention. Brushing off her long, flowing skirt with a soft patting motion, Nicole bends forward slightly, radiating a vibrant sense of cheerful accomplishment. She enthusiastically announces to her companions that, so far, her dedicated speaking practice is proceeding incredibly well. Continuing her bright, positive assessment of her ongoing self-improvement journey, she gratefully acknowledges the invaluable assistance she has recently received. She happily declares that thanks entirely to Ms. Jiroa, her crucial speaking skills have notably and impressively improved. Her expression suddenly shifts from cheerful confidence to complete, wide-eyed bewilderment as a highly unexpected piece of information completely catches her off guard. She lets out a softly confused sound, staring blankly ahead as she struggles to mentally process the startling new development. A rush of sudden, frantic panic vividly overtakes her delicate features as deep blush lines dramatically erupt across her cheeks in sheer embarrassment. She lets out a sharp, startled gasp, clearly completely flustered by the overwhelming situation rapidly unfolding right before her eyes. Startled by an abrupt interruption, Nicole spins around with a dramatic flinch, letting out another sharp exclamation as she nervously clutches her hands together. The quick, staccato sound effects perfectly highlight her incredibly jittery and anxious state as she faces the new arrival. The distinct, metallic click of a door latch sharply breaks the tension as a new figure finally enters the quiet room. A polite, apologetic voice smoothly cuts through the lingering silence, expressing sincere regret for keeping the young woman waiting for so long. Comfortably seated in a beautifully crafted wooden rocking chair, an elegantly dressed older woman with short hair smiles with a deep, welcoming warmth. She casually rests a soft, fringed shawl over her lap, exuding an aura of gentle, matronly authority. Radiating genuine kindness and heartfelt appreciation, the seated woman warmly praises Nicole for her undeniably good work throughout the demanding day. With a deeply comforting and hospitable gesture, she kindly invites the hardworking young lady to come and sit down right beside her. Observing the young woman's surprisingly steadfast dedication to her difficult job, the dark-haired Lord Claude dryly remarks that she is truly sticking with it against all odds. Following the older woman's polite invitation, Nicole quietly takes her seat, settling down with a soft, subtle rustle of her garments. Clasping her hands together in a gesture of pure, unadulterated delight, the older woman beams brightly, her eyes crinkling with immense joy. She enthusiastically opens the floor for conversation, eagerly asking what delightful topic they should pleasantly chat about today. An extreme, joy-filled close-up beautifully emphasizes the older woman's radiant, infectious smile and her tightly clasped hands. Her incredibly warm, welcoming expression perfectly sets a highly comforting and remarkably safe tone for the ensuing private conversation. A heavy, thoughtful pause gracefully descends over the conversation as the complex reality of Nicole's hidden, dual life is suddenly brought to the forefront. The speaker poignantly highlights the glaring contradiction of her current situation, specifically noting her surprising employment even though she is actually a high-status noble lady. Smiling with a serene, unwavering confidence, Nicole gently closes her eyes and firmly reassures her concerned companion that everything is absolutely fine. She openly admits the highly secretive nature of her current endeavor, explicitly confirming that she is intentionally keeping her employment a strictly guarded secret. A sharp, undeniable spike of anxiety is suddenly injected into the conversation as the older woman poses a highly concerning, hypothetical question regarding the young lady's secret. She pointedly asks what disastrous consequences might unfold if her aristocratic fiancé ultimately finds out about her menial job and decides to say something negative about it. Hesitating slightly before overstepping her bounds, the speaker nervously admits that she probably shouldn't be the one openly saying this to a noble. Nevertheless, she presses forward with deep concern, explicitly asking if Nicole is truly sure she is okay working at a lowly commoner shop. Recalling a surprisingly wholesome recent interaction, Nicole explains that just the other day, her fiancé unexpectedly stopped her right in the middle of the school hallway. Instead of issuing a harsh reprimand, he politely urged her to take an item, unexpectedly gifting her a heartfelt letter of genuine encouragement. Reacting to this highly unusual and surprisingly sweet noble behavior, Lord Claude narrows his eyes in deep, skeptical disbelief as he learns that cookies were also involved. Completely baffled by the dynamic, he bluntly questions if the man is truly her fiancé and not just an incredibly devoted, obsessive fan. A brilliantly illuminated close-up perfectly captures Nicole's beaming, utterly delighted expression as she joyfully reflects on her fiancé's incredibly supportive actions. Her sparkling eyes and widely parted lips completely radiate pure, unadulterated happiness and a profound sense of romantic optimism. Visualizing the impeccably dressed, handsome blonde fiancé, she happily notes that, surprisingly, he genuinely seems to be actively supporting her ambitious study abroad plans. Because of his incredibly encouraging and unconditionally supportive behavior, she confidently confirms that so far, absolutely nothing has gone wrong. Having successfully concluded her highly pleasant and reassuring conversation, Nicole decides it is finally time to officially take her leave. She politely excuses herself from the comfortable gathering, casually announcing to her companions that she will be going now. Just as she is about to make her smooth departure, a sudden, hesitant sound of interruption softly breaks the comfortable silence. Nicole stops dead in her tracks, letting out a tiny, surprised gasp as something completely unexpected abruptly catches her immediate attention. A highly dramatic, intensely focused close-up reveals a solitary, glistening bead of sweat nervously sliding down a tense, frightened face. A delicate hand rises to defensively clutch at the dark ribbon tightly secured around the throat, brilliantly showcasing an overwhelming surge of sudden, visceral fear. Stepping out into the highly crowded, bustling city street, Nicole stands rigidly frozen while completely surrounded by the dense, shadowy silhouettes of numerous passing strangers. She casts a highly nervous, extremely apprehensive glance over her shoulder, feeling an intense, undeniable sense of encroaching danger looming directly behind her. The story dramatically erupts in explosive, confrontational tension as a furious, demanding voice aggressively shatters the tense, uneasy silence. A highly agitated figure angrily screams, violently demanding to know exactly what she is doing with Lord Claude hidden away at the back of the store. A young woman with a long ponytail looks up in absolute shock as a towering, highly aggressive figure suddenly looms directly over her in the middle of a cobblestone street. Wide-eyed and completely stunned by the sheer hostility of the encounter, she stares blankly ahead as she struggles to mentally process the sudden, terrifying confrontation. Blinking in pure, unadulterated confusion, she innocently asks for a pardon, her delicate expression entirely bewildered by the stranger's sudden, explosive outburst. The furious figure continues to aggressively loom over her, angrily spitting out disjointed, frantic accusations about her inappropriately being alone with Lord Claude. Recovering slightly from her initial shock, the young woman nervously stammers and asks if the towering stranger is actually a personal acquaintance of Lord Claude. A different young woman, dressed in a highly elegant gown and anxiously clutching her hands, steps forward from the shadows to politely apologize for the sudden interruption. Tears welling rapidly in her eyes, the formally dressed girl notes that the commoner doesn't look like his sister and frantically asks if she could possibly be Lord Claude's fiancée. Panicking visibly as her emotions completely overflow, the tearful aristocratic girl desperately begs the stunned commoner not to tell Lord Claude that she was seen here. Startled by this highly desperate and completely unexpected plea, the young woman reaches out in deep confusion, stammering for the crying girl to wait a moment. The elegant girl rapidly flees down the cobblestone street in a flurry of skirts, while the other reaches out uselessly, crying out for her to stop. Left completely alone in the confusing wake of the bizarre encounter, the young woman tightly clutches her bag strap in a state of anxious, lingering bewilderment. Dressed formally with a large, elegant bow secured at her collar, Nicole stares intently ahead with a serious, slightly apprehensive expression washing over her beautiful features. Lord Claude stands tall and impeccably dressed in a finely tailored vest, projecting an undeniably powerful air of aristocratic poise beside a large, sunlit window. Reaching out with a refined, perfectly postured hand, he gently invites Nicole forward and firmly declares that it is finally time for them to begin. Meeting his intense gaze with a bright, highly confident smile, she firmly agrees and steps forward to gracefully take his extended hand. As they smoothly glide across the expansive floor to the rhythm of the music, the narrative notes that it is entirely normal for engaged couples in the same year to practice together. Held securely and comfortably in her partner's arms, another dancing girl smiles blissfully as she romantically wonders if Lord Caius also genuinely enjoys dancing. The narrative forcefully emphasizes the strict focus required in the elegant hall, explicitly noting that there absolutely won't be any interruptions during their formal dance class. Nicole softly breathes Lord Claude's name into the quiet space between them, her delicate expression caught somewhere between deep focus and lingering, unspoken hesitation. A striking, highly detailed close-up captures Lord Claude's sharp, handsome profile as he looks straight ahead with an aura of cool, unwavering composure. Breaking the momentary, elegant silence, an authoritative instructor loudly orders all those currently without partners to immediately come over to a designated area. Continuing their incredibly smooth waltz, Nicole worries internally about the crying girl from the street, desperately hoping she doesn't cause any unnecessary trouble between them. Suddenly stumbling and letting out a sharp gasp, she distractedly wonders if she should just boldly and casually ask Lord Claude about his actual fiancée. She quickly reconsiders her highly impulsive idea, realizing it probably wouldn't be very pleasant for the mysterious girl if she truly is his betrothed. Claude coolly brushes off her clumsy misstep, surprisingly assuring a flustered Nicole that he truly doesn't mind her stepping on his foot as much as she likes. Horrified by her own terrible clumsiness and his bluntly generous permission, she frantically bows her head and loudly blurts out a desperate, panicked apology. Taking a well-deserved break on a plush, ornate sofa, Claude surprises her by genuinely asking if she has notably improved at dancing since their very last session. Looking highly embarrassed by the completely unexpected compliment, Nicole averts her eyes and humbly mutters that she hasn't really improved much at all. Unconvinced by her modest deflection, he leans in slightly and directly questions if she has been secretly practicing a lot behind his back. Caught completely off guard by his incredibly perceptive deduction, her bright eyes widen in a brief, highly expressive flash of stunned realization. Quickly waving off his accurate concern, she loudly denies it before awkwardly changing the subject to ask what might be wrong with her current performance. Watching other couples flawlessly waltz around them, she guiltily admits to herself that she completely neglected her dance practice because she was too busy helping out in the dining hall. Smiling softly at a sudden realization, she internally notes that performing strenuous tasks like carrying heavy food and rushing to serve customers has surprisingly strengthened her legs and core. Standing up from the ornate sofa, Claude confidently adjusts his tailored vest, projecting a highly intimidating aura of effortless, aristocratic grace. A tight, highly intense close-up of Nicole's eye brilliantly reveals her complex, swirling mix of hidden pride and lingering anxiety regarding her highly secretive double life. She silently acknowledges that she could never openly admit that her grueling commoner job improved her dancing, before politely suggesting they resume their practice. Claude's dark, penetrating gaze tightly locks onto her, his sharp eyes silently observing the subtle, highly suspicious shifts in her usually cheerful demeanor. Becoming highly self-conscious under his intense, unyielding scrutiny, she defensively snaps that it's nothing and sharply asks what exactly he is looking at. The scene shifts abruptly back to the sunlit cobblestone streets, where Nicole is suddenly surprised to find Lord Claude standing unexpectedly right in front of her. Dressed much more casually for the town, she pauses mid-step, looking completely perplexed by the imposing noble's sudden, baffling appearance in the bustling commoner district. A low-angle shot masterfully showcases the impressive, domed architecture of the surrounding town buildings, firmly establishing the vibrant, everyday setting of the bustling city. Standing casually by a weathered stone window, Claude smoothly informs her that he heard the particular shop she frequents is temporarily closed for the day. She lets out a soft, highly hesitant sound, clearly caught entirely off guard by his surprisingly accurate, incredibly specific knowledge of the local town's current affairs. Elaborating further on the highly mundane situation, he casually mentions that the shop's owner has apparently caught a sudden, unfortunate cold. Holding up a small, crinkled piece of paper, Nicole clearly explains that she was merely sent out on a quick errand to pick up a few necessary supplies. Decisively stepping forward, Claude firmly insists that he will go with her, utterly ignoring her polite protests that she is perfectly fine handling the simple task alone. Thoroughly confused by his uncharacteristic, highly stubborn insistence, she bluntly asks where exactly he is headed on this strange, completely unnecessary detour. Letting out a heavy, highly resigned sigh, he finally relents and grumpily orders her to just stop arguing and come along with him. Trotting energetically to keep up with his incredibly long strides, she brightly insists that she genuinely wants to be highly helpful to him too. The camera smoothly pans up to the rustic, tiled roofs of the bustling town as a cheerful, highly enthusiastic affirmation rings out vibrantly through the bright, clear air. Nicole stares forward with a slightly parted mouth and wide eyes, her expression reflecting mild astonishment. Her thoughts drift to the intricate Irigal language that she has been studying so diligently. A male companion gently points out that Nicole has become much more talkative recently. He thoughtfully attributes this newfound conversational openness to both her own efforts and the influence of Ms. Giroa. Playfully defensive, Nicole immediately retorts by questioning who exactly he is daring to call a chatterbox. Unfazed by her mild indignation, he coolly remarks that chatterboxes simply seem to learn faster after all. Nicole's gaze subtly shifts to the side, her delicate profile highlighted as she silently processes his teasing words. The quiet moment stretches as a new, more serious inquiry begins to form in her mind. Hesitantly changing the subject, Nicole softly asks if he has a fiancée, prompting him to wonder why she would suddenly inquire about that. He frankly reveals that his betrothed is a first-year student who is exactly 2 years younger than him. Nicole lets out a quiet murmur of understanding, absorbing this personal revelation. Quickly clarifying her curiosity, Nicole explains she only asked because she noticed him all alone during dance class. She confesses she had simply hypothesized that his fiancée might not share their academic year. As they leisurely stroll up the stone steps outside the grand building, he glances back to question her motives again. Undeterred, Nicole presses further, asking what sort of person this elusive young woman actually is. When Nicole boldly asks why he doesn't interact with his intended bride, his demeanor instantly cools. He flatly shuts down the probing inquiry, bluntly stating that it is absolutely none of her business. Slightly chastised by his sharp rebuke, Nicole quickly backpedals, stammering that she was merely acting out of harmless curiosity. Softening his harsh tone slightly, he admits that their complete lack of interaction means he doesn't actually know her well at all. He clarifies that while she is technically his fiancée, the relationship currently exists more in name than in practice. Sensing the underlying tension surrounding the delicate topic, Nicole quietly apologizes for overstepping her boundaries. Arriving at a wooden doorway, an older woman gratefully thanks the pair, exclaiming that they have truly saved her. She bids them a warm farewell, urging them to take good care of themselves as they depart. Clutching a large paper package to her chest, Nicole's eyes are wide and deeply thoughtful as she lingers on the recent conversation. The harshness of his defensive words still echoes quietly in her mind. Nicole internally wrestles with the sting of his sharp rebuke, recalling how he distinctly told her the matter was none of her business. Despite his clear warning to drop the subject, an insatiable curiosity continues to gnaw at her thoughts. Pushing aside her lingering thoughts, She offers a polite and simple farewell to her companion. The grand, imposing architecture of the academy building stands tall against the sky, featuring classical columns and large, multi-paned windows. The scene seamlessly transitions back to the daily, structured rhythms of campus life. Reflecting on the strangely distant engagement, Nicole realizes the situation feels incredibly familiar. She notes that his isolated behavior strongly reminds her of how Lord Caius used to act up until just last year. Briskly clapping her gloved hands together to command attention, the dark-haired instructor concludes the session. She cheerfully announces that they have finished today's Maiden's Heart class and prepares to dismiss the students. Standing behind her wooden podium, the elegant teacher surveys the sparsely populated classroom. Before formally dismissing the students, she warmly asks if anyone has any lingering questions. Lord Caius immediately seizes the opportunity, urgently asking if it is acceptable for him to invite Nicole to the upcoming Peddler's Fair soon. Thrusting her hand out in a dramatic, authoritative gesture, the teacher commands his full attention. Startled by her intense focus, Caius sits bolt upright and barks out an obedient affirmation. A fiercely protective female classmate violently shakes Caius by the shoulders, demanding he pull himself together. Panicking, Caius desperately argues that if he doesn't secure Nicole's commitment early, his anxiety will become completely unbearable. Exasperated by the boy's dramatic flailing, the teacher sighs and rubs her temple in clear dismay. She logically points out that simply inviting Nicole is perfectly fine and not prematurely rushed at all. The fiery classmate continues her verbal assault, reminding the frantic boy that the fair doesn't occur until late June. She loudly berates him for rushing things, aggressively pointing out that the month of June hasn't even begun yet. Slamming a hand down onto the desk for violent emphasis, she outlines a more pressing, immediate priority. She sternly commands Caius to focus on properly handling the social gathering scheduled for the end of this current month before worrying about distant fairs. Overwhelmed by deep regret, Caius dramatically clutches his head and wails in utter agony. He viciously curses himself for foolishly wasting so much precious time focusing exclusively on his demanding student council duties. Gathering his scattered resolve, Caius boldly declares that he absolutely cannot miss another chance to see Nicole looking incredibly cute. With his romantic determination fully rekindled, he vows to escort her properly this time. Caius miserably laments that now he finally has free time, Nicole is the busy one, and he is struggling to suppress his agonizing urge to snoop and follow her everywhere. His companions mercilessly mock his utter lack of patience, reminding him that he has already learned how terribly wrong sneaking around and tailing her is. Consumed by romantic paranoia, Caius desperately argues his terrifying, persistent fear. He believes that if he sits back and does absolutely nothing, the agonizing distance between him and Nicole will never truly close. Staring down at his clenched hands in mild defeat, Caius attempts to justify his overwhelming anxiety. He softly insists that his obsessive worrying doesn't mean he actually wants to become a burden or get in Nicole's way. Unable to handle the mounting pressure, Caius dramatically flees the classroom, prompting his frustrated friend to reach out and scream his name. She loudly declares to the entire room that the foolish boy simply does not understand a maiden's heart at all. Having escaped the intense interrogation of his peers, Caius finally comes to a halt beside a grand arched window. He leans against the ornate molding, exhaling a deep, exhausted breath as he tries to calm his racing heart. Trudging sadly down the empty corridor, Caius hopelessly asks himself what else he can possibly do to win her affections. He heavily recalls the strict lesson that showering a woman with too many gifts would only serve to become an unwanted burden. Suddenly, the dark clouds of his depression instantly evaporate, replaced by a brilliant, joyful smile. His eyes light up with pure adoration as he happily calls out Nicole's name. Startled by his sudden, enthusiastic appearance, Nicole pauses in the sunlit hallway, tightly clutching a dark, leather-bound book to her chest. She lets out a soft, surprised breath as she turns to face the approaching nobleman. Eager to be of service, Caius gently promises to listen to her, assuring her he cares even if her troubles seem incredibly small. Hesitant but trusting, Nicole slowly admits that she isn't exactly dealing with a major problem. Sensing her hesitation, Caius leans in closer and softly asks if something is currently troubling her sweet mind. Seeking his perspective, she softly addresses Lord Caius to share her lingering, inquisitive thoughts. Holding her book tightly, Nicole confesses that she has been thinking about the various study abroad applicants. She specifically brings up a noble student named Lord Claude Basil, a name that has clearly piqued her interest. Nicole's large eyes reflect a genuine sense of deep concern and intense curiosity as she discusses the enigmatic boy. Her brow slightly furrows, silently communicating the strange, unresolved tension she feels regarding his cold behavior. Tilting his head slightly, Caius breaks into a soft, questioning smile at her unexpected topic of conversation. He utters a quiet sound of curiosity, patiently encouraging her to continue her sudden train of thought. Nicole explains that Lord Basil's blatant refusal to interact with his own fiancée has significantly caught her attention. She reveals that this strange, icy dynamic has left her feeling deeply unsettled and undeniably curious. Hearing the specific surname, Caius's expression shifts to one of focused recognition. He repeats the name, Basil, aloud, mentally searching his extensive aristocratic knowledge for the corresponding face. Narrowing his eyes as the memory clicks, Caius correctly identifies the boy as the prominent heir of House Basil. He sharply reminds Nicole that this is the same clumsy boy who previously bumped into her during the academy briefing, prompting an ah of realization from her. Caius expertly details that while Claude is in a different class, he knows him because Claude consistently ranks in the top 5 on rigorous academic tests. He acknowledges that among all the hopeful candidates, Lord Basil is undoubtedly the most academically capable student. Nicole innocently explains that they had a brief chance to talk about studying abroad, which is exactly how his strange engagement was brought up. Her explanation falters into an awkward hum as she suddenly notices Caius giving her an intensely scrutinizing, jealous stare. Instantly consumed by a wave of sharp jealousy, Caius desperately wonders how Nicole became close enough to Claude to discuss such deeply personal matters. He silently fumes, entirely bewildered as to why his beloved Nicole knows anything about another man's relationship with his fiancée. Trying to mask his boiling jealousy, Caius rationally notes that it is completely normal for applicants to exchange words, but gently warns her that it's best not to pry into the dark affairs of others. Internally, however, he violently curses Claude Basil, deeply furious that the other boy has dared to trouble Nicole's sweet mind. Accepting Caius's gentle, guiding wisdom, Nicole thoughtfully agrees with his assessment. She logically rationalizes that the brilliant Lord Basil might simply be far too busy with his intense academic studies to pay any real attention to his lonely fiancée. A hand eagerly snatches a dark, leather-bound book with a triumphant shout. Someone enthusiastically offers to return the book, urging their companion to head home and wait. Caius explains he needs to visit the library first before quickly pivoting to offer Nicole a walk home. Nicole accepts the kind offer with a soft, polite expression of gratitude. Caius internally celebrates this rare opportunity to speak alone with Nicole, noting her usual habit of rushing straight home after class. A sudden wave of intense realization flashes across Caius's wide, focused eyes. Burning with fierce determination, Caius vows to himself that he absolutely must not let this precious chance slip away. His sudden rush results in a painful, clumsy collision with another student in the corridor. The heavy impact sends a botany textbook tumbling directly onto the floor. The blonde student pauses, letting out a soft hum of curiosity as he glances downward. A quick, slightly panicked apology rings out as someone frantically checks if the other boy is all right. Claude silently retrieves the dropped textbook and wordlessly hands it back to Caius. Caius lets out a sharp gasp of recognition as he stares directly into the other boy's eyes. Claude offers a cold, dismissive apology before immediately attempting to walk away. Irritated by the icy interaction, Caius glares after him and wonders if Claude treats his own fiancée with the same frustrating coldness. Staring at the boy's retreating back, Caius mutters Claude Basil's name in lingering disbelief. Claude pauses mid-step, his dark hair shifting as a heavy, uncomfortable silence stretches between them. Caius frantically theorizes that if Claude remains hopelessly complacent, his neglected fiancée will eventually awaken to her independence and leave him entirely. Struck by a profound epiphany, Caius suddenly feels a bizarre sense of emotional kinship with the oblivious boy. Claude shoots Caius a thoroughly creeped-out glare, demanding to know the meaning behind his intense staring. Caius realizes with absolute clarity that Claude is currently making the exact same foolish mistakes he once made with Nicole. Clenching his fist with newly ignited resolve, Caius targets the upcoming social gathering as his ultimate battleground. Claude quickly excuses himself, eager to escape the increasingly strange and intense encounter. Undeterred, Caius enthusiastically hypes himself up to do his absolute best. Claude casts one final, incredibly bewildered glance over his shoulder before completely disappearing down the hall. The narrative fast-forwards to the end of May, instantly shattering the peace with a sudden, shocked scream. A light-hearted atmosphere fills the Grand Hall as the new school year's first major social event officially begins. Stepping confidently into the dazzling venue, Caius proudly escorts a beautifully dressed Nicole to the gathering. First-year students are completely overwhelmed with immense excitement and can hardly contain themselves as they joyfully prepare for their very first social gathering. Meanwhile, the young ladies who do not yet have fiancés cheerfully laugh and happily chat amongst themselves in the lively, echoing hall. For this grand end-of-May social gathering, the young ladies elegantly don beautiful, flowing dresses intricately woven in soft, vibrant spring colors. Amidst the bustling and opulent atmosphere, an elegantly dressed couple stands gracefully together as they take in the vibrant sights of the magnificent estate. Observing the lively crowd, Nicole fondly remembers that during her own first time attending, she had also joined a comforting group of girls who were without fiancés. Soft petals drift gracefully down past the grand, glowing chandelier and the intricate balcony railing of the luxurious, sprawling mansion. Nicole stands quietly by a grand architectural pillar, her elaborate ruffled gown cascading beautifully down the stone steps as she silently watches the festivities unfold. Gazing out over the massive ballroom with a gentle, reflective expression, she quietly notes to herself that there seem to be no disruptions. She completely finishes her relieved thought, feeling genuinely thankful that there are no major issues occurring during the grand event today. The Grand Hall is spectacularly alive with elegant couples waltzing across the polished floor while a talented string quartet plays enchanting melodies under the magnificent crystal chandelier. A gentleman warmly expresses his deep gratitude, graciously complimenting a lovely lady by comparing her radiant beauty to a fresh spring bud. Approaching with a warm, affectionate smile, Caius sincerely compliments Nicole, telling her that her intricate, gorgeous dress looks absolutely lovely on her today. Nicole gasps in delightful, blushing surprise as Caius poetically and grandly declares that she looks just like a beautiful fairy of spring. The surrounding attendees enthusiastically admire the high fashion, praising Lady Rubelia's charming pale yellow frills while vividly noting that Lady Caroline rarely wears such a lovely light pink. Sweeping his hand out, Caius grandly extends his compliment to include the other ladies, enthusiastically declaring that they both also look remarkably like enchanting fairies of spring. Caius casually mentions that only the August and November events are left on the academic calendar, prompting a sudden, sobering realization from Nicole. Struck by a sharp pang of melancholy, Nicole internally laments the fleeting time, realizing she will only get to see her dear friends looking so incredibly beautiful 2 more times. Attempting to comfort her shifting mood, Caius reassures Nicole that she will certainly still see Lady Rubelia at various evening parties, even if Lady Caroline might be slightly less present. Nicole interrupts the comforting thought by solemnly revealing a heavy secret, quietly stating that she might actually be leaving to study abroad very soon. Quickly brushing off her momentary, deep sadness, Nicole nervously claims it is nothing and explains she simply realized she would greatly miss seeing them in their splendid dresses after graduation. Smiling tightly through her hidden, crushing anxiety, Nicole mentally reminds herself that even if her engagement is broken off, she must still remain perfectly ready to marry into the Marquis' prestigious family. Caught slightly off guard by the bittersweet reality of their fleeting school days, Caius stammers slightly before respectfully agreeing that her somber observation is completely true. Seeking a silver lining in her plans, Caius asks Nicole with hopeful curiosity if she fully intends to come back home immediately after she finishes studying abroad. Just as Nicole starts to honestly confess her deeply conflicted true feelings to Caius, a loud voice suddenly calls out to both of them from across the crowded hall. Nicole mentally reflects on her overwhelming current priorities, noting with exhaustion that her mind has been completely consumed by intense thoughts about her upcoming plans to study abroad. A distinguished, dark-haired gentleman elegantly strides through the grand ballroom, instantly commanding the undivided attention of the surrounding high society guests. Spotting the imposing dark-haired noble entering the space, an observant guest quietly murmurs in recognition as a highly nervous girl stands frozen nearby. Watching the unfolding scene, Nicole firmly solidifies her internal resolve, realizing that whether she studies abroad or not, she simply cannot picture herself marrying Lord Caius and acting as the Marquis' wife in high society. The striking, dark-haired Lord Claude gazes forward with a fiercely serious and completely unreadable expression as he confidently navigates the vibrant party. A hushed, excited whisper violently ripples through the attentive crowd as onlookers immediately begin to gossip about the specific, mysterious woman currently accompanying the imposing lord. Murmurs of stunned confirmation spread like wildfire among the gossiping nobles, officially recognizing that the highly timid girl truly is Lord Claude's long-rumored fiancée. The young, braided-haired girl stands rigidly with a deeply anxious expression, her face pale as she becomes clearly overwhelmed by the intense, suffocating scrutiny of the surrounding nobles. Lord Claude sharply turns his penetrating gaze to the side, maintaining his remarkably cool and intimidating demeanor while silently assessing the murmuring, judgmental crowd. The timid fiancée nervously shifts her gaze upward, tightly and desperately clutching her hands together near her chest as she seeks a shred of comfort in the daunting environment. While she stands completely frozen in acute anxiety, an arrogant and careless passing nobleman suddenly bumps harshly into the nervous girl's fragile shoulder. Startled by the abrupt, aggressive physical contact, the highly anxious young girl lets out a quiet, trembling gasp of pure surprise. Observing the heartbreaking interaction from afar, Nicole notes with profound, aching sympathy that even though the girl's fiancé was right beside her, she still looked incredibly lonely. The surrounding high society guests mercilessly whisper among themselves, coldly and brutally remarking that the poor, completely isolated girl looks utterly and helplessly pitiful. The offending nobleman who rudely bumped into her turns around with a condescending glare, sharply and disrespectfully questioning if she is merely an inexperienced first-year student. Before the tense situation can escalate any further, Lord Claude immediately steps forward and aggressively calls out to the wildly offending nobleman to stop. With a sudden, heavy thud, Lord Claude swiftly and fiercely pulls his startled fiancée flush against his chest, powerfully shielding her from the rude guest's presence. Holding the deeply frightened girl securely close, Lord Claude fixes the careless nobleman with an absolutely terrifying, cold-blooded glare that silences the immediate area. Overwhelmed by Lord Claude's sudden, fiercely protective embrace, the timid girl blushes furiously red as her racing heart pounds in absolute, breathless shock. Watching the dramatic, tense rescue unfold, Nicole astutely observes that while Lord Claude's attitude is notoriously terrible, he is undeniably still genuinely trying his best to protect her. Releasing a soft, deeply contemplative sigh, Nicole watches the complex couple from a distance with a mixture of quiet relief and lingering, empathetic concern. Thoroughly intimidated by Claude's aggressive, protective stance, the offending nobleman quickly backs away with his hands raised, nervously apologizing since she clearly has a fiercely loyal fiancé. Unbothered by the tense exchange across the room, Caius dismissively observes that the highly nervous first-year students are always so incredibly stiff and constantly huddle up in the corners. Nicole gently counters Caius's harsh judgment by optimistically noting that the younger students will eventually get used to the immense pressure, to which Caius readily and calmly agrees. Showing her incredibly deep well of empathy, Nicole continues to defend the overwhelmed newcomers, reasoning that no one can blame them since it is their very first time navigating such a complex social event. Flashing a genuinely warm and exceptionally radiant smile, Nicole joyfully concludes that it will be incredibly exciting to eventually see everyone confidently shine in the high-stakes social world. Startled and brimming with confused desperation, the young woman stares with wide, pleading eyes as she demands to know why he is acting like this urgent situation doesn't concern him. Caught off guard by the intensity of her sudden questioning, the blonde young man merely exhales a breathy, bewildered chuckle as he tries to process the confrontation. The young woman leans in closer with an expression of profound disbelief, uttering a sharp, confused sound as the heavy tension between them thickens. The elegant, subdued atmosphere of the aristocratic gathering is suddenly punctuated by a cheerful voice eagerly calling out for Lady Nicole. A polite admirer approaches with a gentle, bubbly laugh, graciously complimenting Lady Nicole and her companion on how wonderfully their vibrant dresses suit the occasion. Shaking off her momentary distraction with a slightly wistful expression, Nicole puts on a brave face and quietly dismisses her lingering, melancholy thoughts. Unaware of her internal turmoil, the admirer continues their effusive praise, noting that the vibrant, fresh color of the gown perfectly complements her delicate features. Adjusting her ornate cuffs with a refined, practiced touch, Nicole hums softly in polite, subdued acknowledgement of the continuing flattery. Taking a much-needed moment of respite on a quiet stone park bench, a braided-haired girl lets out an exhausted sigh and decides it is finally time to head home for the day. Her peaceful, solitary retreat is abruptly interrupted as she nervously calls out to Lord Claude, her voice trembling with a mixture of hesitation and deep longing. Gathering every ounce of her fleeting courage, she carefully approaches the tall, dark-haired nobleman by the garden fountain, desperately trying to initiate a meaningful conversation. Watching intently from a discreet distance, Nicole lets out a soft sound of genuine surprise as she silently observes the unfolding, emotionally charged interaction. Hoping to somehow ease his academic burdens, the nervous girl earnestly offers him a small, handcrafted gift to enjoy while he focuses on his rigorous studies. Presenting a carefully wrapped box of sweet cookies, she awkwardly and profusely apologizes for bothering him during such an incredibly busy time. Overwhelmed by a potent combination of crippling anxiety and fragile hope, she squeezes her eyes tightly shut as a deep crimson blush spreads rapidly across her cheeks. Lord Claude stares coldly down at her in absolute, punishing silence, his dark eyes reflecting nothing but a heavy, uncomfortable wall of aristocratic indifference. Breaking the agonizing silence with a razor-sharp tone, he cruelly orders her not to waste her precious, limited time on someone like him. Eavesdropping safely from behind the rough bark of a nearby tree, Nicole gasps quietly, thoroughly stunned by the sheer, unfeeling bluntness of his romantic rejection. Claude dismissively reminds the heartbroken girl that as a newly enrolled student at the academy, she must surely have plenty of her own pressing affairs to manage. He sternly and aggressively advises her to stop worrying about his personal well-being, commanding her to instead focus purely on doing exactly as she pleases. Delivering the final, soul-crushing blow to her fragile confidence, Claude states he has absolutely no time to entertain her, ruthlessly questioning why she considers her earnest efforts a waste. Witnessing the profoundly heartbreaking exchange unfold, Nicole's heart physically aches as she deems his tyrannical behavior exceptionally cruel to the poor, defenseless girl. Clapping a trembling hand firmly over her mouth, Nicole mentally screams in sheer, unadulterated disbelief at the unimaginable harshness displayed by the unyielding nobleman. Raw desperation heavily tinges her cracking voice as the devastated girl cries out his name one last time, helplessly watching his broad back retreat into the distance. Unable to simply stand by and watch another woman suffer, Nicole bravely rushes out from her hidden vantage point, immediately asking the weeping girl if she is all right. The crying girl suddenly stammers a profuse, panicked apology, realizing she had been terribly rude to the noble lady previously while dressed merely as a working commoner. Astonished recognition instantly sparks in the crying girl's tear-filled eyes as she finally places Nicole's familiar, comforting face. Nicole looks down at the shivering girl with an expression of profound, silent empathy, intimately understanding the burning sting of romantic rejection all too well. Wiping her flowing tears with the back of her hand, the girl gratefully thanks Nicole while agonizing deeply over how utterly pathetic she must have looked just moments ago. Offering a beautifully embroidered handkerchief and a gentle, reassuring smile, Nicole warmly consoles her that it was perfectly natural she didn't realize who she was interacting with. Nicole's remarkably kind, beaming face acts as a remarkably soothing balm to the girl's shattered nerves, radiating a genuine, protective aristocratic grace. Taking a comfortable seat together on the park bench, the girl formally introduces herself as Mythia Morris and politely asks if Nicole would care to talk for a little bit. A single, heavy, shimmering tear pools in the corner of Mythia's intricately drawn eye, holding a vast reservoir of unspoken, suffocating sorrow. Clutching the offered handkerchief tightly to her chest, Mythia repeats her tentative request, seeking a desperate, fleeting moment of human connection. Staring blankly ahead into the void, Mythia casually drops the absolute bombshell revelation that she is actually engaged to be married to the icy Lord Claude. Utterly surprised by the grim, loveless dynamic between the betrothed pair, Nicole tentatively asks if he is always so exceptionally dismissive of his own fiancée. Mythia solemnly confesses that he kept her completely in the dark about his grand study abroad plans, leading her to the tragic conclusion that Lord Claude truly hates her. Gazing out sadly at the grand, imposing architecture of the estate, Mythia explains that whenever she inquires about his studies, he simply tells her it does not concern her at all. Despite his freezing, impenetrable demeanor, Mythia tearfully admits she only continues to act this way in the fragile, foolish hope of building a better relationship with him someday. Gripping her hands tightly in her lap, she tearfully questions why things are this difficult while desperately resolving to push herself even harder to win his affections. Trapped eternally in a vicious cycle of self-blame, Mythia heartbreakingly concludes that his distant, awful behavior must solely be a result of her not trying hard enough. Nicole's eyes widen with a sudden, painfully sharp realization as she begins to instantly draw a striking, undeniable parallel between Mithia's current situation and her own dark past. Abruptly cutting off the emotionally heavy conversation, Mithia forcefully bows and loudly, gratefully thanks Nicole for taking the precious time to listen to her woes. Watching the persistent, foolishly hopeful girl walk away, Nicole realizes with startling, terrifying clarity that looking at Lady Mithia is exactly like looking at herself from a year ago. Nicole deeply reflects on her past self, standing before a metaphorical gilded cage, wondering if she was hopelessly naive to believe that quietly following a laid-out path would guarantee a peaceful, secure life. A fierce, sudden spark of rebellion completely ignites within Nicole's mind as she vehemently rejects the passive, tragic acceptance of that predetermined, unhappy fate. Overcome by the rapidly surging weight of her long-repressed memories, Nicole cries out loud in the empty park, her voice echoing with sudden, undeniable defiance. Remembering her gentle parents' absolute shock when she bravely announced her desire to study abroad, Nicole realizes they were entirely blind to the agonizing fact that Lord Caius had been completely neglecting her. In her vivid, painful flashback, her oblivious parents wrongly assume she merely needs some distance to calm her troubled heart, severely underestimating the true, toxic depth of her marital despair. The painful, stifling memory firmly solidifies as Nicole clearly recalls just how vehemently her well-meaning but ignorant parents stood against her desperate plea to escape her life through studying abroad. Gazing up at the ceiling with a heavy heart, Nicole releases a long, exhausted sigh as the weight of her memories settles in. She distinctly remembers the paralyzing fear of traveling alone to another country as a young lady, knowing perfectly well that delaying a marriage with a fiancé was considered absolutely unthinkable. Staring blankly ahead with a somber expression, she silently admits fault for not talking to her parents, even though they remained completely oblivious to Lord Caius's total neglect. Recalling the unexpected support from Caius's own parents, she remembers them affectionately calling him an idiot son while urging her to simply do whatever makes her happy. Fidgeting slightly with a troubled expression, Nicole finds it incredibly difficult to accurately explain the complex emotional reality of her sudden departure. Resting her cheek against her hand in deep contemplation, she cynically labels her desperate departure as nothing more than a heartbroken maiden's pathetic escape. Gazing thoughtfully out the window, she ponders the progressive customs of Irigal where noblewomen can work freely, quietly hoping her own country will someday achieve that same liberating freedom. A wave of anxiety washes over her as she realizes her engagement would surely be annulled if anyone discovered her secret life working in a cafeteria disguised as a commoner. Gently closing her eyes with a serene expression, she envisions a hopeful future where marriage is no longer rigidly dictated by strict family rankings and societal expectations. A soft, genuine smile touches her lips as she dreams of a world where unions are built entirely on the pure, unadulterated foundation of true love. Staring intently at her modest working uniform hanging in the closet, she feels a profound sense of shifting tides, wondering if the rigid world is genuinely beginning to change. Examining the simple, unadorned fabric of her dress, she reflects on the dark, restrictive history of an era when women were entirely forbidden from even attending academies. A hand reaches out through the empty air, grasping at invisible, fleeting dreams as her mind drifts deeper into philosophical contemplation. Sprawling out comfortably on her plush bed, Nicole stares thoughtfully at the ceiling while casually turning the romantic concept of love over in her mind. She critically questions if the beautiful, heart-racing sweetness of fictional romance ever truly translates to the harsh realities of actual, lived experience. Recalling her very first encounter with Lord Caius, she painfully remembers the initial flutter of her racing heart that ultimately led to cold disappointment. Trapped in a maze of her own confusing emotions, she earnestly wonders what true, reciprocal love is actually supposed to feel like. Her heavy eyelids slowly flutter shut as the overwhelming exhaustion of her complicated double life finally begins to pull her into a deep, dreamless slumber. The seamless flow of her vivid memories abruptly fractures, violently snapping the narrative back to the chaotic, unpredictable reality of the present moment. Meanwhile, a severely flustered young girl clutches her hands to her chest, her face burning bright red as she desperately tries to process an overwhelming romantic revelation. Overcome by a sudden, powerful surge of hopeful affection, the blushing girl fervently prays that her budding, unspoken feelings of love will somehow come true. A beautifully ornate set of floral hairpins and shimmering jewels rests elegantly on a vanity, silently reflecting the pristine, polished world of aristocratic expectations. Suddenly, a breathless, exhausted gasp shatters the quiet atmosphere as someone pants heavily from physical exertion. Trudging sluggishly down the busy city walkway, an utterly defeated Caius greets an acquaintance while recounting his miserable, exhausting trip to town yesterday. Looking down with a pathetic, self-deprecating grimace, he questions if his clumsy attempts at a nice social gathering actually did anything to deepen his fractured friendship with Nicole. His gloomy internal monologue is abruptly interrupted as he lifts his head, a confused sound escaping his lips as something strange catches his attention. Releasing another heavy, miserable sigh, Caius dramatically laments that inviting Nicole to the upcoming merchant market will likely end in yet another spectacular failure. A sudden, aggressive rustling noise startles him out of his depression, causing him to instinctively recoil in absolute shock and confusion. Two furiously angry noblemen suddenly block his path, aggressively declaring their intent to bring him to swift justice for supposedly ruining a fiancé. Before Caius can even process the absurd accusation, a massive, screaming mob of furious aristocrats completely surrounds him, violently chanting his name in unhinged unity. A rabid student demands he immediately repent for his heinous sins, leaving a completely bewildered Caius to scream back in sheer, unadulterated terror. The angry, well-dressed mob relentlessly closes in around their terrified target, completely blocking off any possible avenues of escape down the academy corridors. The hysterical crowd erupts into a chaotic chorus of wailing complaints, with multiple men sobbing uncontrollably about their own drastically decreasing romantic dates. A blonde student clutches his chest in absolute agony, dramatically wailing that his own fiancée has been heavily influenced by Miss Nicole's newfound, thriving solo lifestyle. Pointing an accusing, trembling finger directly at the bewildered blonde, Marius Greeno furiously demands that Caius take full, immediate responsibility for the romantic epidemic. Backed helplessly against a solid wall by the seething mob, Caius is aggressively blamed as the sole root cause of Miss Nicole's independent, rebellious awakening. Sweating profusely under the intense interrogation, a defensive Caius shouts that he has absolutely no idea what is going on while simultaneously complaining about his own miserable loneliness. Utterly exasperated and completely out of his depth, Caius mutters a confused complaint to himself before desperately preparing to make a tactical retreat. Ignoring their furious demands to stop, a panicked Caius aggressively shoves his way through the crowd and breaks into a desperate, frantic sprint down the hallway. Inside a quiet, refined study room, Lord Claude and his companions pause their conversation, severely annoyed by the ridiculously noisy commotion echoing from the hallway. Bursting through the heavy wooden doors, a breathless Caius frantically attempts to explain that a terrifying mob of weird guys was relentlessly chasing him. His brief moment of sanctuary is instantly shattered as an enraged voice booms from the doorway, violently demanding to know his exact identity. Launching himself through the air like a rabid animal, Marius wildly tackles a screaming Caius directly to the hard floor in a chaotic blur of limbs. Pinning the terrified blonde to the ground, Marius loudly introduces himself and demands an honorable duel to avenge his radically changed fiancée. Trembling with overwhelming emotion, Marius tearfully describes his beloved fiancée as a once refined, honest, and perfectly graceful young woman. Looking down at the pathetic display with absolute deadpan indifference, Claude completely ignores the crying boy's unhinged anger and simply asks if Caius knows him. Completely overcome by his profound romantic grief, Marius dramatically collapses forward with a pained groan, his spirit entirely broken. A bystander attempts to firmly order the weeping boy to calm down, but Marius instantly and violently rejects the entirely reasonable request. Lost in his bittersweet memories, Marius passionately recalls how perfectly happy they used to be while discussing the books they read together. Tears streaming down his flushed face, he laments that she now constantly sneaks out alone and brutally dismisses his book recommendations with cold indifference. A frustrated girl violently shakes a young man, demanding he take responsibility because other girls are ditching their fiancés to copy Miss Nicole's newfound happiness. A dramatic close-up reveals a wide, thoroughly shocked eye staring in sheer disbelief. The young man collapses onto his hands and knees in utter depression while his friend looks down at him in total confusion. Twiddling her fingers nervously, the girl wonders if her fiancé just found a new hobby or lacked time to read, questioning why she would be kept in the dark. Her companion quickly reassures her that her fiancé hasn't become cold, pinpointing that as the true heart of the issue. Another young man chimes in, explaining that his fiancée also sneaked around until she got better at baking, noting many girls keep new hobbies secret at first. Hearing that a book claimed women are made of secrets, the depressed boy realizes he probably shouldn't be so worried after all. He cheerfully concludes he was just overthinking things, easily dismissing the fact that she was sneaking out in inconspicuous clothes and checking her surroundings. Clasping her hands together in relief, the girl excitedly agrees that they were definitely just imagining the worst. The boy completely ruins the mood by adding that his fiancée smelled like men's cologne and cleared her weekend schedule for his special day. Horrified by this new information, the girl screams that keeping her schedule open for another man is completely cheating. The two friends freeze in awkward silence, their faces dropping as they realize hiding from people and smelling like a guy leaves no room for doubt. Realizing the brutal truth, the betrayed lovers quickly apologize for the commotion and awkwardly flee the scene. Left alone, the girl sighs in concern, thinking she should still warn her friend that going out alone is dangerous. She suddenly snaps back to reality, hilariously noting that this isn't a solo lifestyle trend but just blatant cheating. The three remaining men stare ahead with flat, thoroughly unamused expressions as the door slams shut. Staring up at a grand, classic building, someone quietly questions if the situation is really as bad as it seems. A girl reflects on her actions, explaining she went out alone just to properly enjoy looking around at her own slow pace. She admits she only got curious because Lady Nicole looked like she was having so much fun. The men chuckle amongst themselves, discussing how she secretly ventured into town completely alone. One of the men notes with serious intrigue that Nicole's influence is spreading far more than he ever expected. He points out that magazines are featuring solo outing spots, while cafes and theaters offer single seating and ladies' discounts. Acknowledging the shift, he admits that expanding women's interests is making the city livelier, which isn't entirely a bad thing. He warns that their country will fall behind if it doesn't change, noting that women's status in Irigal has risen dramatically. Though he admits it contributes to women's social participation, he confesses he still feels a bit of danger in this trend as a man. A tight, tense close-up shows a clenched jaw and a single bead of sweat rolling down a face. A shadowy figure ominously mentions that guys looking to pick up women are apparently increasing. Panic sets in as Caius realizes that wolves targeting solo women might go after the incredibly cute Nicole. His friend gravely suggests they spread awareness about the dangers of walking alone, warning that change always carries risks. Narrowing his eyes with determination, Caius firmly states that he doesn't want to ruin Nicole's fun but he must intervene. A bustling street scene shows numerous townsfolk going about their day among the classic architecture. Caius covertly tails Nicole from behind as she strolls through the cobblestone streets in her lovely ruffled dress. Completely unaware of her shadow, Nicole smiles brightly as she enjoys her peaceful walk among the crowd. Staring at her cute boots, Caius vows to stay on high alert so he can jump in to help if she gets into any danger. He justifies secretly stalking her by claiming he couldn't just sit still, fully knowing his mentor would probably scold him for it. Peeking dramatically from behind a wall, Caius fiercely dares any insolent wolves to come at him, swearing no one will lay a hand on Nicole while he watches. Nicole clenches her fists in pure joy, happily cheering to herself about finally being completely alone. Her peaceful moment shatters as a shady stranger approaches and calls out to her. Catching the interaction from afar, Caius lets out a sharp gasp of alarm. The stranger tries to pressure Nicole into hanging out with his friends, but she firmly excuses herself by claiming she already has plans. Nicole quickly turns away, but the persistent man insists it's dangerous for a cute girl to be alone and offers to protect her. Watching closely, Caius mentally praises Nicole for her strong rejection, knowing that showing weakness invites predators to take advantage. Flashing a brilliantly unbothered smile, Nicole loudly declares there is no need for his help because she is perfectly used to going solo. A passing gentleman wonders if he should step in to walk with her, noting that a girl with such a cute face is bound to draw even more creeps. To save her without ruining her solo outing, Caius cleverly decides to pretend to bump into her by chance, giving her a convenient excuse to leave. Unaware of his plotting, Nicole stops to happily admire some cute items displayed in the window of a general store. Caius freezes in his tracks, a look of absolute dread washing over his face. He mentally screams in failure, realizing his fake coincidence plan is the exact same tactic the sleazy pickup guy just used. While he hesitates, an eager shopkeeper invites Nicole inside to see more items, leaving Caius to silently lament that he would have bought them for her. Nicole politely declines the offer, softly explaining that the items are just for herself. A shopkeeper politely asks if the young woman is looking for something, and she replies she simply needs a handkerchief. Peeking cautiously around the wooden doorframe, Marius and Nicole spot something that makes them freeze in their tracks. They instantly recognize the suspicious person they encountered the other day. Marius eagerly suggests getting a bit closer, but Nicole firmly tells him to wait until the person comes out. Nicole struggles against Marius's grip, furiously scolding him that tailing the target was a terrible idea to begin with. Stepping out into the light with a wrapped box, the young woman happily murmurs that she found something she likes. The shop door chimes lightly as she politely thanks the staff and begins to walk away. A sudden voice startles the spying duo, demanding to know what they are doing and warning them not to interfere. Caught completely red-handed, Marius gasps in shock as he comes face to face with Lord Caius. Attention suddenly shifts down the cobblestone street to the departing lady in the elegant spotted dress. Panic strikes as Caius realizes he is about to lose sight of Cecily in the bustling crowd. Struggling to break free from Caius's grasp, Marius confirms the lady is Cecily, a viscount's daughter from his class. Caius passionately declares he is her fiancé and is secretly watching over her from the shadows to ensure her safety. Marius harshly scolds the older nobleman, demanding he think about how Cecily would feel about this blatant invasion of privacy. Struck by the brutal truth, Caius recoils as Marius explains that secretly following someone only inspires fear and disgust. Utterly repulsed by the revelation, Nicole coldly judges Caius for seriously tailing his own fiancé. The verbal blow hits Caius like a physical knockout, reminding him that stalking a woman utterly violates the code of chivalry. Realizing the thick irony of the situation, Nicole asks if Lord Caius was actually trying to stop Marius from doing the exact same thing earlier. Sweating nervously, Caius defends his honor by claiming he only watched from afar to keep Cecily out of danger. He desperately pleads for them not to misunderstand, swearing he wasn't trying to interfere or spy because of cheating suspicions. Unimpressed by his excuses, his companions bluntly advise him to just act like a man and ask her why she went out alone. Frustrated by his own helplessness, Caius agonizes over what to do while the others sigh at his core inability to communicate. Marius whispers a dark theory to Nicole, suggesting the impossible idea that Cecily might actually be meeting another man. Pulling Nicole aside, they agree that if Caius is worried enough to tail his fiancée, he desperately needs an intervention. Nicole gasps and firmly defends Cecily, insisting that someone so proper would never do something shameless and it must be a misunderstanding. The group's attention snaps back to the street as Cecily casually disappears into another nearby building. Standing before a glass-paned door, Cecily quietly pushes it open and steps inside the establishment. She pauses to carefully inspect the garments displayed in the window before fully committing to her shopping trip. Struck by a sudden, brilliant realization, Nicole excitedly gasps. She proposes that Cecily might be doing charity work, explaining that nobles sometimes donate used clothing to churches or orphanages. Marius brutally shatters her optimistic theory by pointing out that the building is a thrift shop, questioning why a noble would buy anything there. Grasping for straws, Nicole nervously suggests she might be placing an order for direct delivery. Caius coldly shuts the idea down, noting she would have brought a servant along if she intended to purchase and carry goods. Misunderstanding the situation entirely, Caius tears up with pride over Cecily supposedly executing noble deeds in secret. The others groan in collective, agonizing exhaustion at his relentless and pathetic delusions. Marius bluntly floats the idea that the shop clerk might be her secret lover, leaving Caius absolutely stunned. Stealing their resolve to uncover the truth, Nicole and Marius cautiously peer through the shop's glass door. Marius is abruptly ordered to stay behind and keep watch outside. Refusing to let Caius wallow in toxic suspicion, Nicole marches toward the shop, prompting him to chase nervously after her. Caius suggests they pretend to be a couple to avoid suspicion while they observe Cecily speaking with the shopkeeper. Safely inside, they watch as Cecily holds up a white dress shirt, carefully inspecting the tailored fabric. Marius completely ruins their undercover strategy by reminding them that they are actually engaged, making the pretending part entirely redundant. Oblivious to her spies, Cecily politely asks the clerk if the displayed outfit comes in a smaller size. The shopkeeper confirms her request, casually asking if she is specifically hunting for men's wear. He holds up a different garment, informing her that it is the absolute smallest size available in the store. Cecily specifically requests something less flashy as the clerk presents another option for her to consider. She quietly mutters that she desperately wants a piece that won't draw any unwanted attention to the wearer. Hearing this highly suspicious request, Nicole and Caius stare at each other in wide-eyed, absolute shock. The devastating implication sinks in as they silently pray the absolute worst-case scenario isn't true. Caius immediately concludes her affair partner must be a small-framed man, while Nicole furiously demands he stop jumping to cheating accusations. Clutching a newly acquired wrapped package to her chest, a woman cheerfully inquires if she might also secure a hat for herself, thoroughly shocking a blonde boy and a maid who desperately demand Lady Cecily tell them if this unexpected development is truly happening. Standing quietly on the sunlit pavement, a lush potted plant marks the welcoming entrance of a quaint establishment adorned with a chalkboard sign proudly reading, Wall Roma. Binglo Resto. Crouching nervously against a textured wall, a dark-haired woman breaks into a cold sweat as a cheerful white dog approaches her with a wagging tail and a highly curious expression. Radiating pure joy, Lady Cecily beams with a vivid, blushing smile as she affectionately cradles her freshly purchased package close to her chest, remaining blissfully unaware of the boy and maid watching her from the distant doorway. Whipping her head around to face the eavesdropping duo, the dark-haired woman urgently demands to know exactly how Cecily looked just a moment ago. Staring blankly ahead, the young maid releases a sudden, soft gasp as a startling realization abruptly dawns upon her. Stepping forward to passionately defend Cecily, the maid declares her totally innocent and not even remotely suspicious, but the fierce-eyed boy firmly insists that she is definitely guilty. Wondering frantically what they should do next, the determined group observes the building from the outside and soon realizes the suspicious establishment is actually a high-end perfume shop. Pointing an accusatory finger toward the wooden door, the blonde boy takes the lead as the dark-haired woman and the maid peer cautiously around the corner to spy on the shop's quiet entrance. Crossing his arms, the boy argues that whatever happens between them simply isn't their business, prompting the dark-haired woman to thoughtfully consider the moral weight of their ongoing espionage. Staring downward in mild shame, she flatly states that their behavior constitutes stalking and acknowledges it isn't right after all, finally suggesting they should just apologize to Lady Cecily. Peeking around the corner with renewed interest, the observant maid notices that Cecily has evidently purchased something mysterious from the elegant store. Intensely curious about the hidden purchase, the dark-haired woman wonders aloud what she could have possibly gotten, specifically noting that Cecily usually prefers herbal sachets and actively avoids using perfume. Deciding to call it a day to protect Nicole's delicate image, the boy offers to walk her home, but Nicole suddenly gasps in overwhelming shock as Cecily emerges from the shop. Caught entirely off guard by the sudden appearance, the boy stammers nervously and sheepishly agrees with her rapid observation. A vivid flashback reveals a tense conversation where a shop clerk thanks a patron for picking out a gift for Prince Wilhelm, while another aggressive voice abruptly demands they refrain from mentioning helping Lady Caroline or any other women. Flexing her impressive deductive skills, the dark-haired woman notes that the shop uses blue bags for men and red bags for women, impressing the others before she shockingly reveals that Cecily's purchase was definitively men's perfume. Panicking visibly at the escalating situation, the boy desperately calls out for Nicole to wait, but Nicole determinedly declares she will bypass the mystery and just ask Lady Cecily directly. Sighing heavily in deep, profound exasperation, the blonde boy runs a weary hand through his hair as he helplessly watches Nicole march confidently away. Attempting to rationalize the bizarre situation, the maid confidently deduces that the purchased item must simply be a harmless present for her father. Approaching her target, the dark-haired woman smoothly asks if she is out shopping, and Cecily happily confirms, elaborating that she was busy preparing for plans she has later. Turning around with a gentle, polite smile, Cecily warmly greets Lady Nicole, delightfully calling their unexpected encounter a pleasant coincidence. Revealing she still has some free time before her secret plans, Cecily graciously invites Nicole to join her for tea, an offer Nicole eagerly and absolutely accepts with a brilliantly delighted expression. An elegant, intricately designed tea set sits neatly arranged on the textured table, the warm and highly fragrant brew gently steaming in pristine porcelain cups. Standing serenely with her wrapped package clutched safely against her chest, Cecily waits patiently beneath the towering presence of a classic, majestic clock tower. Staring downward in silent anxiety, Nicole quietly frets over Cecily's worried fiancé, internally debating whether prying into her personal affairs would be considered outrageously rude. Glancing nervously from the corner of her eye, Nicole desperately wonders how she should even begin to bring this highly delicate subject up without causing immediate offense. Completely oblivious to Nicole's raging inner turmoil, Cecily peacefully closes her eyes and takes a slow, delicate sip of her warm tea. Gripping her porcelain cup with trembling hands, Nicole sips her own tea awkwardly, stealing highly anxious, calculating glances at Cecily while trying to gather her failing courage. Maintaining her bright and relentlessly cheerful smile, Cecily gently dismisses the probing assumption, plainly stating no, that is simply not the case at all. Finally gathering her fractured resolve, Nicole leans in and hesitatingly asks Lady Cecily if she is secretly meeting someone after this. Eavesdropping from a safe, concealed distance, the blonde boy reacts with intense shock, fiercely wondering what that earth-shattering revelation could possibly mean. Peeking out from her hiding spot, the maid stares with incredibly wide, stunned eyes, completely blindsided by the sudden and entirely unexpected turn in the polite conversation. Smiling sweetly while leaning in close, Cecily quietly and intensely pleads with Nicole not to tell absolutely anyone about her hidden secret. Unsure if it is even acceptable to ask such a thing, Nicole tentatively presses further, desperately inquiring why Cecily wants to go see that specific, mysterious person. The rich, dark tea ripples gently in its ornate porcelain cup as Cecily takes a breath and finally begins to confess the actual truth. Hidden securely behind a wooden staircase partition, the boy and the dark-haired woman listen with bated breath as Nicole and Cecily converse intimately at the nearby dining table. Second-guessing his own rampant paranoia, the boy wonders if perhaps the situation is completely fine, logically reasoning that her fiancé already trusts Lady Cecily on a profound level. Finding the visual sight of Cecily chatting happily with a friend to be wonderfully lovely, the dark-haired woman notes that watching from afar reveals entirely new charms, while the boy violently curses in mounting frustration because he cannot hear them from his current hiding spot. Violently flinching backward in extreme, unfiltered shock, the boy's face turns pale as he loudly and instinctively exclaims in absolute, undeniable disbelief. Breathing heavily in full-blown panic, the boy desperately demands to know what the two girls are talking about to elicit such a terrifying reaction. As a maid briskly walks past a beautifully decorated table adorned with a vase of fresh roses, an unseen observer notices a sudden, startling shift in the room's tense atmosphere. Refusing to miss another word, the boy aggressively announces they are moving to a much closer table, determined to catch every single scandalous detail of the ongoing conversation. Crawling pathetically on the floor, the boy demands to know what happened with a face contorted in frantic curiosity, while the dark-haired woman simply looks down at him in mild, unamused bewilderment. Continuing her highly engaging story, Cecily smoothly explains that she took certain meticulous precautions for a very specific, calculated reason. Startled by the ominous implications of her words, a voice nervously and rapidly questions if her reckless actions weren't incredibly dangerous. Romantically describing the dramatic event as a fateful encounter, Cecily admits that every time their bodies aggressively collided, she discovered a wild, untamed side she never knew she possessed. Blushing furiously as the memories flood back, Cecily boldly confesses her deepest feelings simply surged uncontrollably, leaving the dark-haired woman gasping audibly in pure, wide-eyed astonishment. Her heart pounding wildly in her chest, the maid stammers in total disbelief, frantically asking if Cecily really, truly likes him that much. Hiding frantically behind a large leather menu, the boy flushes deep red and sweats profusely, his mind racing as he frantically wonders what explicit, shocking details they are openly discussing. A dramatic close-up focuses intensely on a wide, trembling eye as the observer realizes that Nicole is thoroughly intrigued by the unfolding situation. Watching Cecily act unusually childlike and cute while excited about something, the dark-haired woman silently scolds her friend as an airhead idiot. Gripping the menu in sheer frustration, the blonde boy furiously whispers to his companion that her fiancé is deliberately corrupting his precious Nicole. Suddenly losing his temper entirely, the blonde boy stands straight up from his hiding spot behind the wooden partition as the dark-haired woman watches in startled confusion. Declaring loudly that he is completely done with this nonsense, the boy aggressively storms off to drag Nicole back home. Fuming with intense protective rage, the determined blonde boy curses under his breath as he immediately chases after his wayward companion. Completely oblivious to the hidden drama, Cecily smiles warmly while clutching her package and politely bids Lady Nicole farewell until they meet again at the academy. Left standing completely alone with her thoughts, Nicole stares downward in lingering doubt and nervously wonders if abandoning her investigation is really the right choice. Still silently regretting her failure to stop Cecily, Nicole jolts in surprise as the blonde boy finally spots her and loudly calls out her name. Meanwhile, a lively outdoor market bustles with activity as various townsfolk wander casually between large canvas tents on a sunny afternoon. A close-up reveals a young man exhaling a frustrated breath as he dismissively mutters his weary resignation. Turning to face her frantic pursuers with an apologetic expression, Nicole admits she completely forgot about their existence, deeply offending the exhausted boy. Narrowing his eyes at the unfamiliar surroundings, the blonde boy questions aloud what Lady Cecily could possibly be doing all the way out in this strange part of town. A group of cheerful local musicians strum lively tunes on their stringed instruments as happy children dance playfully nearby. Observing families enjoying cold drinks and a charming puppet show, the boy wonders if a local festival or special event is currently underway. The peaceful atmosphere instantly shatters as someone screams about a violent fight breaking out, prompting a panicked Nicole to frantically wonder where Cecily went. Realizing the extreme danger of the situation, the group deduces the brawl is happening inside a nearby tent and panics over Cecily's safety. A massive, rowdy crowd gathers eagerly around the entrance of a large striped tent where the chaotic brawl is actively taking place. Ignoring all warnings, the blonde boy sprints recklessly toward the dangerous crowd while screaming Cecily's name, leaving his companions shouting for him to wait. Sprinting to keep up, the dark-haired woman yells over the deafening noise to ask if Cecily is actually trapped inside the chaotic structure. Rushing bravely forward while calling out for Lord Caius, Nicole boldly declares they need to storm the tent as well, shocking the boy into utter disbelief. Desperately trying to maintain order, Caius screams Nicole's name at the towering entrance of the massive striped tent. Gripping her arm tightly, he strictly forbids her from entering the unruly arena by insisting the chaotic environment is far too dangerous for her. Peeking carefully through the fabric entrance, Caius notes the area was set up for an underground boxing match and questions if Cecily would actually visit such a shady place. Scanning the unruly crowd, the sharp-eyed maid suddenly points out that Lord Marius is standing right in the middle of the escalating danger. Deep inside the tent, a furious man viciously screams at his opponent to knock off his infuriating behavior. Gripping a heavy glass bottle like a dangerous weapon, the enraged spectator aggressively accuses someone of committing a blatant foul. The agitated crowd violently shoves against one another as people scream to stop pushing and demand that others move out of the way. Caught in the terrifying crush of the aggressive mob, Nicole gasps in pure fear as the violence escalates around her. Tensions violently explode as an unseen combatant furiously challenges a shouted insult amidst the deafening roar of the rioting crowd. Someone grunts heavily in intense physical strain as the terrifying brawl finally breaks out in full chaotic force. Analyzing the chaotic situation with narrowed eyes, Caius quickly deduces that the violent disruption stems from a drunk patron fighting another spectator. A bystander covers his head in sheer panic as someone desperately screams for everyone to watch out for flying debris. As a glass cup violently shatters through the air, the dark-haired woman ducks for cover while a frantic man screams Cecily's name in sheer terror. Throwing his arm out protectively, Caius fiercely commands a terrified Nicole to stay exactly where she is while she shrieks in fear. Moving with sudden, precise speed, the blonde boy positions himself directly behind the violently aggressive drunk holding the heavy bottle. Smoothly disarming a nearby guard without hesitation, Caius states he is borrowing the sheathed sword to handle the escalating threat. Whirling around in drunken confusion, the furious assailant aggressively demands to know the sudden interloper's identity. A deeply intense, sharply focused glare radiates from Caius's eye as he silently prepares to execute his rapid counterattack. Stepping flawlessly into the man's guard, Caius powerfully drives the blunt hilt of the borrowed sword directly into the drunkard's chest. The wind instantly knocked from his lungs, the stunned man releases a pained grunt and uncontrollably drops his glass weapon as he falls backward. Staring down at the newly neutralized threat, an exhausted observer mutters in profound annoyance at the sheer absurdity of the situation. The defeated patron groans miserably from the dirt floor as the chaotic energy of the riot instantly begins to fizzle out. Standing tall and victorious over the fallen instigator, Caius maintains a fiercely protective and stern expression. Pointing the sheathed blade down at the groaning man with absolute authority, Caius coldly reprimands him for scaring his precious Nicole. Immediately softening his harsh tone, Caius gently reassures the frightened girl that the terrifying ordeal is finally over and she is perfectly safe. Recovering quickly from her temporary shock, a deeply relieved Nicole hurries across the cleared floor directly toward her valiant protector. Approaching with wide eyes and a flushed, admiring expression, Nicole clutches her hands tightly to her chest in overwhelming gratitude. Staring deeply into each other's eyes, Nicole expresses her profound relief over his safety while Caius affectionately whispers her name. The romantic moment is instantly shattered when a frantic voice violently interrupts to check on Cecily's injuries while someone else screams in total shock about a secret tea party with their mother. As worried bystanders quickly recognize the disguised girl as Lady Cecily, a stunned man protectively holds her close to the ground. Overcome with sudden horror, Cecily realizes that if she is exposed in this state, she wouldn't be able to show her face at the upcoming tea party with Marchioness Blands. The man stares down at her in absolute shock, softly murmuring Lady Cecily's name as the unbelievable reality fully sets in. Reflecting on the origins of this chaotic predicament, Cecily remembers how the other young ladies, inspired by Lady Nicole, motivated her to secretly venture into town alone for some enjoyment. Although she initially felt secure staying on the bustling main roads, her lack of direction soon caused her to accidentally wander into a dark and intimidating back alley. Stepping entirely out of her sheltered comfort zone by walking the streets alone instead of with a companion, she found herself caught in a thrilling mixture of intense nerves and wild excitement. It was within the shadowy confines of that isolated alleyway where she unexpectedly stumbled upon the secret gathering. The normally quiet atmosphere was completely shattered by the deafening sound of aggressive men roaring in unison. Pushing her way to the front, she was greeted by the visceral sight of powerful bodies violently colliding in the center of the ring. She stood absolutely mesmerized by the raw, brutal spectacle of bare fists clashing violently against one another. Witnessing the primal intensity of an underground boxing match firsthand, her disguised younger self felt an immense rush of adrenaline as her blood boiled with sheer, undeniable excitement. Completely captivated for reasons she couldn't fully explain, Cecily found herself utterly unable to calm down even after returning home, fiercely driven by the intense desire to see the fights again. Piecing the strange clues together, the man finally understands that this hidden obsession was the exact reason she had been suspiciously hunting for men's clothing at the local thrift shop. Pressing her for a complete confession, he narrows his eyes and questions her about the peculiar men's perfume she had also mysteriously acquired. Blushing deeply while covering her nose, she bashfully explains that the stifling air inside the cramped boxing tent becomes overwhelmingly thick with the pungent, dizzying smell of sweating men. Knowing perfectly well she could never reveal such an incredibly unladylike hobby to her strict aristocratic family, she cleverly decided to disguise herself entirely in male attire to slip into the crowds unnoticed. The man exasperatedly realizes that her previous, seemingly innocent excuse about keeping her schedule open for his special day was actually a fabricated cover story for attending this brutal event. Because the thick and stifling atmosphere constantly threatened to make her dizzy, she ingeniously soaked her handkerchief in a refreshing perfume to function like revitalizing smelling salts. Bursting with sudden, uncontainable enthusiasm, she passionately explains that she came specifically to watch her favorite fighter face his fated rival, Gordino the Ravager of the Rough Seas, in a deeply anticipated grudge match. Confessing his true internal conflict, Marius gently admits he didn't stop her initially because she looked so genuinely happy, but today's dangerous escalation left him profoundly worried. Overcome with immediate remorse, Cecily softly apologizes to Lord Marius, ashamed for causing so much unnecessary trouble through her dangerously selfish actions. Unable to suppress her lingering excitement, she eagerly reveals she had to attend to cheer on Bordeaux, the vanguard of the Dawn, because this critical match was his only chance for redemption after a narrow previous loss. Her vibrant enthusiasm suddenly crumbles into deep sorrow as she casts her tearful eyes downward, lamenting that Marius must be terribly disappointed to discover his gentle fiancée is secretly such a barbaric woman. Moving with immediate and tender reassurance, Marius gently clasps her trembling hands firmly beneath his own to anchor her spiraling emotions. He leans in intimately close, fixing his gaze upon her with an expression completely devoid of the judgment or anger she feared. His eyes soften with profound, unwavering affection as he silently dismisses every single one of her self-deprecating insecurities. Shouting with fierce and absolute devotion, Marius adamantly declares that he could never be disappointed in her, begging her to never doubt the boundless depths of his love. Pulling her incredibly close, he passionately confesses that his love is so absolute he instantly recognized her true identity at a single glance, entirely unfolded by her masculine disguise. He tenderly reiterates the undeniable strength of his devotion, emphasizing that a mere change in wardrobe could never effectively hide the woman he so deeply adores from his watchful sight. Utterly overwhelmed by his breathtaking romantic declaration, Cecily breathlessly whispers Lord Marius's name as he leans in to physically prove the sheer magnitude of his affection. Her tear-filled eyes widen with luminous, overwhelming joy as a brilliant smile finally breaks across her face, timidly asking if he truly means every comforting word he just spoke. Seeking to actively bridge the gap between their vastly different worlds, Marius earnestly vows that even though he has never seen a boxing match, he desperately wants to experience and understand the things she loves. Delighted by his unexpected willingness to participate, Cecily excitedly agrees and playfully suggests they adopt the elaborate cover identities of traveling merchant brothers escorted by a hired shop clerk guard. Firmly establishing his protective boundaries, Marius gently insists that he must personally accompany her next time, as the mere thought of her venturing into such chaotic danger alone leaves him paralyzed with worry. Observing the incredibly dramatic lovers' reconciliation from a weary distance, an exasperated companion sighs heavily and quietly grumbles about what an absolute mess the entire situation has become. Relieved that the intense romantic tension has finally evaporated into pure joy, an onlooker smiles warmly, noting with satisfaction that their heartfelt compromise seems to have perfectly settled everything. Hand in hand and beaming with an entirely new level of mutual understanding, the happily reunited couple strolls cheerfully away through the bustling, sunlit town square. The peaceful atmosphere is abruptly shattered as another frantic man desperately chases after a fleeing girl named Nicole, loudly shouting for her to wait a second. Turning her back with a smooth, dismissive air of finality, the young woman elegantly bids farewell to Lord Caius and attempts to swiftly slip out of his grasp. Deftly dodging his suspicious inquiries, she claims an acquaintance is simply lending her some old-school textbooks, subtly admitting with a laugh that she might have slightly exaggerated her previous tales. Unwilling to be so easily brushed aside by her excuses, Lord Caius eagerly reminds her that she had specifically mentioned having an important tea appointment with his mother earlier that day. Seizing the perfect conversational opening, Caius boldly declares his immediate intention to tag along for the tea, desperately seeking absolutely any excuse to spend more time by her side. Meanwhile, the town's rumor mill likely continues to circulate the astonishing fact that the highly dignified Lord Marius fully and openly accepted his fiancée's bizarre underground hobbies. With a perfectly orchestrated, mock-apologetic tone, Nicole slyly informs the incredibly frustrated Lord Caius that he cannot accompany her because the impending meeting is strictly taking place at an exclusive ladies-only salon. A wicked, deeply knowing smile playfully dances across Nicole's face as she thoroughly revels in having successfully and deliberately outmaneuvered his persistent advances. Gathering her elegant skirts to finally depart, she cryptically muses aloud that she can't exactly ask someone to accompany her on a major, impending journey abroad. Sitting serenely in a sunlit, quiet courtyard, two refined young ladies quietly agree with the unfolding sentiments surrounding the district's shifting, complex social dynamics. Their hushed, polite conversation quickly pivots to the highly exciting news that the grand traveling market will be arriving in their area very soon. Noticing her companions suddenly become inexplicably tense and silent at the news, one of the girls leans in with genuine concern to gently ask if something is wrong. Gently pushing her anxious friend toward emotional bravery, she earnestly suggests simply asking the man directly to completely clear up any painful, lingering misunderstandings between them. A young lady sits anxiously on a bench, softly assuming that Lord Claude probably lacks any genuine interest in attending the upcoming traveling market. Fearing that he would only ruthlessly scold her for her frivolous desires this year, she laments that extending a direct invitation would simply be an annoying bother to Lord Claude. Remembering how she wandered the lively market entirely alone last year, she ponders her bleak options for this year's festival while briefly considering Lord Caius's potential involvement. Startled by a sudden conversational pivot from her companion, the blonde-haired girl looks up in sheer surprise at the unexpected idea of attending alongside Lady Nicole. Sensing her dear friend's lingering hesitation, Nicole leans in with a gentle, inviting smile and earnestly asks if she would like to accompany her instead. Although the girl protests that she cannot selfishly drag an engaged woman around, Nicole confidently dismisses the concern and eagerly offers to act as an experienced guide. Deeply worried about strict societal optics, The blonde noblewoman fears that strolling without Lord Claude would unfairly cause Lady Mythia to face cruel public judgment as well. Closing her eyes with absolute, unwavering defiance, Nicole staunchly declares that she truly does not care about the vicious gossip or idle chatter of high society. A sudden, chilling realization seemingly washes over the silent companion as her large eyes narrow with a deep, intensely unspoken suspicion. Utterly oblivious to the brewing tension outside, Lord Caius confidently strikes a dramatic, highly enthusiastic pose with his hand outstretched inside the study. His strict companion fiercely reprimands his foolish display, loudly demanding he stop grinning like a slack-jawed idiot because such unrefined behavior is a massive demerit. Pushing him to be significantly bolder in his romantic pursuits, she aggressively reminds him that there are critical moments where he must fiercely push through his intense fears of rejection. Mustering all his fleeting courage into a single shout, Caius urgently calls out Nicole's name and forcefully asks if she will attend the upcoming market by his side. Crumpling instantly under the devastating weight of Lady Rubelia's pinpoint criticism, his confident facade shatters into a pathetic, desperate, and heavily stuttering plea for a date. Attempting to rapidly salvage his deeply shattered dignity, Caius loudly rejects the idea of making a soft request and forcefully commands that they are definitely going together. Flashing a brilliant, charmingly arrogant smile, he grandly extends his hand toward an imaginary Nicole, confidently inviting her to experience the vibrant traveling market together. Thrilled by his own flawless mental rehearsal, Caius excitedly formulates a solid plan to invite Nicole to tea after class so he can perfectly execute his market proposal. Deeply impressed by his dramatic mock performance, his observing friends enthusiastically applaud his efforts, proudly declaring that his refined approach officially passes their strict evaluation. The celebratory atmosphere completely freezes in sheer horror as the actual Nicole unexpectedly opens the door, leaving a deeply embarrassed Caius to desperately question why she is suddenly there. Peeking timidly through the slightly cracked door, Nicole softly excuses her sudden interruption, looking highly flustered by the chaotic, frozen scene inside the room. Stepping forward with a brilliant, welcoming smile, Lady Caroline smoothly intercepts the awkward tension by gently asking Nicole what brings her to their private gathering. Caroline tilts her head slightly, her dark eyes flashing with a sharp, highly perceptive curiosity as she waits patiently for the nervous girl to state her business. Caius stands absolutely paralyzed in the background, his face completely drained of color as he silently dreads what Nicole might have accidentally overheard outside the door. Standing formally before the tall, elegant noblewoman, Nicole nervously admits that she came specifically to make an important personal request of Lady Caroline. Clasping her hands together in a desperate, deeply earnest plea, Nicole openly begs Lady Caroline to accompany her to the highly anticipated traveling market. The entire room falls into a heavy state of stunned disbelief, with Caius staring blankly as Caroline processes the incredibly shocking and wildly unexpected invitation. The crushing weight of the sudden romantic misdirection completely shatters Caius's mind, making him internally scream in pure, agonizing confusion over these disastrously crossed feelings. Lowering his head in a state of profound, absolute defeat, a hollow and utterly broken chuckle escapes Caius's lips as his grand romantic strategy instantly disintegrates into dust. Turning away from the devastating scene, Caius bitterly reflects on his lifelong, unbreakable bond with Lady Caroline, remembering how they were raised practically like inseparable siblings. A dark, intensely furious shadow quickly falls over Caius's narrowed eyes as his deep childhood loyalty violently morphs into pure, undeniable rage. Radiating an explosive, highly uncontrollable aura of pure betrayal, Caius dramatically erupts in fury while his panicked friend desperately yells at him to calm down. Pointing an accusatory finger with absolute, burning hostility, the devastated nobleman dramatically declares that his lifelong friendship with Caroline is completely and permanently severed. As Caius snarls aggressively like a cornered animal, Caroline nervously waves her hands, frantically pleading with him to talk it through and resolve this bizarre, sudden misunderstanding. Refusing to listen to any reason, Caius aggressively accuses her of orchestrating a cruel frame-up designed specifically to mock all of his grueling romantic preparations. With furious tears welling in his eyes, he screams that Nicole just invited her right in front of his face, frantically demanding that Nicole publicly clear up the terrible misunderstanding. The sheer audacity of the situation repeats endlessly in his shattered mind, leaving him completely unable to process how this horrific twist could possibly be a simple misunderstanding. Leaning dangerously close to a completely bewildered Nicole, Caroline desperately begs the flustered girl to reveal some deep, unavoidable reason behind the highly controversial invitation. Staring with a heavy mixture of immense pressure and sharp confusion, Caroline firmly demands that Lady Nicole properly explain the true intentions behind her highly irregular actions. Letting out a long, deeply exhausted sigh, a spectacled young man steps in to forcefully mediate the chaotic room, ordering Lady Caroline to lower her voice and calm down as well. Taking a seat in the highly tense parlor, the blonde girl sadly explains her fear that being seen alone with her would unfairly drag her friend into being cruelly labeled as a lonely outcast. Seeking absolute clarity amidst the heavy emotional drama, Caroline solemnly verifies if this deep-seated fear of social isolation is truly the root cause of the current mess. The bespectacled friend skillfully summarizes the complex dilemma, confirming that she selfishly wants to manipulate events so the young first year can spend precious time with Lord Claude. Shaking with a sudden mix of deep realization and overwhelming anxiety, Caius clutches his chest as the true, heavily layered social maneuvering of the noblewomen is clearly laid bare. Bowing her head in a gesture of genuine apology, Nicole boldly admits that she intentionally invited Lady Caroline as a convenient social shield to protect her vulnerable friends from nasty rumors. Nicole's eyes soften with deep empathy as she explains that because Lady Mythia is merely a first year, this festival might be her only real chance to accompany Lord Claude. Driven by an intensely loyal desire to protect her friend's fleeting happiness, Nicole reveals her deep fear that Lord Claude's impending studies abroad will leave Mythia completely alone. Rapidly processing the intricate social logic, Caroline brilliantly realizes that framing the group outing as her own special pre-marriage memory would effectively deflect any suspicious societal gossip. Staring in profound awe at Caroline's incredibly brilliant tactical understanding, Nicole whispers her name with an overwhelming sense of immense, heartfelt gratitude. Flashing a highly mischievous and supremely confident smirk, Caroline firmly orders the panicking Caius to calm down because she has just formulated the absolute perfect master plan. Laying out an intricate, completely foolproof script, the brilliant mediator explains how a chain sequence of strategic invitations will flawlessly corner their targets and force them to attend without raising any suspicion. Agreeing with fervent, unapologetic enthusiasm, the cunning dark-haired schemer confirms her absolute willingness to assist Lady Nicole in her romantic endeavors. Overwhelmed by the unexpected alliance and bubbling with hope, the other woman offers her most sincere, heartfelt thanks. Leaning in with an air of theatrical secrecy, she meticulously details her grand plot to invent a clever excuse. She explains that her ultimate goal is to seamlessly slip away right as the event reaches its halfway point. Carefully laying out the tactical romantic maneuver, she explains that abandoning them will flawlessly leave the intended couple completely alone together. She elaborates that she will then pull Lady Nicole away, allowing them to feign a believable separation, which leaves the target slightly hesitant but intrigued by the deceptive setup. Startled from her focused plotting, the dark-haired lady quickly dismisses the sudden intrusion by claiming they were discussing absolutely nothing of real importance. Standing nervously behind the elegant sofa, the blonde lord awkwardly trails off, utterly bewildered by the secretive atmosphere. Maintaining a flawless, innocent facade, the dark-haired schemer smoothly claims they were merely engaging in a polite discussion about the proper mindset of a noble lady. Confused by the unlikely trio gathered in the room, the newcomer curiously inquires if Lord Caius was also part of this supposed etiquette lesson. Stepping fully into the spacious room with wide, inquisitive eyes, the elegantly dressed newcomer openly questions the bizarre gathering. She directly asks what the group could possibly be doing sequestered inside an otherwise completely empty classroom. Maintaining an impenetrable, pleasant silence, the smiling girl simply closes her eyes and refuses to offer any further explanation to the bewildered newcomer. Emanating a suffocating aura of dark irritation, the towering Lord Caius casts a terrifyingly intense glare down at the interfering noblewoman, silently demanding she quit her incessant meddling. Sensing the heavy, aggressive tension radiating from his posture, the girl internally panics and desperately wonders if he has already noticed their clandestine scheming. Arriving at the vibrant, bustling venue, Lady Caroline enthusiastically marvels at the wildly packed traveling market while Nicole bashfully thanks Lord Claude for joining them despite his busy schedule. Assuring her that her invitation was no burden at all, Lord Claude smiles gently, completely ignoring the brooding silence of Caius standing rigidly in the background. Throwing her arms wide open with theatrical, radiant joy, Lady Caroline brightly announces their departure while playfully thanking the group for indulging her notoriously selfish requests. Standing stoically in the background like rigid statues, the royal escorts maintain their professional composure amidst the lively aristocratic gathering. Walking through the lively market, the scheming lady internally reflects on the sheer audacity of her plan, realizing she truly asked the princess for an outrageous favor. Despite the chaotic nature of her scheming, she silently acknowledges that she should probably extend her genuine gratitude to the relentlessly brooding Lord Caius. Letting out a soft, relieved sigh as they navigate the busy streets, an observer sincerely expresses how glad they are to see Lady Caroline genuinely enjoying the festive market atmosphere. Suddenly distracted by a fascinating sight in the distance, someone excitedly points out an intriguing object nestled among the bustling merchant stalls. Eager to explore the vibrant merchant offerings, one of the nobles enthusiastically suggests they casually browse around the immediate area. Rejecting the casual stroll in favor of immediate excitement, another definitively points toward a heavily crowded stall and proposes they investigate the commotion instead. Turning his attention to his quiet companion amidst the bustling crowd, the observer gently asks Nicole if there is anything specific she wishes to acquire from the market. Gathering tightly around the lively merchant's wooden stall, the aristocratic group closely examines the vibrant, beautifully patterned rolls of exquisite fabric piled high on the display tables. Lifting a gleaming, elegantly crafted sword high into the air, the blonde lord marvels at the impressive weaponry with a bright, enthusiastic smile. Standing beside him, the dark-haired lady enthusiastically cheers him on, completely captivated by the thrilling display of martial merchandise. Standing quietly before a towering stack of thick volumes, Lord Caius thoughtfully examines an open book, his handsome features arranged in a mask of intense, scholarly concentration. Meanwhile, the girls peek curiously from behind him, their wide eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and gentle amusement at his sudden academic focus. Casually breaking the scholarly silence, the brooding lord smoothly invites Lady Mythia to go take a look around the market together, completely catching the blonde girl off guard. Flustered but undeniably eager, she enthusiastically agrees to the sudden invitation, while a companion cheerfully voices their cheerful approval of the impromptu pairing. Striking a remarkably dramatic, confident pose, Lady Caroline dramatically announces that, as much as she genuinely wishes to stay, she must abruptly take her leave. Flashing a brilliantly mischievous smile, she prepares to execute her calculated exit, seamlessly setting the stage for the couples to be left entirely alone. Shocked by the sudden, dramatic departure, someone calls out Lady Caroline's name in a frantic, desperate bid to stop her from leaving them behind. Turning her back to the astonished group with absolute grace, she firmly states that she must depart immediately to make essential preparations for her upcoming marriage. Waving a dismissive but elegant hand, she warmly encourages the remaining nobles to take their time and thoroughly enjoy themselves in the vibrant market. Flashing a blindingly radiant, starry-eyed wink, Lady Caroline playfully declares that she is overwhelmingly grateful they gave her this wonderful chance to escape. With a final, cheerful farewell, she boldly turns away, leaving the stunned aristocratic group standing amidst the bustling crowd. Watching the theatrical departure with intense suspicion, the brooding lord internally questions if the scheming lady is casually manipulating the situation to forcibly raise Nicole's affection levels. Smiling with gentle, genuine warmth, the blonde girl graciously accepts the situation, noting that she was not lying about her sincere desire to see the beautiful market. Deeply appreciative of the orchestrated opportunity, she bows her head slightly and offers her most heartfelt thanks to the dark-haired schemer. Still pondering the master manipulator's true intentions, Lord Caius narrows his eyes, silently reiterating his deep suspicion that she is casually engineering a massive boost in Nicole's affection level. Believing their social obligations are fulfilled now that the princess is gone, Caius coldly turns his back and immediately declares that they can all finally go home. Panicking at his abrupt dismissal, the girls frantically wave their hands, begging him to wait and pleading to look around the beautiful market just a little bit more. Sweating profusely under the intense social pressure, the blonde lord internally screams for them to hurry up so he can finally get some precious, uninterrupted time alone. Hoping to politely justify their stay, he nervously gestures to the surrounding area and comments on how incredibly crowded the bustling market has become. Stepping in to flawlessly salvage the disastrous situation, Lord Claude cheerfully throws an arm around the incredibly annoyed Caius, reminding him that Lady Caroline explicitly instructed them to take their time. Flashing a bright, persuasive smile, he argues that if they leave the market right away, she will mistakenly think they weren't enjoying her generous gift. Desperately clinging to Claude's persuasive logic, The blonde girl frantically agrees, her voice trembling slightly as she tries to articulate her own fragmented desire to stay. Glaring with a terrifying mixture of impatience and thinly veiled annoyance, Caius harshly demands she spit out her fragmented words instead of acting so incredibly silly. Sighing heavily in defeat, the dark-haired lord begrudgingly admits he doesn't mind if the other two head back early, subtly opening the door for their calculated separation. Seizing the golden opportunity provided by the chaotic environment, the blonde girl urgently suggests they hold hands so they don't get separated in the massive crowd, specifically calling out Nicole's name. Seeing the perfect opening materialize before her very eyes, the scheming girl's face completely darkens with an intensely terrifying, determined expression as she declares that her ultimate chance has finally arrived. Utilizing the naturally restrictive environment to her supreme advantage, the schemer notes how the tight, crowded path suddenly narrows, creating the ultimate bottleneck for her romantic trap. Observing the unfolding chaos with deeply cynical amusement, the internal narrator mocks the classic, utterly predictable trope of pretending to be helplessly swept away by a massive, surging crowd. Letting out a heavy sigh of immense relief after successfully escaping the suffocating crowd, the blonde lord turns around with a gentle smile to check if Nicole is okay. The sharp, sudden sound of a heavy, definitive footstep echoes loudly against the stone pavement, signaling an utterly disastrous, completely unforeseen physical mix-up. Trembling with absolutely unbridled horror, Lord Claude stares in sheer, unadulterated panic as he realizes he suddenly grabbed someone's hand and mindlessly ran through the crowd. Stuttering in a state of absolute shock, he points an accusatory, shaking finger at the incredibly imposing figure standing furiously before him. Seething with an almost demonic level of rage, Lord Caius viciously orders Claude not to dare mix up such an important, incredibly personal physical connection. Glaring with lethal intensity, the dark-haired lord furiously points out that Claude has inexplicably managed to mistake his own fiancée's hand for Caius's. Throwing his hands up and screaming in absolute, hysterical terror, the terrified blonde lord completely rejects the horrific reality of the situation. He desperately questions how he could possibly mistake Nicole's delicate, incredibly soft touch for the massive, rough hand of this terrifying, stone-faced bastard. Staring deeply into Claude's panicked soul with a chillingly blank, intensely terrifying expression, Caius tightly squeezes his hand, prompting a horrified, bewildered shriek from the blonde lord. Panning across the beautiful, sunlit rooftops of the bustling, picturesque market town, a quiet, dreadful realization slowly dawns that an absolute catastrophe has just occurred. Standing lost amidst the endlessly swirling sea of bustling townspeople, the girls anxiously admit they can no longer see Lord Caius and Lord Claude anywhere. Taking immediate charge of the frightening situation, they firmly agree to systematically search for the missing men while they casually continue their walk through the market. Turning her head slightly amidst the chaotic, bustling crowd, the blonde girl offers a soft, incredibly serene smile, her eyes sparkling with a complex mixture of gentle resignation and quiet wistfulness. Breaking the tense silence with an incredibly bold observation, Lady Mythia openly confesses her deep, burning jealousy over the other woman's relationship. She sighs wistfully, explicitly stating how incredibly envious she is that Nicole and the famously difficult Lord Caius managed to get along so flawlessly well. Offering a deeply sincere, heartfelt apology for the day's chaotic events, Nicole apologizes for practically forcing the other girl into joining the exhausting outing. Quickly waving off the concern, Mythia insists she was merely surprised by Lady Caroline's presence, happily noting that the unexpected addition actually allowed her to spend precious time with Lord Claude. Dropping a shockingly depressing piece of personal history, Nicole reveals that she actually attended the bustling market entirely alone the previous year. As the other girl reacts with profound, stuttering horror at the lonely image, Nicole solemnly adds that the festival from 2 years ago wasn't exactly a great, comforting memory for her either. Smiling with a heartbreakingly bittersweet, profoundly resigned expression, Nicole openly confesses that she was incredibly nervous and scared during her first lonely visits to the lively market. However, she gracefully waves away the lingering tragedy of her past, softly insisting that once a person is forced to get used to the crushing isolation, it genuinely becomes fine. Staring in absolute, heartbroken silence at the unexpectedly tragic confession, the blonde girl's eyes widen with profound sympathy as she processes the sheer depth of Nicole's past loneliness. Looking down with an expression of incredibly profound, quiet sorrow, the melancholic girl's intricate braids frame a face perfectly etched with years of silent, uncomplaining endurance. Delivering a crushingly pragmatic final lesson, Nicole firmly instructs Lady Mythia never to use her tragic relationship as an aspirational example. Her eyes darkening with absolute, terrifying resignation, she chillingly reveals that she only learned to shrug off the pain because she completely, utterly gave up on ever fixing things with Lord Caius. Firmly advising against it, Lady Nicole tells her companion that she shouldn't try to imitate her. The girl slumps dejectedly, murmuring that she could never hope to be like the elegant lady anyway. Staring in awe at the glittering merchant display, the blonde girl gasps at the incredibly pretty accessories. She marvels at the beautiful necklaces and pendants hanging before them. Peering over the display of glittering trinkets, Lady Nicole suddenly spots something intriguing that catches her eye. She lets out a soft murmur of surprise as she focuses on a specific item. Rolling up her sleeve with a gentle smile, Lady Nicole reveals that she bought her elegant bracelet at this very market last year. Mythia leans in closely, her eyes wide with curiosity as she examines the delicate jewelry. Looking down at the merchant's display tray filled with matching bands, Mythia lets out a soft, wistful sigh. Her eyes trace the simple but beautiful designs scattered across the velvet cloth. The conversation shifts as a voice cuts through the ambient noise, wondering aloud where the other two members of their party could have possibly gone. Lingering near the stall, the speaker mumbles in mild frustration over their sudden disappearance. Examining the intricate bands, the speaker explains that wearing these matching bracelets was a massive trend for academy couples 2 years ago. She solemnly admits she missed her precious chance to buy one back then. Warning her companion to be careful, someone notes that the nearby fountain is notoriously known as a popular pickup spot. A low hum of concern follows as they worry that Lady Mythia might get terrified if some creepy guy tries to hit on her. Considering their separated party, they realize there should be a prominent fountain up ahead that serves as a perfect, easy meeting place. They hopefully suggest that perhaps Lord Caius will logically think to look for them there as well. Taking decisive action, the blonde lord firmly instructs Lady Mythia to stay perfectly still while he goes to check the fountain. Utterly bewildered by the sudden command, she lets out a confused squeak as he prepares to leave her at the stall. Scanning the immediate surroundings, the observer sharply notes that the bustling area is absolutely flooded with women and romantic couples. The dense, romantic atmosphere makes navigating the tight pathways incredibly difficult. Promising to return quickly, the blonde lord dashes off into the dense, swirling crowd. The remaining girls watch his retreating figure vanish into the sea of festival-goers. Running frantically through the lively market, the flustered blonde lord violently curses himself as a total idiot. He groans in sheer panic, desperately questioning what he was possibly thinking when he initiated this chaotic mess. Scanning the chaotic sea of strangers, he frantically wonders where the missing pair could have possibly vanished. Gritting his teeth in deep, boiling frustration, he mutters a harsh curse under his breath. Panting heavily from the stressful search, he acknowledges the suffocating crowd and theorizes that they might have simply relocated somewhere else. The crushing weight of the bustling market makes finding anyone a total nightmare. Urgently pivoting his strategy, he realizes he needs to hurry back before the situation deteriorates further. He bitterly kicks himself, admitting he completely let his guard down because he got far too excited about the prospect of being alone together. Desperately trying to predict their movements, he wonders where those two could have possibly gone in this sprawling maze. He marvels at the bizarre irony, noting that Caius was incredibly eager to leave earlier but might now be actively searching for his fiancée. Snapped out of a spiraling train of thought, a sudden, jarring sound cuts through the market noise. A sharp gasp echoes as a completely unexpected realization hits like a physical blow. Formulating a rapid tactical plan, the dark-haired lord realizes that if the lost group is trying to regroup, they will inevitably head toward the landmark. He immediately pivots, calculating that heading in this specific direction will lead him directly to the central fountain. Navigating the dense, bustling market with lethal focus, Lord Caius cuts a striking figure against the vibrant backdrop. His dark eyes scan the chaotic environment, radiating an intense, unyielding determination to locate his missing target. Desperately yelling for him to stop and wait, the blonde lord tries to halt his companion's sudden, aggressive sprint. Ignoring the frantic pleas, the dark-haired lord simply shouts back that he will search along the way and head directly for the fountain. Staring in absolute, bewildered shock at the retreating figure, the blonde lord wonders what the hell is wrong with this incredibly erratic guy. He sweat drops heavily, completely baffled by the dark-haired lord's sudden burst of proactive energy. Processing the bizarre behavioral shift, He notes the insane contradiction of how incredibly cold Caius was to Lady Mythia just moments earlier. He watches the dark-haired lord vanish into the crowd, utterly stunned by this sudden, desperate drive to find them.